Chapter 881, Shocked Yu Xinjing 347 Outside. Director Huang involuntarily took a step forward. Bai Lian had always respected her teachers in front of Director Huang and Academician Ma. It was the first time he had seen her behave this way. It was inevitably surprising. Mao Kuan stood beside Director Huang, holding a computer in one hand, squinting at the people in the lounge, and explained unhurriedly, not throwing him out was already a restraint on her part, considering her teacher's face. Bai Lian, Ma Jiren looked at Bai Lian, his eyes deep. Academician Ma was immersed in research, and his concern for him was not even as much as that for his nearby assistant. Now, I have the authority to handle everything of my father. Gao Yi was facing Bai Lian for the first time. He had been doubtful about her involvement with Jianghu Lai. Now, seeing that there were no members of the Jiang family by Bai Lian's side, he too felt relieved. As for old Director Xiang, he actually cared about her, but pointedly said, "Miss Bai, instead of challenging us here, you might as well spend some time caring for your family." Upon hearing this, both Director Huang and Yu Xinzheng's expressions changed. Old Director Xiang had connections with the underworld, and in the early years, this was essentially how he dominated the institute. Both of them were aware of this. Yu Xinjing approached Bai Lian, junior sister. "Let's first go back to your house to check on things. We can discuss Project 925 later." Even Huang Yushua, who had remained exceptionally composed from the start, showed some change in expression. He could not consider the current scene. He came in directly, giving Bai Lian a look. Open aggression is easy to dodge, but secret arrows are hard to defend. Especially for families like the Xiang family with a historical background, whose foundations were not entirely clean. The Xiang family was a top-tier faction in the scientific research circle. In the past, when Academician Ma was alive, they were able to compete with him. Now that Academician Ma was gone, there was really no one else who could go toe-to-toe with the Xiang family except for the Jiang family. Not to mention, the Xiang family also had connections with both the legitimate and underworld sides. Yu Xinjing felt that he had been too hasty. Bai Lian should have had better opportunities to progress. He looked at her urgently, hoping she could understand his gaze. Bai Lian's gaze was piercing. "Xiao Mao. Coming, sis." Mao Kuan came in with the computer, placed it on the table, and opened the lid to show everyone. Ma Jiren and old Director Xiang, seeing the expressions of Yu Xinjing and Huang Yushua, sneered. Until the next second, when they saw the computer screen. Old Director Xiang's gaze deepened, and he immediately stood up, leaning on the table. On the computer screen's desktop, there was a declaration signed by Academician Ma himself and bearing the seal of the institute. The concise declaration stated that in the event of his misfortune, all his projects would be handed over to his closed-door disciple, Bai Lian. The date was in May. The institute's seal was officially used, indicating that this declaration was processed through official procedures and was legally notarized, valid. This meant that even Ma Jiren could not make decisions for Academician Ma. The entire lounge was very quiet. This point, even old Director Xiang had not anticipated. How much did Ma Tongfeng trust Bai Lian? That he had made such arrangements so early? Old Director Xiang looked deeply at Bai Lian, saying, "Good," 3 times in succession, then turned to Andy, saying, "Mr. Andy, let's move ahead to my house first." Taking a crowd of people with him, he left. Mao Kuan looked at Ma Jiren, half smiling. "The seal should be given to me now." Yu Xinjing also reacted, turning to Bai Lian, anxious about the trap set by old Director Xiang. "First to your house, outside." Ning Xiao came to call Bai Lian. "Sis Lian, Professor Xia and Manager Harold have come to pay their respects to Academician Ma." Bai Lian slowly crumpled a note into a ball and casually threw it over her shoulder, hitting the trash can. "No rush," she shook her head. "It'll take you to meet Manager Harold." She didn't look at Ma Jiren again and left the lounge directly. Behind her, Gao Yi and the people from the Ming family felt increasingly uneasy, always feeling something was beyond their control. Meanwhile, outside, Xia Zhuyu and Yang Lin were together, both reverently offering incense to Academician Ma. Bai Lian, Yu Xinjing, and Director Huang stood on either side, bowing and thanking them. "Keep it up." Xia Zhuyu and Director Yu Xinjing Huang were acquaintances and also familiar with Bai Lian. Previously, they had even collaborated with Yang Lin to help Ji Xiaorong with drug research. Speaking of Xia Zhuyu, he was the living forefather of soybean research in the country. Low profile by nature, but most people knew him. Today, they saw him bringing out a student, introducing this student as studying the same research as him. Just until inside the lounge, Ma Jiren and Gao Yi came out. When Gao Yi looked up, he saw the foreigners in the yard. For a moment, he forgot about Jianghu Lai and was momentarily stunned. Harold Dawson? Chapter 882, Shocked You Xinjiang 347_2, do you know him? Ma Jiren glanced over. A foreigner. Yes, a man from the Dawson family, now the representative in Asia. Gao Yi had asked many people for rare metals during the new year and attended several dinners. He had some understanding of the Dawson family's upper echelon. What is he doing here? Opportunities like this were to be seized, not missed. Gao Yi quickly went over to greet Harold Dawson. Manager Hare, barely anyone from the academic circles present recognized Harold Dawson. Gao Yi directly handed over his business card. Gao Yi, we've met before at the auction. He introduced himself to Harold Dawson. Then he introduced Ma Jiren beside him. Mr. Andy was also here today. Are you here to find Mr. Andy? Harold Dawson, a member of the Dawson family, had traded goods with the seawater purification project and had a brief acquaintance with Academician Ma. He had come specially today to pay respects to Academician Ma. Andy? His deep blue eyes only puzzledly gazed at Gao Yi, not recognizing him. After trying hard for a moment, he finally remembered Andy. He was here today too. Today. Yu Xinjiang, Huang Yushua, Bai Lian, Ma Jiren, and even Gao Yi were all protagonists. Seeing Gao Yi talking happily to a foreigner while accompanied by Ma Jiren, most people glanced over, knowing that the foreigner's identity must be anything but simple. But the next second, as Harold Dawson saw Mao Kuan and Ning Xiao, he politely bid farewell to Gao Yi. I'm here to find young Master Mao and Miss Bai. We'll meet again when there's a chance. Wang Yufeng knew that Bai Lian still needed time, not to mention Harold Dawson. Bai Lian had been busy. Wang Yufeng had wanted to make a few deals with her for a type of health product, but he couldn't find her. So, he stationed Harold in Asia to keep an eye on Bai Lian's free time as well. Professor Yu. Bai Lian saw Harold Dawson coming and began to introduce him to Yu Xinjiang and Dean Huang. Yu Xinjiang interrupted her. You should call me senior brother. The statement was neither light nor heavy, but most people heard it. Senior brother, Bai Lian didn't fuss over it and turned to introduce. This is Manager Hare. Yu Xinjiang normally focused on research and didn't recognize Harold, but he had seen Gao Yi's previous treatment towards Harold. He thanked the other party for coming. In the yard, Gao Yi stared blankly at the scene. His mind sparked with ideas, and he suddenly remembered the several tons of iridium the Mu family had surprisingly put forth a short while ago. He had guessed for a long time but hadn't heard any news about the transaction from the Mu family, and it had never crossed his mind to consider Bai Lian. After all, at the time, he hadn't taken Bai Lian seriously. Seeing Bai Lian casually introducing Harold Dawson to Yu Xinjiang, with both even exchanging contact information, Gao Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly remembered Zhou Wenqing, whom they had tried to meet many times. Jichen, Gao Yi took out his phone and called Gao Jichen. Before Zhou Wenqing became the deputy dean, he led a group from Tongfeng class. Who was in that group of students? Was Bai Lian among them? Gao Jichen remembered clearly, yes. Gao Yi hung up the phone, standing in place, unable to recover. The sun shone glaringly overhead, and for a moment, he swayed, remembered the call from Gao Shu, and felt a chill down his spine. Gao Yi left the memorial service with heavy steps. The Gao family's car was parked not far from the memorial service. The driver opened the rear car door. Gao Yi approached the car door. Just then, a black business car smoothly came to a stop in front of the memorial service, an ordinary model. Gao Yi recognized the car, and he knew the license plate number by heart. Seeing that number, he seemed somewhat bewildered. A tall, robust man got out from the passenger seat. Standing by the rear door. The rear car door opened automatically. A tall figure stepped out, clad in black, his complexion looking even more pale and indifferent in the light, his forehead hair slightly scattered. He slowly turned to glance calmly at Gao Yi. Those were narrow phoenix eyes, light-colored pupils revealing no hint of emotion. An inherent air of distinguished coldness. However, Gao Yi broke out in a cold sweat, maintaining the posture of bending over to enter the back seat. Large beads of sweat formed on his forehead. They dripped down one by one, tracing a path over his temples to his neck. In the 30-odd degrees of heat, his spine felt chillingly cold. Beside him, the assistant took quite a while to come back to his senses. Mr. Gao, was that Master Jiang? At the memorial service. Jiang Fulai didn't greet Bai Lian, nor did he greet anyone else present. He just reached out for 3 sticks of incense and bowed deeply to pay his respects to Scholar Ma. The entire venue fell silent, quietly watching him, automatically dispelling the recent rumors about his coma. The gentleman of high pedigree paid his tribute to Scholar Ma and then left. It wasn't until 2 minutes after he had left the memorial service that the people at the venue dared to breathe heavily. Old Huang, a professor who knew Director Huang well, regained his composure, looking toward the entrance. The relationship between Director Xiang and the Gao family, it's likely come to an end, hasn't it? Director Huang shook his head, about to make a sarcastic comment when something suddenly came to mind. Junior sister, little junior sister. Quick. Your family. His expression changed as he remembered the situation with the Xiang family. The memorial service was almost over anyway. Yu Xinjing snapped to his senses at that moment, urgently urging Bai Lian, quickly go to your place. What's the rush? Mao Kun took out his car keys. Bai Lian went to get Scholar Ma's computer, also surprised by the reactions of Yu Xinjing and Director Huang. This Ma family has a complicated background. He pushed out many professors from the Academy of Sciences in the past, Yu Xinjing said with a grave face, using shady methods. He is the leading figure in Jiangjing. It was only then that Bai Lian began to understand. She might have protection, but her family did not. I see. Bai Lian boarded Yu Xinzhang's van and simply nodded in agreement. Both Yu Xinjing and Huang Yushua were anxious. Huang Yushua especially so. Repeatedly urging the driver to drive faster. They were both in Chang'an district. There wasn't any traffic congestion at this time. They soon arrived at Shanghai apartment. Building 5 was packed with silver vans, belonging to a local Jiangjing brand. Her grandfather lives here? Yu Xinzhang's heart skipped a beat seeing the scene. Huang Yushua had been here more than once and was also startled. He leaped out before the car could fully stop. This is the place. She lives in 303, her grandfather in 103. Brother, you contact someone first. Huang Yeshuo's fingers trembled slightly as he jogged to the door of 103. He pounded on the door forcefully. Bai Lian followed leisurely with the 2 men, slowly discussing Wang Yufeng's case with Mao Kun. Up ahead. Yu Xinjing trembled as he dialed the phone, calling someone from a special department he knew. The call connected. The door to 103 was also opened. Lance, with a layer of flour on his face and a piece of dough in hand, greeted them. Are you guys here to make dumplings? As he spoke, he stepped aside to let them in. Perfectly timed, they could see the usual mahjong table and the living room now surrounded by a group of burly men sitting obediently. Each of them held a piece of dough, clumsily trying to learn how to make dumplings. Hello? The stern voice of an officer sounded through Yu Xinzhang's phone. Professor Yu, where did you say there's a violent incident? We're ready to deploy. Yu Xinjing. Chapter 883, 348-Dimensional Reduction Strike. Yu Xinjing was silent. Behind him, Dean Huang was also at a loss for words for a moment. Were these people sent by the usual dispatchers? The two stood at the doorway, observing the 7 burly men sitting around the round table, the decently wrapped dumplings in the middle. It was evident they had been wrapping dumplings for quite a long time. This scene was quite impactful. Dean Yu? The person on the other side of the phone called out to him. Where did you say the address was? It's okay, Yu Xinjing, having experienced grand scenes before, regained his composure. his voice still steady, "Thank you for your efforts." He hung up the phone. Covered in flour, Shenqing came out of the kitchen. "Dean Huang, alien said you would come. I had people make more dumplings. Come in, sit down, and have some tea." Dean Huang had visited several times and glanced at Yu Xinjing before taking him to see Ji Heng in the courtyard. "Senior brother, that's little junior sister's grandfather." In the summer, Ji Heng was fond of making various clothes for Bai Lian as well as Pu Xiaohan. But today, he was not working on clothes for Bai Lian. Instead, he was making a red carpet gown for Yan Lu a few months later. When Yu Xinjing approached, Ji Heng was sitting on the embroidery stool, his hand resting on the armrest beside him, slowly making a stitch so fine that Yu Xinjing almost couldn't see it. Someone came over. Ji Heng put down his needle and thread, stood up very politely. "Dean Huang." Since Ji Heng was Bai Lian's grandfather, Yu Xinjing did not put on airs, and both were very polite. Both bent down to look at Ji Heng's embroidery, where he was stitching a cluster of butterflies. The wings of the butterflies utilized over a dozen colors, meticulously inlaid with silk floss, giving off a realistic feel as if reflecting sunlight. The two professors, lacking an artistic cell, stood beside and watched for a long while, not daring to speak up and disturb him. Outside, Bai Lian and Mao Kuan both came in. Yu Xinjing and Dean Huang looked at Ji Heng's embroidery for a while, and when they went to the hall, Mao Kuan was asking Shenqing where these men in black came from. Shenqing was tidying up the dumplings on the table and spoke to Mao Kuan. "When they first came, I thought they were here to cause trouble, but then I saw they were friends of little Zhang, and there were two more upstairs. The people in this building could really eat, the demand for dumplings was high." Shenqing needed to adjust the filling and roll out dough, which was time-consuming, so the arrival of these people to help wrap dumplings was timely. Bai Lian wondered which friend of Zhang Xiai's it was. After speaking with Shenqing, she went upstairs. Yu Xinjing and Dean Huang went with her, as it was crowded downstairs, and Yu Xinjing also wanted to discuss Harold Dawson's issue with Bai Lian. Bai Lian and Mao Kuan took the stairs, while Yu Xinjing and the dean waited for the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, Yu Xinjing stood at the door, glancing once more at 103's door. "Senior brother?" Dean Huang entered the elevator first, calling him. "Is there something else?" "It's nothing." Yu Xinjing, his face contemplative, took a few steps into the elevator. Little junior sister's grandfather seemed somewhat familiar. "Familiar?" Dean Huang remained non-committal, as he always felt an intangible pressure around Ji Heng. They reached the third floor. The door to apartment 303 was open. Both immediately noticed a man in similar black clothes as downstairs, holding a cloth. A blue tiger tattoo was visible on his partially exposed arm. He was cleaning the table and cleaning the apartment. Next to him, a rather sunny-looking young man, with one hand in his pocket, was directing them. "Clean over here too, and take this carpet out for washing. Brother Bird likes to sit on it." Yu Xinjing, Dean Huang, Mao Kuan, standing next to Zhang Xiai's, since he didn't wait for the elevator, arrived before the two professors, pointed to the study. "Sister Bai is in the study." Yu Xinjing and the dean were momentarily lost again, then silently headed for the study. A second before pushing open the study door, he glanced back at the two cleaning. This tattoo must be quite embarrassing for them, right? In the study, Bai Lian was on the phone with Sun Dan. Sun Dan was the director of the Xiangqing Culture and Tourism Bureau, and because Bai Lian took leave, she couldn't get home in time to explain the top scorer strategies to the tourists. "I'll head back with Zhang Xiai's in a couple of days." Bai Lian stood by the window, pushing half-open window further open, her fingertips lightly tapping on the windowsill, her posture elegant. "Don't worry." After the new year, she and Ji Heng hadn't returned to Xiangqing much. One thing led to another after the summer break. She also wanted to take Ji Heng back for a visit, as Zhang's mother had already gone ahead. Zhang Xiai's got accepted to Jianghu University of Political Science and Law, and had received his admission letter. Zhang's mother also needed to go back to host a reception for relatives and friends and to pay respects to Yan Lu's parents. Chapter 884, 348 Dimensional Reduction Strike _2 This summer has been very busy. Junior sister, Yu Xinjing entered with Dean Huang, asking her about the Harold Dawson matter. Manager Hare? Bai Lian walked over to the desk, bent down, slowly pulled open a drawer, and took out a box of cigarettes. Looking up, she said, I just heard in the office that you want to negotiate for rare metals. You can talk to him. Him? Yu Xinjing was surprised. He glanced at Dean Huang. Dean Huang knew about the Zhou Wenqing matter and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. With connections, everything becomes easier. Because of Bai Lian's relationship with Ning Xiao, the channel of Wang Yufeng was essentially opened. Okay then, Yu Xinjing wanted to ask Dean Huang about the details, but seeing that Bai Lian was busy, he didn't impose further. Junior sister, I'm not aware of the specifics of your project, and the teacher is not here now. You've taken over Project 925 and have already passed the Xiang family and Ma Jiren scrutiny, but if there is anything internal to the project group, you must inform me in a timely manner. As the new official taking charge, Yu Xinjing also knew that Bai Lian was under great pressure. Thank you, Bai Lian said, holding the cigarette box, looking up at the trees in the sunlight outside the window. I need to go back to Xiangqing in a couple of days and will stay there for a few days. Back to Xiangqing? Yu Xinjing nodded, just arrange your time properly. As for Jiang Fulai's situation, Yu Xinjing didn't ask. His appearance today was enough to indicate his stance, and now the Xiang family and Gao family must be in great panic. Brother, let's go downstairs for dumplings, Dean Huang suggested, his hands behind his back. As they left the room, the two strong men outside were lifting the sofa, clearing out the carpet underneath. Yu Xinjing had seen it so often that he was used to it. When they got outside, Dean Huang pressed the elevator button and then explained, you know about Zhou Wenqing, right? The palladium that was missing from his lab was provided by junior sister for free. Yu Xinjing, in the world of scientific research, both the country and the university would allocate funds. Jianghu University is the one that is never short of funding. What is it short of then? It's all sorts of experimental equipment and materials, such as various metals needed for the physics department's research on conductive materials and chips. This purity of metal is limited every year, and it's not something you can just buy with money. Some labs may not be able to get the materials for a whole year, but the fact that Bai Lian could get them so easily made Dean Huang realize that the junior sister his mentor had found for him was no ordinary person. No wonder I saw you weren't in a hurry today, Yu Xinjing exhaled slowly. This connection was truly extensive. But the elevator doors opened, and Dean Huang stepped in. What I didn't expect was for the Xiang family's people to actually be making dumplings. They were very certain that these dozen or so men in black weren't just there to make dumplings. Who would believe them if they said it out loud? Jiangjing Federation of Industry and Commerce. Summer member meeting. When Jixia was attending on behalf of the Wen family, and the meeting had concluded, a bunch of people flocked to Ming Zhangjiu's side. Miss Ming, I heard your family has started a collaboration with the Academy of Sciences. Everyone knew that the Ming family had recently hooked up with the Xiang family's people. Of course, this news was released by the Ming family themselves. Ming Zongyao remained unfazed. There's no accurate news yet. She played it coy, but everyone else became even more convinced. The Ming family's stock rose by 5 percentage points this morning, which spelled out the details quite clearly. Liu Zhang stood at the door, waiting for Ming Zongyao to leave and bend down to get into the car and head home. You family. Yu Zhang, you father put down the document and stood up to inquire, has the Ming family recently gotten involved with the Xiang family's people? I talked with the Ming family, and they haven't revealed anything to me, but since the Jiang family incident, Liu Zhang took the sour plum drink handed over by a servant, they all want to compete for it. The Jiang family had been the sole leader in Jiangjing for so many years, and others coveted their position of leadership. The Xiang family and Gao family both wanted to take a seat. Yu Zhang, do you think that person from the Jiang family, even at home, you father didn't dare to mention the name, is really in trouble? 8 or 9 out of 10, Liu Zhang simply replied. What a pity then, we don't have much of a relationship with the Ming family now, you father felt regret. Liu Zhang's relationship with Ming Zongyao had been strained, and the Wen family had been doing quite well lately, partnering directly with the Aerospace Institute, a unique alliance in the business world. Your mother interjected directly, enough with the Ming family, Yuzhang, you haven't seen Jixia for over half a month. Why didn't you invite her to have a meal together today? To develop your relationship? I remember both of you attended the meeting today. The engagement had been set for 2 years, but they had met less than 7 times. I'm busy, Liu Yuzhang simply nodded when Jixia was brought up. Yet his expression was indifferent. Watching the back of Liu Yuzhang, your mother shook her head. She knew that when Zixia's delicate and genteel character was not the type that Liu Yuzhang preferred. Chapter 885, 348 Dimensional Reduction Strike _3 However, that's just how these family dynasties are. The Jiang family. An elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform waited outside the main hall staircase, ready to open the car door as soon as Jiang Fulai's car entered the courtyard. Jiang Fulai got out of the car with his head down, his pale face especially sharp. His light-colored phoenix eyes were devoid of emotion. A white flower was still pinned to his collar. An icy demeanor that read "Keep out." Jiang Fulai walked straight to the stairs and handed over his coat. He did not linger. All management personnel are waiting for you in the meeting room, the butler followed behind him, taking his coat. Also, there is a letter from abroad, I've placed it on the desk in the council hall. Jiang Fulai nodded. He did not speak. Additionally, the flight route to Xiangqing has been secured, the butler detailed meticulously. Xiangqing Airport is available for landing. In a few steps, they reached the council hall. The heavy doors closed, and personnel in formal attire flanked each side. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai approach, they bent over and pushed open the large doors of the meeting room. The Chinese-style meeting room, with its mahogany furnishings, was solemn and serious. With Jiang Shijue at the forefront, all core members of the Jiang family were gathered here, each with a grave demeanor, sitting upright and silent. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the meeting room. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai appear, everyone stood up and looked towards him, addressing him respectfully as Young Master Jiang. Whether young or old, all showed great respect. Jiang Fulai walked to the front center seat, sat down, and surveyed the entire meeting room. He leaned back, his hand resting on the back of the chair, and directly called out, Jiang Shijue. Jiang Shijue, holding a meeting record book, stood up, and reported to him about ZTE Group and the Science Academy. Currently, the ZTE drone project has been halted. The Xiang family wants to get involved. Jiang Shijue knew Jiang Fulai disliked ramblings and got straight to the point. The research institute with people from the Xiang family is applying for deputy director. The Gao family has provided 11 slots for scientific researchers. The Ming family, Zhu family, a total of 10 slots. Jiang Fulai listened patiently to Jiang Shijue speak. Drones? Jiang Fulai's pale fingertips lightly tapped the rosewood table, his tone unchanged. Have been halted? Upon hearing the tone of Jiang Fulai, Jiang Shijue realized Jiang Fulai was serious this time. Then let ZTE drop this project and give it to them. Jiang Fulai's eyelashes slightly lowered. Jiang Shijue, be prepared to take this group to the seawater uranium extraction project. ZTE Group, known as a construction fanatic, had frequently rushed to foreign countries to help allied nations build large bases. Undoubtedly, ZTE was unmatched in Asia, not to mention the drones, which everyone knew were designed by Jiang Fulai himself. The Xiang family's involvement was simply an attempt to infiltrate ZTE. Now that Jiang Fulai was letting ZTE withdraw from the drone project. Don't ask what the Xiang family would do next, ask how the Xiang family would explain this to the higher-ups or to the military district. Prepare the documents from several families, including the Mu family, Ma Institute, and anyone challenging ZTE, and circle them for me. After giving a few instructions, Jiang Fulai checked his phone, and before leaving, he dropped a remark, I will apply for the deputy director of the Science Academy, tell He-Wen and the others to prepare the application documents, and make sure all details with the Mu family are integrated and sent to me. The people in the meeting room were taken aback by the sight of Jiang Fulai's departing figure. Shijue, the young master, a senior executive of the Jiang family, turned to Jiang Shijue. Most people in Jiangjing knew of Jiang Fulai's disposition. He had never involved himself in these scientific circles, running his own dark matter institute, which countless non-technical researchers were desperate to join. He had also handed over ZTE Group to Jiang Shijue, hardly managing it himself. Especially these past 2 years, he was almost like a recluse, not even coming back for the Jiang family annual meetings. So it seemed most people in Jiangjing had forgotten that Jiang Fulai had stabilized the Jiang family from a young age and expanded ZTE to its current scale. A presence still dreaded by foreign laboratories. Now that's settled, Jiang Shijue slowly closed the notebook in his hand, turned his head, and smiled. Uncle Jiang, you might also want to inform those people who have been inquiring about Brother Jiang's news. Their Emperor L is back. Chapter 886, 349 Big Changes. Just like the current storm of controversy surrounding Bai Jian on the app. Initially, Jiang Fulai was an unattainable presence for everyone, directly maxing out his followers. This drew widespread attention, which also laid the foundation for Zhongxing to obtain various national permits. Zhongxing Group. It possesses the world's top detector manufacturing team. It's inseparable from the Space Bureau. Not to mention the construction of railways, highways, and various large bases, most of which are related to Zhongxing, whose products are rarely sold to the general public. Thus, most people only know Zhongxing as a company that builds railways. But those in the know are aware of Zhongxing's weight. Jiang Ziju's political status is now no less than that of the president of Jiang University. Jiang Fulai opened his mouth. The first step Jiang Shijue took was to notify the unmanned drone project team to fully evacuate. Then he had his assistant communicate with the Mu family about the seawater uranium extraction project. The Mu family has recently established 2 research institutes and recruited a large number of fresh blood and veteran professors. It's a period of growth. With the help of the Zhongxing team, that's all the more powerful. No one dares to discuss the news from the Jiang family. Only those in the academic circles knew he appeared at the memorial service. But the news couldn't be kept secret. The Xiang family. From the moment he saw Jiang Fulai, Gao Yi had been anxious. He went to the Xiang family to find Xiang Junhua, fidgety and restless. He's fine, old principal. Now, let alone a slot in the Academy of Sciences, he definitely won't let us off easily with the Zhongxing projects. Gao Yi truly regretted it. His ambition had been too great, had wanted to push Gao Jichen into Jiang Fulai's team. But Jiang Fulai simply ignored him. Over the years, Gao Yi inevitably harbored resentment, yet he dared not make a move. This time when Jiang Fulai met with trouble, the messages from various sources were consistent, and it was only with the Xiang family leading that he dared to cooperate with them. Gao Yi dared to come forward hoping to gain a share of the benefits. Who could have expected that everything was going well, and now Jiang Fulai has reappeared? Not only was he unharmed, but he also visited the memorial service and offered 3 sticks of incense to Academician Ma. Xiang Junhua's mood was not much better than Gao Yi's. He directly had his assistant call the Luo family. In fact, rumors about Jiang Fulai had been circulating in Jiangjing for some time, but no one dared to confirm until that night when Xiang Junhua sent someone to watch the Luo family and saw the Luo family patriarch going to the street where the Jiang family lived. Only then did they confirm that, for a while, Jiang Fulai was indeed not going to wake up, and Xiang Junhua dared to make his next move. What? Upon receiving the call from the Xiang family, the Luo family was even more surprised. The Luo patriarch stood up abruptly from his chair. You're saying young Master Jiang has woken up? Impossible, are you sure? The voice of the Luo family sounded utterly shocked. No, impossible. Apart from my father, no one dares to administer the last few injections. Knowing the Xiang family wouldn't joke about this matter, he then muttered, I need to go to the Jiang family to see. He quickly said a few words to Xiang Junhua and hung up the phone. To call Jiang Shijue. Xiang Junhua's aged eyes drooped. He sank back into his chair, silent for a few seconds, then remembered Project 925. His attempt to steal a chicken only resulted in losing his rice, but what's done is done. He could only minimize the losses now. This time he personally dialed a number. Mr. Li, where is the person I'm looking for now? The Mr. Li he mentioned was Li Hu. Once Li Hu's son got in trouble on the border and was caught, Xiang Junhua had lent a small favor by guiding Li Hu's son to invent something in prison, which reduced his sentence by a year. For that, Xiang Junhua had earned a favor from Li Hu. Old Principal Xiang, the man on the phone had a voice as deep as a bell. Out of respect for the help you've given me, I'll be straightforward with you. The person you want to move against is no small fry. I can't help you. Next to him, Gao Yi could tell by the look on Xiang Junhua's face that things were really over. Bai Lian was about to leave Jiangjing to return to Xiangqing for a few days. Before leaving, she said goodbye to Shan Yu and expressed her thanks. She had been taken away by the security bureau before, and Shan Yu had also been involved in the case. Later Ning Xiao helped to withstand all the pressure on her behalf. Not giving a lecture for the freshmen this year? Shan Yu sat in his office chair, his eyelids drooping, showing some signs of fatigue. What about Ning Xiao? What about Yang Lin? Tang Ming is fine too, or else Liang Wuyu. I've asked Sun Qian, she can do it. Bai Lian's expression slightly restrained. She had already found a replacement for Shan Yu. Sun Qian? Shan Yu wasn't really familiar with her, but since Bai Lian and her friends weren't planning to give a lecture, it didn't really matter who else did. All right, go back to Xiangqing and have a good rest. For the new semester, you and Ning Xiao need to prepare a lecture report. Dean Huang applied for you both to be on Jianghu University's Wall of Fame yesterday. The list needs half a month to be reviewed. It should be just in time for the new term. Chapter 887, 349 Big Changes. _2 With the achievements that Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had made, it was enough to be on Celebrity Wall. The Celebrity Wall. Bai Lian's pitch-black eyes looked in the direction of Celebrity Square. Good, thank you. Dean Shu was also in Shan Ye's office and didn't interrupt their conversation. It was only after Bai Lian had left that his assistant spoke to Dean Shu in a low voice, his voice betraying his shock. Just the start of sophomore year and already on the Celebrity Wall, and there are two of them? Jianghu University's excellent student representative wall was strict. Most of the time, not even one would make it in a year. The last time was he when. And now, suddenly, there were two. Dean Shu slowly picked up a disposable cup next to him, lowered his eyes, and took a sip. This turmoil has finally come to an end, and their young lives have just begun. This year, the situation in Jiangqing had been fluctuating. First was the Wen family, then the Mu family. Last was the Gao family and the Xiang family, busy and distraught over the drone matter, which put an end to this battle. Downstairs, Ming Dongheng had been waiting. It was another low-profile business car, parked under the trees. Bai Lian looked up and saw the back seat window half down, Jiang Fulai sitting by the window, only half of his cool face visible, hidden among the mottled tree shadows. It was summer vacation, and there were hardly any students at Jianghu University. As Bai Lian approached, Ming Dongheng opened the back car door. In the back seat, Jiang Fulai's laptop was still on the table. He continued sliding his hand over the touch screen, checking the data submitted by He Wen and others. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up and reached to adjust his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Once she was seated, Ming Dongheng went to the driver's seat to drive. First to the airport, they've all arrived already. Jiang Fulai raised his hand, rolled up the window. It's still an hour's drive, get some sleep first. Bai Lian sat inside, her head lazily leaning against the window, long eyelashes drooping, her hand supporting her chin. Her complexion was pale yet incredibly languid, the sunlight filtering through the one-way glass gently outlining her features. Her expression was unreadable, showing neither sadness nor any other emotion. Academician Ma was of advanced age, and for this trip, Bai Lian had actually prepared herself. She stuffed a Bluetooth headset in her ears, listening to an untranslated paper, and then closed her eyes. She had been overexerting her mind recently, which was also one of the reasons Jiang Fulai was preparing to return to Xiangqing. The air conditioning was set low. Jiang Fulai looked at her for a long while, grabbed a blanket to cover her, and then stretched his hand to press down on the left Bluetooth headset, his voice deep. Continue. I've submitted the Mu family's list. The report was from Jiang Shijua, mainly about the Mu family's affairs. As for the Gao and Xiang families, he could handle them himself. Also, the Luo family people are inquiring about Miss Bei's news. Jiang Fulai continued to swipe through the documents on his computer, simply responding with a Jiang Shijua understood. He hung up the phone and returned to his office, apologizing as he looked towards the old master of the Luo family. You may go back. The airport. When the car arrived, Bai Lian was still not awake. Jianghu Lai didn't wake her, just turned off the lights inside the car and continued to work beside her. Bai Lian was in a half-dream half-awake state. She was accustomed to life and death, having bid farewell to too many people. In the first 2 months in this world, her dreams were mostly of battlefields, or her father and brothers. But this time, with academician Ma's departure, she inevitably dreamed of Liang Zuan, dreamed of Daong's Jiangjing in heavy snowfall, with Liang Zuan kneeling at the palace gate for 3 days and nights, pleading for Emperor Jiangwen to send troops to save Xiangcheng. In his dream, Liang Zuan received the news of her death, and he lay in bed, eventually succumbing to his grief. His red eyes in the dream appeared so vividly real as he called out to her through the ether. Xiang Jun. Bai Lian suddenly woke up. She sat up, the blanket falling off her. What's wrong? Jianghu Lai noticed her unease, reached out to hold her, and gently patted her back, consoling her in a low voice. Had a nightmare? His voice, usually cold, was now especially gentle. Bai Lian lowered her eyes. Yes. On the plane. Bai Lian, they've reached the airport. Zhang Xiais completed the call with Ming Dongheng and then asked Tang Ming, what about the academic god? At the National Defense University, Tang Ming checked his phone. Oh, he's already on his way, in a taxi. He'll be at the airport in 10 minutes. National Defense University? Zhang Xiais was surprised. That's Sister Chen's school. What was academic god doing there? Yang Lin often goes to the neighboring art institute as well. Tang Ming, used to such oddities, put an arm around Zhang Shi's shoulders, chin pointing in Yang Lin's direction, and then whispered, Buddy, could you get 2 of Yen Lu's autographs for me? My cousin's a big fan of Yen Lu. She just found out I have Yen Lu's WeChat, and without her autograph, she'll bother me to death when I get home. Tang Ming was not very close with Yen Lu and Pu Xiaohan, and felt embarrassed to ask. Across from them, Yang Lin was also on the phone. Yes, Grandma, I'm coming back to Xiangqing today. You don't need to come over, I will take a bus tomorrow to visit you. Next to her, Pu Xiaohan was holding a knife and working on puppet props. Soon, everyone had arrived. Bai Lian had slept for a while on the way to the plane but hadn't managed much sleep on board, talking to Xiaoqi. Sis, you're just in time to be back. Xiaoqi was stuck in Jiangjing, Xiangcheng, and the headquarters in Beijing City. Swing by them if you have time. The branches there were just promoted, and some partners still haven't been confirmed. Manager Lin is on it. Bai Lian poured herself a cup of hot water. Okay. Zhang Xiais, holding a thick law book, sat next to Ning Xiao. What were you doing at the National Defense University? Thinking about transferring schools? I'd advise against that idea. Your principal sure would be heartbroken. No, Ning Xiao took out a printed paper. That was my brother's old school. Zhang Xiais was about to ask who his brother was. Suddenly remembering the several memorials in Ning Xiao's family, he instantly shut his mouth, changing the topic. Tang, why don't you come with me after we land to get Yan's autograph? Ning Xiao bowed his head, taking out a pen to make marks on the paper. Beicheng. Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min had returned a few days ago after initially planning not to come back from their entrepreneurial efforts in Jiangjing. They hurried back upon hearing about the push to promote Xian Kong in Beicheng. Their investments were doing well, better than some, lesser than others. Bai Qiming had been losing sleep lately because of Bai Lian. He was not in Jiangjing, had no idea what Bai Lian was up to, only hearing she was fine. Meanwhile, the Bai family far in Beicheng was being affected. Seeing Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min return eased his mind. Xian Kong? Yes, Xian Kong will definitely become the leading brand domestically. Song Min had heard plenty about Xian Kong in Jiangjing. As soon as Xian Kong launches next year, its market value will be immeasurable. They will dominate the future market of traditional medicine, and we must secure an early partnership with them in Beicheng. Oddly enough, Xian Kong had branches in the 4 major cities and even second and third-tier cities around Beicheng, but none within the city itself. As a result, most people in Beicheng who wanted to visit Xian Kong chose to go to Xiangcheng. When do they start? Bai Qiming asked seriously. In the next few days. Bai Xiaoqi stood up. we have the contact for the regional manager. Well, invite him for a meal and strive to cooperate with them. Following them, it will be easier for the Bai family to enter Jianghu. This was Bai Kaiming's lifelong wish. The Bai family, especially Bai Qiming, were urgently in need of proving themselves. No family doesn't want to climb higher, and now as the Song family continued to do better, the Bai family declined further. People in the Bai family questioned his previous decisions, greatly regretting the loss of Bai Lian, and some even said that they shouldn't have allowed the Bai Shaoke siblings to return in the first place. Good. Bai Qiming stood up. He needed to prove to everyone that his selection back then was correct. Chapter 888, The True Mastermind Behind the 350 Suspension Kong, A Young Man's Spirit. Xiangcheng. Bai Lian had not returned for nearly half a year, and the plane landed steadily on the runway. Although the airport was small, the flow of people was large. The popularity of Xiangcheng had been continuous since the year before last. It started with Wallow Street's explosion of popularity, peaked with the airing of Great Yong, and Come Here Friend brought another wave of attention. Then, the subsequent 2 waves of college entrance exam takers caused explosive traffic. Now Xiangcheng's popularity was no longer just a temporary heatwave. Its rich history, the martial arts guilds and calligraphy association on Wallow Street, Grandpa Tao who was always enthusiastic about puppetry, and the warm service attitude recognized by netizens across the country. Although advertising wasn't necessary, Xiangcheng was still active during holidays. For example, this summer break, they specifically invited Yan Lu to return. And a host of top scholars and study prodigies started classes. Who wouldn't want to come and see Xiangcheng? Yang Lin put away her computer and followed Bai Lian's group off the plane. Not long after disembarking, her phone rang with a local Xiangcheng number calling. The voice was booming. Is this Miss Yang? Hello, I am Yang Lin. The caller was the person in charge from the street office, informing Yang Lin that her residence was to be demolished. Do you have time to come by? Come to the street office to sign and collect the demolition compensation. The voice sounded jubilant. Xiangcheng was developing rapidly now, with the eastern and northern parts of the city being developed, including the tube building where Yang Lin had lived before, which was slated for a shopping mall and new residential district. Compensation was distributed per capita. Next to her, Zhang Xi's heard the conversation she had with the responsible person. Speaking to Tang Ming, Bro Tang, has your family bought a house yet? Bought, Tang Ming said, thanking Zhang Xi's, Bro Tang. Thanks to your dad's reminder back then, we took out loans to buy 2 properties, and now they've more than tripled in value. Your dad really has far-sighted vision. Previously, real estate in the center of Xiangcheng cost only 3,000 to 4,000 per square meter, but after the high-speed railway station and airport were built, prices had risen to 10,000. After finishing their conversation, Tang Ming saw that Yang Lin had ended her phone call and asked, Sister Yang, does the principal want you to share your study experience? Yang Lin looked up, her black, inorganic pupils gazing at Tang Ming. Tang Ming rubbed his arms. How about you just take a quick photo? The principal wants to put it up on the bulletin board. The principal he referred to was naturally the principal of Xiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Yang Lin withdrew her gaze and nodded. Everyone went their separate ways home. Ning Xiao and Bai Lian returned to Purist Street. The car stopped at the entrance to Purist Street. Ji Heng, looking at the traffic light ahead and then at the bunch of tourists waiting for the light, slowly had a question mark appear on his forehead. The cars in front just couldn't get through, so he got out of the car holding his tobacco pipe. He and Ning Xiao exchanged glances. Pure Street used to be sparsely populated. Although it was crowded during the New Year, it was never as absurd as now. Jianghu hopped out of the back seat, extending his short arms to grab the edge of Ji Heng's robe and clutching his bok choy backpack in the other, his round eyes looking at the passing tourists, his long eyelashes fluttering. His expression was somewhat dazed. Obviously not accustomed to such a large crowd. The young ladies passing by marveled at Jianghu, whispering among themselves, some even taking out their phones to snap his photo. But the next second, Jiang Fulai slowly got out of the car behind them, lifting his eyes slightly, his brows and eyes carrying a natural authority. his features thin, cold, and deep, oozing nobility, not the type to be seen on a tourist street. The few who wanted to take a picture immediately stepped back several paces, pretending to look at accessories on a vendor's stall. Bai Lian was the last to get out of the car. The temperature in Xiangqing was almost the same all year round, and the summer was not too hot. She wore a white mandarin collar shirt with all the buttons fastened, and black casual pants with no particularly noticeable patterns, only light gray subtle patterns that reflected a cold light under the sun. Calm and simple colors. Her long hair was fastened with 2 plain hairpins, the only adornment on her. She held her luggage in one hand, her demeanor languid and a bit listless. Next to her, a young lady pointed to Bai Lian's shirt, "Just like this kind of ancient-style blouse, I want one with that feel." The owner of a dress shop selling cheongsam, with purist street crowded, Ji Heng led them several hundred meters around via a small path. This road was not as crowded, and Bai Lian slowly followed behind Zhang Fulai. She took a call from Beijing. "Miss Bai, hello." The voice on the phone was that of a middle-aged man. "I am Lin Guangxiu, the manager of the Beijing branch." Bai Lian stepped in the shadow of Zhang Fulai, following them at an unhurried pace. "Hello, Manager Lin." Chapter 889, The True Mastermind Behind the 350 Suspension Kong, a young man's spirit _2, "Miss Bai, when will you come to Beijing? I'd like to arrange a reception in advance, as there are several companies wanting to collaborate with us." He listed off a bunch. Bai Lian didn't know much about business like Xiaoqi did. Her trip to Beijing was simply to make an appearance following Xiaoqi's instructions, and to teach a couple of acupuncture techniques to some doctors there. She patiently waited for Lin Guangxiu to finish talking. "I have to go back to school for a lecture in these next 2 days. Bai Lian looked up, not sure how the Culture and Tourism Bureau had arranged it. "I'll return this weekend." On the other side of the phone, Lin Guangxiu calculated the time. Today was Tuesday, and the weekend was just a few days away. He ended the call, heading out to an emergency meeting while instructing his assistant. "Miss Bai will be coming this week, the exact day is still unclear. Pass the word, I want everyone on their best form to welcome her." The executives at Xian Kong all knew, Xiaoqi was officially their boss. But in reality, the person behind Xian Kong was Miss Bai. Yet, Miss Bai was enigmatically elusive, with few ever having the opportunity to meet her. Lin Guangxiu hadn't met her either. Yes, the female assistant, in high heels, holding a notebook and a black pen, efficiently took note. "Furthermore, the Bai family, the Song family, and the Kong family are all trying to schedule appointments with you. Among these 3, the Song family has the strongest assets, and they also have dealings with Jianghu, while the Bai and Kong families are locals here in Beijing." The 2 of them stopped at the elevator, and the female assistant pressed the button. The elevator doors opened and Lin Guangxiu stepped in. "You arrange the times." Xiangqing, a village. Yang Lin had helped her grandparents hoe a large medicinal field. Yang Grandma's back slightly bent, calling Yang Lin and Grandpa to come in for a meal. Along the way, villagers greeted Yang Lin warmly. Last year, when they heard Yang Lin got into university, the villagers had even given her a red envelope, as she was among the few girls from the village who had managed to go to university. They only knew Yang Lin had been accepted into a university, but they didn't know which one. "Hello, second grandpa." Yang Lin was still quite reserved, speaking only when she saw someone. Her hair no longer covered her eyes, which were dark and profound. The person known as second grandpa perked up upon seeing Yang Lin, greeted her, and then hurried off. "Your second grandpa." Grandpa Yang watched the old man walk by and sighed. "The batch of herbs he's been growing, I don't know why, some of them have withered, and not even fertilizer helps." "Withered?" Yang Lin hesitated for a moment, memorizing this detail. After finishing a meal at home, Yang Lin silently left a thick stack of money under Grandma Yang's pillow and bid them farewell. Grandma and Grandpa Yang knew Yang Lin was a diligent girl and didn't keep her for long, but they sent her off with reluctance. "Once the relocation houses are allocated, you 2 should move to Xiangqing," Ong Lin softly suggested to them. "No need, we are comfortable here." Grandma Yang patted Yang Lin's head and slipped her another red envelope. "You're doing better and better. Now that your dad's not around, your aunt is willing to come back to see us, and your cousin is getting engaged. This is a school advancement red envelope your aunt brought you during the Dragon Boat Festival. Yang Lin accepted the red envelope. She said goodbye to the two at the village entrance and caught a ride to Xiangqing with an uncle from the next village. Before leaving, she took a photo of second grandpa's medicinal field. She sent it to Xiaozhuiyu. Teacher, can you see why his seedlings are turning yellow? Xiaozhuiyu was a specialist in botany. Yang Lin had a broader field of study. Soon, Yang Lin arrived in Xiangqing. She went directly to Xiangqing No. 1 school, where Bai Lian was having a sharing session today. Bai Lian and others had returned from an event. Xiangqing No. 1 learned about it from the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Xiangqing had attracted national attention with 2 finalists in the top 10 of the country last year, and this year, they had produced Beijing City's top scholar, achieving an 81% college admission rate which had surged several times over since the year before, quickly becoming one of the top 10 schools in Beijing. Bai Lian's popularity at Xiangqing No. 1 was even higher than Yan Lu's. Learning that she was coming to share her study strategies caused quite a stir. Not just tourists, but the examinees from Xiangqing No. 1 were thrilled. It was the end of August, and school hadn't started yet. During the summer vacation, Xiangqing No. 1 was open to the public, and tourists visited daily to take photos of the stone landmarks. Early Thursday morning, the entrance to No. 1 was already bustling with people. Although the school anticipated a large crowd, they were still unprepared for the overwhelming turnout and had to urgently call several more security guards for crowd control. When Yang Lin arrived, the place was packed, and to prevent a stampede accident, the school gates had been closed to outsiders. Chapter 890, The True Mastermind Behind the 350 Suspension Kong, a young man's spirit _3A police line had been drawn. Yang Lin needed to enter to cooperate with the photo shoot. When she saw the police line and hesitated whether she still wanted to go in, the security guard stopped her. "Young student, hurry up and come in. You're the only one missing." The security guard recognized Yang Lin. Bai Lian and her group each had a very distinctive presence, especially Ning Xiao and the others who had been admitted to Jianghu University. The security guard naturally remembered them even more clearly. At the entrance, Yang Lin's mother and her current husband were among the crowd. The man held a little boy in his arms, and when he saw Yang Lin entering through the gate, he was stunned for a moment before calling to Yang Lin's mother, "Is that your daughter? How did she get in?" Today everyone knew that the former national exam top scorer was coming to share learning experiences, and he had specifically brought his elementary school-aged son, Ye Tianbao, to learn. Shaolin. Yang Lin's mother was stunned. It had been so long since she had seen Yang Lin that she hesitated for a moment. "I don't know." The man frowned slightly, then suddenly remembered something, a sharp glint in his eye. "Isn't the house she's living in about to be demolished? I heard that they could be allocated several apartments." Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, the sports field. It was packed with a crowd of people. Bai Lian stood at the podium at the front, holding a manuscript in her hands, dressed in a white high-collared top with embroidered dark patterns, wearing a black and gold horsehair skirt today, her hair meticulously pinned up. Her attire of the snow-white top and ink-black skirt captured the attention of everyone present. Just standing there, one of the boys in the front who had dressed in the school uniform of No. 1 Middle School asked loudly, "Senior sister, how did you get into Jianghu University?" Bai Lian tilted her head and looked at him. "Hard work, remember this passion you have now, then work crazily hard. I hope all of you can win." After saying that, she smiled casually. The sunlight hit her face, bestowing her with an air of insurmountable superiority. The arrogance of youthful spirit was incomparable. The noisy voices in the front gradually faded away. The boy was startled for a moment, so enraptured by her that he forgot what to say next. Standing at the front as well was Jiang Fulai, wearing a hat and a black face mask. He coolly turned his head, glancing at the boy in the school uniform. The boy was still staring at Bai Lian, dumbfounded, when he suddenly felt a chill and came to his senses, shivering and rubbing the back of his hand. At the back of the crowd, the former class leader of Class 8 said to a tourist, "Following her study methods really helps. I only scored 421 points, but it was 20 points above the second-tier university admission line. Before, in our class, I was one of the last, and there were others with scores similar to mine who didn't even reach the college admission line. Next to him, Bao slowly lowered his head. He was one of those who hadn't reached the college admission line. Brother, Bao sister excitedly grabbed his arm. They said the school distributed by senior sister's study methods to you. You had such good stuff, why didn't you give it to me? At the mention of this, Bao looked even more upset. At that time, for Ren Wanxian and the others, he hadn't taken Bai Lian's study methods. He never asked for it then. As people around him continued to talk about the legends of the 4 Jianghu University students from Bai Lian's batch, Bao looked up at Bai Lian, who was sharing her experience, and realized that back then, Bai Lian was sincerely sharing her learning experience with the students from her school. And he had missed that opportunity. After sharing her experiences, the school was still crowded, but fortunately, Ming Dongheng's car was parked by the roadside, and Jiang Fulai stood by the car door waiting for her. He wore a black t-shirt, his figure tall and straight, his pale fingers pinching a cup of milk tea, as aloof as ever. His eyes were so calm they betrayed no emotion, coldly waiting for Bai Lian. Bai Lian was talking to Lu Lingxi and 2 school leaders by her side. The school leaders wanted to ask Bai Lian a few more questions, but she was in a hurry to go to Beijing. She didn't stay. Lu Lingxi still wanted to ask Bai Lian a few questions about how she was doing at Jianghu University, but when he looked up and saw Jiang Fulai holding a milk tea a few meters away, he abruptly halted his steps with the school leaders. Okay, goodbye. When Lu Lingxi and the school leaders had left, Jiang Fulai looked at Bai Lian for a while before leisurely handing her the milk tea. Bai Lian stretched out her hand, taking the milk tea while sending a message to Lin Guangxiu, today, but her hands never actually touched the milk tea. She looked down. Jiang Fulai's other hand was holding a straw, and he slowly asked, Senior sister, would you like me to put the straw in for you? Bai Lian. Chapter 891, 351 times back to Beijing. Who does Xinjiang district belong to? The afternoon sun was dazzling, casting its glow on the young girl's radiant yet languid face. In her hand, she held a speech draft given by the school, tapping it absent-mindedly against her palm. The breeze gently lifted her skirt, hiding the golden patterns in a cloak of gentle yet enchanting mystery. She sighed in resignation, fine, as long as you're happy. From the driver's seat, Ming Dongheng didn't dare let his gaze wander and pretended to be invisible. Not far away, a tourist group was approaching. Jiang Fulai held a straw between his slender fingers, his eyes downcast, his aura less captivating than usual, somewhat gloomy as he leisurely opened his milk tea. He passed it over. Senior, here is your cherry fruit tea. Ming Dongheng got into the driver's seat and started the car. Not far off. The principal, together with Lu Lingxi and a group, were heading towards the administrative office. Next to them, a leader from the Education Bureau kept looking back. The gentleman next to Student Bai, he seemed familiar. The principal's brow twitched as he feigned nonchalance. Director, let's hurry back to the administrative office. Ning Xiao and the others are waiting to take photos. Teacher Lu has also called Yang back this time. Administrative office. Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, and others were there. Zhang Xiais, wearing a baseball cap, leaned against the outside of the corridor, looking down at his mobile phone. Next to him, Wing Qi was excitedly talking to him. The sunlight, piercing through the dust, cast slanting shadows on them. Lu Lingxi had just climbed the stairs when she saw the two appearing somewhat entranced. Mum Lu. Zhang Xiais saw Lu Lingxi, quickly put down his phone, and walked forward 2 steps to embrace her with open arms. Back again. You kid, the principal, unable to hide his grin next to them. Teacher Lu mentioned you got into the University of Political Science and Law? That year's unnoticed student from Xiangqing Middle School had made a striking impression on the principal. Just lucky, just lucky. The principal was about to say it was truly remarkable to get into the University of Political Science and Law and there was no need for modesty. Zhang Xiais then humbly took off his baseball cap, just the 10th place nationally. Principal, hearing the voices of the principal and Lu Lingxi, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, and Yang Lin, all waiting in the office, came out to pose for the photographer's photos. Teacher Lu, the principal, with hands behind his back, turned slightly to discuss with Lu Lingxi. This kid got national 10th place, why not go to Jianghu University? What was he thinking, going to the law school? Didn't Jianghu University even try? Lu Lingxi was unsure. It wasn't until Yang Lin, who had finished her photos first, came over to greet Lu Lingxi. After a moment of silence, she gave the principal 2 words, 10 years. 10 years? What 10 years? The principal was baffled, feeling even more that since Bai Lian and her group went to Jiangjing for college, they had become more inscrutable. Yang Lin stood beside Lu Lingxi. Checking her phone, it was black and packed with functions. Previously, her phone could only send messages and make calls, so Xia Zhuiyu had given her his old phone to use. On the phone, Xia Zhuiyu had already replied to her message, when trimming damaged roots, if the area is too large, it is advised to use gibberellic acid for repair. Having read this, Yang Lin planned to go to the market later to buy some gibberellic acid to send back. She thanked Xia Zhuiyu and then put away her phone, her gaze fixed on the photographer in front, but her voice was candid. Teacher, who was that person taking the money before? Lu Lingxi stayed silent. Yang Lin looked at Lu Lingxi but did not continue to ask. Once the photographer had finished completely, Lu Lingxi took an invitation Zhang Xiai's handed her and walked toward the admissions office, then took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. At the school entrance. After the sharing session ended, entrance was no longer restricted. Yang's mother walked alongside a middle-aged man, looking up among the crowd for Yang Lin. Yang Lin, fair-skinned and wearing glasses, was inconspicuous in the crowd. It took a while for the two to spot her. Little Lin, right? The middle-aged man immediately followed, holding a little boy and grabbing Yang's mother, coming over with a beaming smile. I'm your uncle you. We're meeting for the first time. They blocked Yang Lin, also for the demolition compensation. But Yang's mother looked at Yang Lin with an awkward expression, uncomfortably fiddling with her hair. Sister Yang. Not far away, Zhang Xiai's and Tang Ming noticed her, Zhang rotating the basketball from Wang Qi's hand. What's happening? Some thugs causing you trouble? Wang Qi stood next to Zhang Xiai's, baring his teeth at Yang's mother and the man. Not very fierce. But with several tall youths around, especially Ning Xiao on the far left making a phone call, just a glance over with his brooding eyes carried an intense aura. Chapter 892, 351 times back to Beicheng. Who does Xinjiang district belong to? _2 He was already the hardest to approach in class 15, and these past 2 years, influenced by Jiang Fulai, his aura became even colder. The middle-aged man immediately took his youngest son and fled as if escaping. Sister Yang, do you want us to take you back? Tang Ming asked. It's fine, Yang Lin shook her head. I'm going to the market to buy some things. Ning Xiao held the phone. On the other end of the phone was Su Nanjing, who was inquiring about Ning Xiao's work on extracting uranium from seawater. It seemed he had overheard Zhang Shi's voice and he paused slightly. What are you doing? Yang Lin just got stopped by someone. We came over to check. Ning Xiao lowered his gaze, speaking succinctly. The call ended. Zhang Xiai smoothly switched the ball to his other hand and freed one hand to drape it over Wang Qi's shoulder. Sister Yang can't be like this. I have to mention it to Sister Bai Lian and Golden Hall Master. It was to get Sister Yang to start exercising. Beicheng now has both a high-speed train and flights available with Xiangcheng. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai took a flight to Beicheng. It would take 8 to 9 hours by car, but the flight got them to Beicheng in less than 2 hours. Ming Dongheng hadn't come with them as he had to go to Bacter Street for the gladiatorial contest, and the person who came to receive Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai was a familiar face, the general manager of Jiahao Hotel, Xia Zhongfei. Xia Zhongfei drove the car steadily to Jiahao Hotel, and then left the car keys with Jiang Fulai. He didn't dare to linger. The rooms reserved for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were still on the 3rd floor, with their rooms next to each other. Jiang he didn't come along. These days he followed Ji Heng around with a chessboard, beating everyone in the alley, young and old, into an invincible state. Now, the idle elders in the alley would run away upon seeing the father and son duo holding their stools. It was a rare trip to Beijing for Bai Lian. Naturally, she also wanted to see the Calligraphy Association, as well as Zhou Wenba. During the New Year, Zhou Wenba sent New Year's gifts to Bai Lian through Zhou Wenqing. This time coming to Beijing, Bai Lian had also prepared some tobacco for them. She was on the phone with Zhou Wenba in front. The visit was so sudden that Zhou Wenba didn't have time to prepare. How come you're back already? I'll wait for you at the Calligraphy Association tomorrow morning. Okay. Bai Lian followed behind the lobby manager. The manager held 2 room cards in his hands, opened the door to Bai Lian's room, stood aside to let the 2 of them in. She had just finished speaking on the phone with Zhou Wenba. Lin Guangxi's call followed immediately after. Miss Bai, will you go to the headquarters tomorrow? Bai Lian stood in the living room of the suite, watching Jiang Fulai open the window curtain, lazily leaning against the table with his tall figure, while his other hand braced against the table's surface. Tomorrow afternoon, I have other things in the morning. Jiang Fulai drew the curtain open. From the 3rd floor, one could only see the scenery below the hotel. He took a step back. Turning to look at Bai Lian, she had just finished speaking with Lin Guangxiu and was slowly sending messages to Su Jiue and a few others left in Jiangjing laboratory. Her beautiful brows and eyes gathered solemnly, like a heavy ink-painted landscape. Jiang Fulai glanced over, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, then slowly walked over, pressed her hand that was on the table down, and kissed her slightly tender lips. Meanwhile, rose-colored clubhouse. Lin Guangxiu walked into the private room from outside. In the room, Bai Qiming and Song Min's father stood up to greet Lin Guangxiu with an extended hand, introducing themselves. Director Lin, hello, I am Bai Qiming. Lin Guangxiu greeted them politely. I assume both President Bai and President Song are aware of Xuankang's project in Beijing. This is the first time Xiankang is going online in the center of Beijing. We are collaborating with Luo Pharmaceuticals, and we have already obtained the license certification from Beijing city authorities. Luo Pharmaceuticals was undoubtedly the leading pharmaceutical company in Asia. Even Bai Qiming, who didn't deal much with the pharmaceutical industry, knew of Luo Pharmaceuticals' status. Of course, President Lin, Bai Qiming sat upright with a serious demeanor, glanced at his secretary behind him, who immediately took out the press release documents of the Bai family and Song family. We also ask you to believe in our alliance with the Song family. Together, we will move forward side by side. Lin Guangxi's eyes skimmed over the document. Before coming to Beijing, Lin Guangxiu had already investigated the situation, and indeed, both the Bai family and the Song family stood out in terms of strength. However, Lin Guangxiu just shook his head without saying a word. Beside him, a young waitress added wine to Lin Guangxi's glass. Bai Qiming was surprised. Does President Lin have any concerns? This matter is not for me to decide. Lin Guangxiu picked up the wine glass, not agreeing to the proposal at the dinner table. The top executive of Xiankang will come to our headquarters tomorrow. This was a hint to the 2 men, trying to curry favor. Lin Guangxiu was thinking about Miss Bai's upcoming visit. He didn't drink much wine and went back to prepare for the meeting. Bai Qiming and Father Song escorted Lin Guangxiu to his car, and once he had left, Father Song turned to Bai Qiming with surprise. Who is the top executive of Xiankang? I don't know. Bai Qiming's gaze retracted as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Publicly, there is only one Mr. Mao, but it's said that he comes from Bacter Street. The rapid development of Xiankang within just 2 years, and its significant influence in Jiangjing, was enough to demonstrate a powerful background. Both returned to their own homes. Song Min listened to Father Song's report, his eyes and brows slightly raised. The top executive of Xiankang, who is it? It's still unclear. Your Uncle Bai and I plan to go to the Xiankang headquarters tomorrow. Father Song slowly took off his suit jacket and turned. Then we will naturally find out. The next day. In the afternoon, Bai Lian visited the Calligraphy Association to see an exhibition and had Jiang Fulai hand a gift bag to Zhou Wenba. The gift bag was a white paper bag, not heavy at all. Jiang Fulai had been holding it the whole time. Wearing sportswear and a black mask on his face, Jiang Fulai, holding the paper bag with one hand, followed Bai Lian calmly and handed over the gift bag when asked. This was the first time Zhou Wenbo had faced Jiang Fulai directly. He didn't know who this person was. But when he caught sight of those light-colored phoenix eyes looking over, he quickly bowed and took the gift bag with both hands. "Thank you." After sending Bai Lian off, Zhou Wenbo wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and called Zhou Wenqing, oddly complaining about the person who was with Bai Lian. After hearing Zhou Wenbo's complaints, Zhou Wenqing fell into a mystifying silence. "That should be young Master Jiang." "Jiang? Which Jiang?" Zhou Wenbo was slightly stunned. "You know about the Gao family and Xiang family, right? The large academic factions I've told you about," Zhou Wenqing began. Of course, Zhou Wenbo knew about some affairs in their academic circle. The head of the Xiang family is a leading figure. "Yes, you've mentioned Dean Xiang. He's not the dean anymore." Zhou Wenqing's tone was light and breezy. "The election at the Academy of Sciences ended yesterday, and young Master Jiang was elected." "Him?" Zhou Wenbo spoke incredulously. "He's so young." "Yes, he might be young." Zhou Wenqing clicked his tongue. "But do you know who the Xinjiang district in Jiangjing is named after?" "Beicheng." The Xiankang headquarters was located near the Western Development Zone. Bai Qiming and Father Song arrived here early, both sitting in the lounge room and welcomed by the investment manager. The three of them talked enthusiastically. At 3:30 p.m. "Have they arrived?" The investment manager got a call from his assistant and hurriedly stood up, apologizing to the two men. "Mr. Bai, Mr. Song, please rest here a while longer." Bai Qiming and Father Song exchanged looks, knowing that the elusive person had arrived. Chapter 893, She is Bai Lian. Lin Guangxiu had been waiting downstairs early for Bai Lian. After the people from the investment department came down, the managers from the product and development department stood on either side of Lin Guangxiu. Most of the people inside Xiankang had been recruited by Xiaoqi from outside, and everyone knew about the various exclusive licenses and R&D certificates inside Xiankang. Those who worked at the headquarters always had cameras attached to them to prevent the leakage of certain prescriptions. Subtly, the managers were all aware that their enterprise was no ordinary one. Soon, a local car slowly approached from ahead. Lin Guangxiu took out his phone and repeatedly confirmed the license plate, then led the managers forward. The front passenger door opened first. Lin Guangxiu instantly saw a woman dressed in plain clothes stepping out, with deep black eyes and black hair tied back at the head. Her youthful face looked overly relaxed. She seemed to have none of the gentleness he had expected from a capable female professional. "Miss Bai?" he tentatively asked. Bai Lian calmly closed the car door and turned towards him with a nonchalant wave of her hand. "Composed and serene, Manager Lin." As soon as she spoke, her presence was quite pronounced. "Miss Bai." Lin Guangxiu quickly extended both hands and introduced her to the nearby managers. "This is our investment department's manager Zhao, and this is the product promotions." Jiang Fulai turned off the ignition and got out of the driver's seat. When he opened the door and stepped out, the temperature at the site seemed to drop a few degrees. Lin Guangxiu and the others looked over and only saw a tall man walking over to Bai Lian's side. He didn't speak, but merely took a mask and put it on himself, his hands folded in front of him as he stood silently beside Bai Lian, his black clothing making his skin appear unnaturally pale. This demeanor did not seem that of an ordinary person. It had never been seen in Beicheng before. Lin Guangxiu quickly shifted his gaze, not daring to ask more, and walked on Bai Lian's right, leading her through a tour of Beicheng's headquarters. Currently, through the official account, Beicheng already has over 2,000 people registered for the myopia acupuncture. Lin Guangxiu pressed the elevator button and reported the situation in Beicheng to Bai Lian. "There are too many registrants, and the account has now stopped taking more. Dr. Huang and several other resident physicians are training other acupuncturists until you arrive." Previously Xiankang had no presence in Beicheng. Bai Lian initially did not mention it, and Xiaoqi had planned to divert Beicheng's tourists to Xiangcheng. It had been put on hold until now. Xiangcheng was now on the right track, with the City Tower, Wallow Street, and Purist Street, etc., all becoming iconic buildings. Over the past 2 years, the people of Xiangcheng had been positive and had won the trust of all visitors. No longer needing such diversion, Xiaoqi then planned a branch in Beicheng. Most of those seeking myopia acupuncture were students, who, due to poor academic performances, had to travel long distances for acupuncture each day. So when Xiankang in Beijing opened, a mass of students' parents camped out to secure appointments. The headquarters elevator was quite spacious. Jiang Fulai, holding his phone, slowly followed by Lien inside. The enclosed space was oppressively claustrophobic. Lin Guangxiu, with a forced nerve, stood to Bai Lian's right, trying to keep a considerable distance from Jiang Fulai. Since he dared to enter, the managers from the investment department did not dare to do so, each standing respectfully outside the elevator, looking up at the sky as if reluctant to enter. Lin Guangxiu watched helplessly as the elevator doors closed. In the lounge, Bai Qiming and Mr. Song were still sitting on the sofa, chatting intermittently. With this partnership with Xiankang secured, things will be easier for us in the future. This was a very important part of their company's external development. We, along with several other families, Mr. Song's expression remained composed. Xiankang will likely choose us without any surprises. His gaze, however, kept shifting towards the door. Bai Qiming set down his teacup and considered the whole of Beijing. Their two families, along with the Kong family, were unmatched by many. Their phones lay on the table, cameras sealed. Soon, the investment department's manager returned, and Bai Qiming quickly stood up. Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao was alone. Manager Lin and the others are still in the meeting room. Manager Zhao understood Bai Qiming's look and smiled. They will visit Dr. Huang soon and should be out shortly. Bai Qiming and Mr. Song exchanged glances. Mr. Song picked up his phone. Manager Zhao, we won't disturb you any longer today and will take our leave. Manager Zhao escorted Bai Qiming and Mr. Song downstairs. While Mr. Song spoke of leaving, the three of them exited the elevator and stood chatting at the main door of Xiankang headquarters, without leaving. Chapter 894, She is Bai Lian. Tu Yuguang stared in the direction of the elevator. Three people casually chatted, soon turning the conversation to their children. Hearing that Bai Qiming's children were all at Jianghu University, Manager Zhao was very surprised. Oh? They're all at Jianghu University? Truly, a lion does not father a sheep. How difficult it was to get into Jianghu University was evident to everyone. President Bai's son is studying physics at Jianghu University, working on experiments under a professor. Song's father chuckled. He's already preparing for graduate recommendation, and this year he's also planning to receive the highest scholarship. Manager Zhao looked even more impressed. Bai Qiming, though outwardly indifferent, had his hands clasped behind his back. As they talked, Yu Guang noticed, the elevator doors opened again. Bai Qiming saw a girl come out first. She was looking down, talking to someone on her left, only the jade hairpin at the back of her head visible. The afternoon light was good, and it illuminated her contour enveloped in light. Bai Qiming was about to look away, but something felt off in his heart. Suddenly he paused, staring intently at the girl. He froze completely. Song's father was still discussing Song Min and Bai Shaoqi with Manager Zhao. Next to him, Bai Qiming suddenly fell silent, looking behind as if stupefied. Song's father looked in that direction, puzzled. Several people walked out of the elevator. In the middle was a plainly dressed girl, with a young man wearing a mask beside her, and on the other side was Lin Guangxiu, whom Song's father knew very well. Song's father was about to say, "Isn't that President Lin?" The next second, the girl lifted her face, revealing a relaxed and casual appearance. His voice also choked. Lin Guangxiu was alone in the elevator, bearing the pressure from Jiang Fulai, and he too had reached a breaking point. Seeing Manager Zhao, he was very touched. Taking a few steps forward, he greeted Bai Qiming and the others, only feeling that something was unusual about Bai Qiming's expression. "President Bai, President Song, are you leaving?" "President Lin, there are matters at the company." Bai Qiming barely shifted his gaze away from Bai Lian. He struggled to calm himself. Lin Guangxiu instantly realized that Bai Qiming and Song's father were specifically waiting for him. He chuckled and introduced Bai Lian to them. "What a coincidence, Miss Bai is also about to leave." "President Bai, President Song, this is Miss Bai." After addressing both of them, he turned around, gently and respectfully said to Bai Lian, "Miss Bai, these two are well-known entrepreneurs from Beijing. The Bai family's textile industry is very famous. This time, they also come with sincerity to collaborate with us." Bai Lian stopped, her dark eyes lazily narrowed. Upon hearing this, she just smiled. Bowing her head to Bai Qiming and President Song, she did not say much, graciously waiting until Lin Guangxiu finished speaking, then leisurely said goodbye. "Manager Lin, I'll head over to Dr. Huang now." Her expression was indifferent. Lin Guangxiu watched Bai Lian's expression, discerning nothing. The entrance security brought over Jiang Fulai's car, respectfully handing over the keys, which Jiang Fulai took. Yu Guang swept over Bai Qiming, carrying an inherent chill. It was time to depart. Lin Guangxiu could not understand the odd atmosphere, assuming Bai Qiming and Song's father were wary of Jiang Fulai. As Bai Lian boarded the car, he made eye signals to Bai Qiming and Song's father. But his eyes were almost popping out, and the two were still standing in the same place, motionless. The black car slowly drove away. Those standing at the company's main entrance slowly exhaled a breath. Bai Qiming's gaze followed that car. He didn't speak. "Mr. Lin," Mr. Song asked, "those two earlier were." Bai Qiming also looked towards Lin Guangxiu. "I wanted to ask you," Lin Guangxiu squinted his eyes, countering, "weren't you here today to meet Miss Bai? Why is it that when you finally see her, you don't say a word?" "We were here to meet the strategist of Xian Kong," Bai Qiming subconsciously replied. But he stopped midway, suddenly realizing what Lin Guangxiu meant. He looked up, staring blankly at Lin Guangxiu. "Right, you just met her," Lin Guangxiu began. "She is Miss Bai." Bai Qiming sat in his car stunned, and when the driver asked where to go next, he couldn't come to his senses. He just looked up, staring at the office building outside the car window. Xian Kong, like Xiangqing in recent years, is a hot topic on the internet, supporting hundreds of bloggers. To develop a pharmaceutical company in just 2 years to rival the Luo family, Xian Kong must have a mastermind behind its operations. Even Bai Qiming had vaguely heard that Xian Kong wasn't just backed by a single power, it had support both domestically and internationally. But how could that person be Bai Lian? Wasn't Bai Lian studying at Jianghu University? She was clearly a physics student. The car arrived at the Bai family home. Wuxia Qing was already standing at the gate, wearing a figure-hugging mermaid dress, welcoming Bai Qiming as he exited the car. As he stepped down, she saw Bai Qiming's pale and dazed face and quickly supported him, asking gently, "Qiming, did the negotiation not go smoothly today?" Bai Qiming didn't say a word, just withdrew his hand. He slowly walked to the nearby ancestral hall. In the middle of the ancestral hall, where the family tree was placed. 2 years ago, he and his grand-uncle had crossed out Bai Lian's name here. It was also here that he sent Bai Lian to Xiangqing. Remembering the overwhelming news from last time, Bai Qiming's eyes lost their sparkle. "Ancestors, did I really make the wrong choice?" Meanwhile, Mr. Song also arrived at the Song family. Song Min was also at the company today, waiting for some good news from his father. Strangely, as soon as his father returned, he said nothing, only went to pour himself a cup of coffee. The secretary glanced at Song Min and didn't dare to intervene. Song Min waved his hand to dismiss the secretary, and seeing his father about to overflow the coffee, reached out slowly to turn off the machine, his handsome brows furrowed. "Dad, what did Mr. Lin say? Did you meet the person behind Xian Kong?" He and Bai Shaoqi had always been involved in startups, albeit small-scale compared to their family businesses, but he was considered the most successful among this group of rich second generations. It was precisely because of these attempts that he understood how terrifying it was for Xian Kong to develop to such extents within a few years. "I met her." Mr. Song picked up the coffee and walked outside the lounge. Mr. Song was in finance. Bai Lian aced her exams. Bai Lian received excellent grades, all of which he had no concept of. He didn't understand what this excellence actually entailed. But put it in a business context, tell him Bai Lian is the top decision-maker of Xian Kong, and he would immediately comprehend. "Song Min," Mr. Song called him as he stepped outside. In the earliest days, Song Min and Bai Lian were engaged. Song Min's heart skipped a beat. He looked up. Mr. Song was holding a white porcelain coffee cup, not drinking, his gaze deeply fixed on his son, his tone complicated. She is Bai Lian. Chapter 895, 353 Jianghu University Preparatory Camp 61247524 points. At the end of August, the weather in Beijing wasn't so hot. Lin Guangxiu and manager Zhao were in the office, discussing Bai Kaiming's reaction just now. This President Bai has been so determined to secure this cooperation, making such efforts before and after. How did he drop the ball at the critical moment? Lin Guangxiu sat down with narrowing eyes. Both shrewd, they had already guessed there must be more to this. Speaking of which, said manager Zhao as he sat opposite Lin Guangxiu, picking up the teapot to pour a cup of tea for Lin Guangxiu, Miss Bai and President Bai both share the Bai surname. The same surname. Bai. This point rang a bell for Lin Guangxiu. After much contemplation, not daring to disturb Xiaoqi, he decided to ask Sun Chun instead. Sun Chun was also one of Xiaoqi's top generals, smart and quick to learn anything. She had a hand in the design of the Xiankang logo, a veteran figure by now. And she was very approachable. All the managers under her got on very well with her. Jiangjing. Sun Chun had the day off today. Wearing a silver tank top and denim shorts, her chestnut curls casually draped behind her head, she leaned against the bubble tea shop at the edge of the university town's snack street, waiting for the boss to make her a mango pomelo sago. Upon receiving Lin Guangxi's call, she didn't say much but flipped through her phone and sent him a piece of news. Classmate, the boss handed the mango pomelo sago to her, noting Sun Chun's attire and the direction she was looking in. Are you a student from the Fine Arts College? The boss, who had seen many students, thought Sun Chun, with her aura, very much resembled those studying art. Particularly those from the Fine Arts College. Me? Sun Chun took the mango pomelo sago, thanked him, and replied, I'm not a college student. Not a college student? The boss looked at Sun Chun with a hint of surprise but didn't inquire further. Sun Chun inserted the transparent straw into the bubble tea cup and took a sip of the chili mango pomelo sago before glancing once more in the direction of the Fine Arts College. She waved at the boss and turned to leave. After she walked away, a girl with a drawing board came from the left and looked at Sun Chun's retreating figure with some confusion. Jiao classmate, the bubble tea shop owner clearly knew this girl. Do you know the lady who just left? She looks kind of familiar. Jiao classmate skillfully ordered a bubble tea, touching her chin. The bubble tea shop owner picked up a large cup to make another tea, shrugging, do you? But she said she isn't from your school. She probably isn't, otherwise with her looks, she would have been featured on the confession wall long ago. However, the girl wondered, why did this miss look somewhat familiar? Far away in Beijing, Lin Guangxiu. He opened the news article Sun Chun had sent him and was taken aback. Manager Zhao, Lin Guangxiu picked up his tea cup and gulped down the hot tea. We cannot cooperate with the Bai family and the Song family, look for other material. Most people were watching the Xuankangs move into the center of Beijing. It was originally thought that the Bai family and the Song family, by forming a powerful alliance, could take the lead. Unexpectedly, Xiankang abandoned the collaboration with these two influential figures in favor of other enterprises. That same day, Lin Guangxiu deleted the Bai family and the Song family from the backup materials sent to Bai Lian and Xiaoqi. Xuankang's decision to avoid cooperating with the Bai family was something Bai Qiming could probably have predicted the moment he knew who Bai Lian was. Still, he hadn't expected things to unfold so quickly. That very evening, rumors spread of Lin Guangxiu dining with the Wei family. Bai Qiming stepped out of the ancestral hall, having just received this news from his secretary, and his expression grew increasingly dim. He wandered into the family conference room in a daze. The spacious conference room felt empty, redwood chairs lining the sides of the 10-meter table, all unoccupied. He pulled out the chair at the far left and sat down. Tell me, did I do something wrong? The butler stood silently behind Bai Qiming, knowing what he was thinking but not daring to chime in. When Bai Shaoka first appeared, the entire Bai family saw him as a savior. Later, after topping the Beijing high school exam, he became the pinnacle achievement of the Bai family for decades. Even the butler thought that the family wouldn't see another descendant like him for decades to come. Therefore, the Bai family's great-uncle went to great lengths. He invited Bai Shaoke and Bai Shaoqi back, driving away Ji Mulan and leaving only Bai Lian behind. Back then, Bai Lian was considered uneducated, and even the butler felt that bringing Bai Shaoke back was the right thing to do. Who knew that in just 2 short years, such a drastic change would occur? The girl who was once caught cheating in school and rejected by Beijing High School later became the top scholar in the national exams. Now, she had a significant relationship with Xiankong, a pharmaceutical empire that had branches all over the country. Who could have seen that coming? Chapter 896, 353 Jianghu University Preparatory Camp 61247524 points. _2, sir, the butler sighed inwardly, but changed the subject. The young master is being recommended for this year's top scholarship at Jianghu University. The top scholarship at Jianghu University, that's like a battle among gods. If he gets it, pretty much there won't be any problem with his research placement. In the past, Bai Qiming would have been very pleased to hear such topics, but now he could hardly feel happy. If Bai Shaoke can secure a research placement, what about Bai Lian? Bai Lian hadn't paid much attention to the matters of Beijing's Xiankong branch. After dealing with Beijing's affairs with Zhang Fulai, she hurried back to Jiangjing. The two still had a pile of matters to handle at the research institute. Ji Heng, however, was not in a hurry to return. Yang Lin had to stay behind to handle demolitions. She hadn't taken much vacation this year, her holidays spent either in the lab or working part-time. This time Xia Zhuiyu gave her a long holiday to sort out her family affairs. So she wasn't in a rush to return to Jiangjing. Ning Xiao's family had no one else, and he didn't stay longer in Jiangjing either. After knowing that Wang Yufeng had bought the apartment in Shanghai apartment, he decided to bring his grandmother's portrait to Jiangjing. The day after Bai Lian returned, he packed up and headed back to Jiangjing first. The others decided to stay a few more days in Shangcheng. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian returned to room 303 a day early, and Dean Huang asked her about the speech draft she and Ning Xiao were working on. Both had been recommended for this year's Celebrity Wall. They needed to defend and give a speech at the Golden Report Hall. Jianghu University had created a promotional panel for them, which Dean Huang had just sent to Bai Lian to see. It's finished. Bai Lian leaned against the back of her chair, holding a white silk handkerchief in her right hand, methodically wiping the cyan porcelain vase beside her, her gaze fixed on the enlarged panel on her computer screen. The panel was a perpetually fresh light green hue. At the top was the school's emblem and the words, Jiangjing University, in bold letters. Below that was a title, Jiangjing University Elite Scholars, Undergraduate, Candidate Department of Physics Bai Lian. Below that was a bunch of her introductions. Grades from the Tongfeng class, several major competitions, and even that training abroad, even the paper written with He Wen and Ning Xiao. All were listed there. If you have no issues, we'll have it displayed on the celebrity wall tomorrow, Dean Huang said satisfied on the phone. The presentation on the 3rd, is Ning Xiao back yet? Bai Lian diverted her attention, he will be back tomorrow. Good, show me Ning Xiao's draft for the speech. 20 professors will be judging on the 3rd, and inevitably there will be people from the Xiang family among them. Dean Huang was always pleased with Bai Lian. Even he couldn't find fault in the reviews she wrote. If it weren't for his teacher beating him to it, he would have made her his direct apprentice without hesitation. Dean Huang needed to check Ning Xiao's draft. Bai Lian ended the call, pulled up Ning Xiao's WeChat, and asked him to send the speech draft and the PowerPoint presentation over to Dean Huang. Jiangjing University. Dean Huang was reviewing Ning Xiao's draft while talking to Shunyu. Why doesn't he come to our school? Shunyu, holding a thermal mug, paced back and forth in Dean Huang's office. I'm about to retire, and I want to see him join our school before I retire. Dean Huang multitasked through the speech draft. You should stop persuading that student. Didn't he think about what the people from Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law were there for? If not wielding pens to draft laws, then hammering gavels in court. If their president knew that Jianghu University still harbored desires for Zhang Xi's, what then? It said Zhang Xi's even has an obsessive-level teacher. So why doesn't he come to our school? Shen Yu looked at Dean Huang again. Dean Huang, fine, they've turned their dean into a broken record. He had ceased paying attention to Shen Yu, and was multitasking by finishing the lecture draft, feeling that Ning Xiao had written it exceptionally well. Surprised, he then opened the PowerPoint presentation. The second slide of the PPT was about the presenter. The moment he saw who the presenter was, Director Huang immediately closed the PPT. At this moment, Shen Yu could see Director Huang's actions clearly and stopped. Is this Ning's PPT? In the past, it was rare for even one student to make it to the celebrity wall each year, but this year there were two, and Shen Yu took this matter very seriously. However, he also worried that Ning Xiao might not pass the voting by the senior professors. After all, Bai Lian was backed by an academician from the Ma Institute, whereas Ning Xiao was genuinely unaffiliated. Yes, Director Huang calmed down. As for him, you need not worry. The next day, 7 in the morning. Jianghu University staff had placed 3 advertising boards, each over a meter tall, to the right of the huge rock at Celebrity Square. The school was currently preparing for the orientation of new students. The staff and many senior students had returned to set up the campus and their respective departments. Kong Wei and Yu Min, who were part of the student council and had been promoted to department heads, were now following Yi Jingxian's lead to set up the physics department's orientation site early. Jianghu also had new students who came early with their parents to tour Jianghu University, and they checked in at Celebrity Square right away. In front of them, statues of Liang Zuan and his students filled the first few rows, admired by all. Those closest to them were the names engraved on the huge rock of the celebrity wall. The ultimate aspiration of all students at Jianghu University. Since the inception of this huge rock, fewer than 70 people have achieved this honor. The last person to have their name engraved on this rock was He Wen, the man who had led the entire Jianghu University's research trend in the past 2 years. Everyone was certain that those who appeared on the celebrity wall would become leading figures in their respective fields of study. And today, the tourists and Jianghu University students who routinely visited Celebrity Square to pay their respects saw the 3 advertising boards placed nearby. Kong Wei, joining in the excitement, could also see the content of the boards and shouted, "You see Min. Come take a look." Yu Min, holding a banner, moved closer and squeezed into the crowd to look. The middle board had a green background and was slightly taller than the 2 beside it. In the top left corner was Jianghu University and its logo. In the center were 4 huge characters: Jianghu University Elite Scholars, Jianghu University Celebrity Wall, Report Session, September 3 Golden Report Hall. On the left and right sides were the 2 candidates participating in this report session. On the right was a young man wearing glasses, pale-faced, and looking somewhat melancholic, Physics Department, Ning Xiao. The one on the left, well known to most at Jianghu University, Physics Department, Bai Lian. That wasn't all. Everyone was looking at the description below. Bai Lian, aims high, stands above all, *3 SCI papers as second author Jianghu University Mathematical Modeling Competition first prize outstanding graduate of the winter summer camp. Bai Lian was only a freshman. When did he participate in the math modeling? Of course, these were no longer important. At the site, all eyes of Jianghu University students were on the last row, Jianghu University Preparatory Camp 612475524 points. Chapter 897, 354 is just revisiting the peak. Did Jianghu University's prep camp have a player with over 60 million points? Of course, they did. Everyone remembered the one who suddenly appeared in the top 10 last year. Then slowly surpassed He Wen, surpassed the scholars from Ma Institute, and finally reached second. With her speed, everyone on the app knew that it was only a matter of time before she scored full points. She was the first to reach this position step by step in front of all of them. It was only after the Mu family announced their members that so many people flocked to them. Some had guessed who that second place was, all guessing it was someone from an overseas lab. No one expected to see that name at Jianghu University. Is this the god picker? Yu Simin gripped the banner in her hand tightly, while her other hand pinched Kong Wei's arm. Kong Wei stood beside her. It's her, it's really her, our roommate. As the two spoke, the alumni of Jianghu University nearby also exploded. The god picker is actually her? What kind of genius is this? Right, and there's also Ning Xiao, he's from her class, isn't he? What kinds of people were in last year's college entrance exams? These 2 days were Jianghu University's most bustling freshman orientation ceremony, yet this year, it was overshadowed by the addition of 2 new students to the celebrity list, with not many posts discussing the newcomers on the school forum. The quality of this year's freshmen wasn't as explosively impressive as last year with several prodigies. All were overshadowed by the posts about the god picker and the celebrity wall. This was also the result the school wanted, to advocate for academia, to celebrate benchmarks, so as to produce more benchmarks. The university town's forums were also madly filled with a flurry of posts. God picker. Am I witnessing the birth of a new god? Ah, it's actually her. The campus exploded. Bai Lian's WeChat groups were also exploding, with students from Tongfeng class and former foundational theory classes, all frantically tagging Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Especially Bai Lian. Aside from Gao Wen's group, classmates from Tongfeng often asked her questions. She was gentle and polite. Everyone felt close to her. Bai Lian was in room 303, drawing a pattern of flowers on the table, looking at the buzzing phone. She replied a few messages before realizing the group messages were flooding even faster, so she quietly put down her phone. If it had been Zhang Fulai, let alone these classmates, even Dean Huang and the president wouldn't dare to tag him. When Sun Chun and Xiaoqi arrived, Bai Lian had just completed a drawing of iris flowers. Xiaoqi's legs had recovered about 70 to 80% and he walked over. He was also holding the planning proposal from Beicheng. Bai Lian set down her brush and reached out to take Xiaoqi's planning proposal, surprised that Sun Chun also came over today. While looking at the planning proposal, she inquired about Xiaoqi's recent rehabilitation training. I can move like a normal person now, Xiaoqi said nonchalantly about his legs. Doctor, he has been giving me acupuncture every day. Sun Chun went to boil water in the kitchen. Room 303 was still arranged by her, as Bai Lian's stuff was placed just as originally situated without much change. Sun Chun boiled the water and incidentally made a pot of tea, pouring some for both of them. Occasionally, she answered Bai Lian's questions about Xiankang headquarters. Jiang He and Xiao Han were still in Xiangqing and hadn't returned, making room 303 quite deserted. At the building entrance, a taxi pulled over. Ning Xiao got out from the passenger's side, and Yang Lin with black-rimmed glasses followed from the back seat. Both went to the back of the taxi to retrieve their luggage. Yang Lin was still on the phone with Xia Zhuiyu. Teacher, yes, I've arrived, I'll head to the school after dropping off my luggage. Originally, Yang Lin wasn't supposed to return for another 2 days, but Xia Zhuiyu suddenly needed her back. She hurried back to Jiangjing with Ning Xiao, taking advantage of the start of the school year when the entrance to Jianghu University was crowded. She decided to first return to Shanghai apartment. At the door of room 303, Yang Lin placed a hand on her suitcase. One hand pressed the doorbell. By her side, Ning Xiao was reading a paper. The door opened from the inside, and a tall woman in a white t-shirt and light-colored jeans greeted them, her curly hair lazily draped behind her head, a lit cigarette held between her fingers. Yang Lin's eyelashes were slightly lowered, she hardly looked at people. A pair of pitch-black eyes hidden behind the lenses. At that moment, seeing the woman who opened the door, those pitch-black eyes trembled. It seemed the woman opening the door hadn't expected Yang Lin to be the one ringing the bell either. She too stopped at the doorway. The two stared at each other, neither willing to look away. In the midst of this strange atmosphere, Ning Xiao realized something was wrong. He put down his phone, looked up, and greeted Sun Chun expertly, Sister Sun Chun. Chapter 898, 354 is just revisiting the peak_2. Then she glanced sideways and called out in a low voice, Yang Lin? Yang Lin was always silent, paying little attention to others except for Bai Lian, even capable of ignoring Zhang Fulai. This was the first time Ning Xiao had seen any semblance of emotion on her face. The anomaly at the doorway disturbed Bai Lian, who was in the living room. She put down the document in her hand. Why not come in? Sun Chun pursed her red lips and moved to the side, gesturing for Yang Lin and Ning Xiao to come in. Yang Lin's hand still rested on the handle of her suitcase, probably pale, as she stood at the door. After a long moment, she finally moved her feet and entered the hall. In the hall, Bai Lian raised her hand, unfolded the teacups one by one, and poured 2 fresh cups of tea. She gestured to the empty seats beside her, signaling for everyone to sit down, and pushed the cups of tea towards Yang Lin and Ning Xiao with her pale fingers. Her gaze fell on Sun Chun, and her other hand tapped on the table intermittently, not asking any questions, but speaking to Ning Xiao, speech on the third. Ning Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Zhuyu called again, asking his assistant to come pick up Yang Lin. Yang Lin hurriedly answered the call and left. Bai Lian looked at the luggage Yang Lin hadn't had time to take with her and glanced at Sun Chun. She gestured for her to come to the study. In the study, Bai Lian stood in front of the desk, her slender and symmetrical hands holding a silver pair of scissors, trimming an exceptionally fresh rose. Without questioning Sun Chun, she meticulously continued to trim. Dressed in a long green dress, her lashes lowered, she appeared calm and serene through a hazy side view, exuding an air of tranquil timelessness. Watching the water droplets roll off the rose petals in Bai Lian's hand, Sun Chun found herself calming down as well. She began calmly, "Miss Bai, Yang Lin is my sister, she must have recognized me." Bai Lian's hand, while snipping the stems, paused briefly. She was not so surprised. She had noted the peculiarity of their meeting moments ago. Only the hand holding the scissors tensed. Your real name is Yang Qiong," she looked up and asked. Sun Chun's gaze shifted to the window. It had been a long time since anyone had called her by that name, which she presumed Yang Lin had told Bai Lian. "Yes," she said, and then smiled lightly. "Sold to Backter Street at 17, for 7 years. If it weren't for you and Mao Xiao, I'd still be trapped in Backter Street." Having said this, Sun Chun knelt before Bai Lian, her expression solemn as she kowtowed 3 times. "Miss Bai, you and Yang Lin are my greatest saviors." Sun Chun was well aware of the troubles that plagued Yang Lin. Now, Yang Lin had been admitted to Jianghu University, and she herself had escaped that dire place. Everything was moving in a positive direction. "Yang Lin has been looking for you for a long time," Bai Lian helped her up. "Go talk to her after she gets out of Professor Xia's lab." Sun Chun stood up with a sigh and a bitter smile. "I know, but I don't know how to face her." She didn't know how to tell Yang Lin about her current life. Sun Chun left the room. Bai Lian pursed her lips, watching Sun Chun's retreating figure. Her thoughts wandered to the trophy displayed in Ji Xian's house, and to what Shen Qing had once told her, about the most talented student who won first place in the art exam, was pre-invited by 3 art schools, and whom Ji Xiaojun could not forget, Yang Qiong. It turned out to be her. The first daughter sold by Yang Jianmen. September 3rd. Today is Sunday and the last day for new students to register. In the Golden Report Hall, many people arrived as early as 6 in the morning with their student ID cards, vying for a spot to sit in. Those who came late could only wait outside the hall's entrance, hoping for someone to leave. When Bai Lian and Ning Xiao arrived at the entrance, the stairs on both sides of the door were crowded. Seeing Bai Lian, most of the crowd waved their books or phones, shouting, "Godsend." Bai Lian stepped on the stairs and, hearing their voices, turned back to look. She was wearing a white chiffon long dress today, decorated only with 2 bands of embroidered flowers at the cuff and hemline, radiating a simple elegance. The morning sunlight filtered through the airborne dust and landed on her, making her resemble a young noblewoman leisurely strolling through a bamboo forest. As the breeze graced by, the students standing on either side of the staircase watched her skirt flutter, temporarily lost in reverie. They conjured in their minds the image of the Bai family's young miss following close behind Liang Zuan at Celebrity Square. Inside the Golden Report Hall, the first 2 rows were reserved for professors. The rows behind were filled with students eager to audit the lecture. The dean stood at the entrance and, upon seeing Ning Xiao and Bai Lian, relayed the details. Ning Xiao, you will speak first, and the professors will occupy the first 2 rows. Ning Xiao, holding a USB drive, listened to the dean's instructions and went to the podium to prepare for his presentation. Chapter 899, 354 is just revisiting the peak_3. The first 2 rows were occupied by highly influential professors from the physics department. Professor Sun Fu, who initially led Bai Lian's experiments, was also there, sitting in the second row, squinting at Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, with an expression hard to argue against. Sitting in front of him was Zhou Wenqing. The classroom that day could be said to contain half of the might of Jianghu University's physics department. The students from the physics department and other departments sitting at the back didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Bai Xiaoke had come with Sui Jinhua, and since Sui Jinhua was a student of Dean Huang, they found seats at the back. Bai Shuke's gaze was fixed on the professors in the first and second rows. His eyes rested on the empty seat beside Shiryu. It was almost 8:30, and Dean Huang was sitting to the right of Shiryu, but the seat to the left of Shiryu, which was the centermost seat, remained empty. It won't be easy for them today, will it? Bai Xiaoke asked. I heard that the professors have to agree unanimously for the name wall engraving. Last year, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had offended a few professors. Professor Zhua, Bai Xiaoke continued as Zhua Jinhua had been silent, looking at the empty seat. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived yet? Zhua Jinhua already knew that Bai Lian was Dean Huang's junior sister. Upon hearing Bai Shuke's question, he simply shifted his gaze, clearly surprised. He's coming today as well? When mentioning him, he spoke as if treading on thin ice. Bai Xiaoke was still wondering who this he was. Just then, the front door was opened. A tall figure entered, backlit by light. Bai Xiaoke couldn't make out the person's face, but even across the distance, he felt a chilling coldness, and he instinctively held his breath. At the same time, all the bigwigs of the physics world in the first and second rows, including Dean Huang, stood up. This was an honor not even given to Dean Huang. Jiang Fulai bent slightly, just nodding towards them, then casually took his seat beside Shiryu. Bai Lian continued to stand on the left, arms crossed, watching Ning Xiao open the PPT presentation. Ning Xiao stood at the lectern, introducing himself, and then his introducer's details appeared. Everyone in the lecture hall saw the dark golden page behind him, displaying the text. Introducer information Jiang Fulai * Deputy Director of Jiangjing University Physics Science Center * Deputy Dean of Aerospace Research Institute * Deputy Dean of Scientific Research Academy * Dean of Dark Matter Institute. The lecture hall fell silent again for several minutes. After the presentation, it was time for the professors in the first and second rows to ask questions and make comments. Sun Fu had been prepared to give them a hard time. Yet he ended up asking an innocuous question akin to, "Did you have breakfast this morning?" When it was Bai Lian's turn to present, no one stood in her way, even more so. As the closed-door disciple of academician Ma, not to mention having Dean Huang's backing, with that senior brother's pull, who would dare to give her trouble? And so, the lecture presentation was over. Immediately after the presentation concluded, workers engraved the names of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao on the Wall of Fame. Jiang Fulai had left early and was wearing a duckbill cap, waiting for her by the Wall of Fame. Bai Lian was still talking with Kong Wei and others. She instantly spotted Jiang Fulai standing outside the crowd. He was tilting his hat brim down, looking up ahead. "Damn, your name, your name." Kong Wei grabbed Bai Lian's arm, directing her to look at the name wall, her face flushed with excitement. "This can go into our family records. Look quick, your name is up on the Wall of Fame." Bai Lian stood beside Kong Wei and followed her gaze. The worker was carving the final stroke of the Lian character in her name. She watched indifferently, relaxed. "How can you be so relaxed? It's your name up there." "If it were me, my family's genealogy would need a whole new page just for me." Kong Wei's eyes were wide. You see, me nodded along next to them. Having one's name engraved on the Wall of Fame was the pursuit of all students at Jianghu University. Even the old Madame Su had once sighed over this wall, to appear in the same field with Liang Zuan and his students was a great honor, and nearly the lifelong pursuit of all students. However, Bai Lian looked at the statue behind Liang Zuan, the one holding a long spear. She just smiled. Behind her, the midday sun shone brightly. Excitement? She had returned here in another capacity, letting her teacher witness that the spirited young girl he couldn't let go of hadn't lost this time. It was merely a return to the pinnacle. Chapter 900, 355 Great Rivers and Mountains, and Jianghu University Celebrity List has 2 new additions. No need to mention Bai Lian, as her popularity was nearing that of Hewen. Neither of them had returned to school. They had been staying at the Research Institute these past few days. Bai Lian documented a set of data and went back to the lounge, where Jiang Fulai was blatantly seated in her place, answering her phone. Seeing her come in, he raised his hand and gave the phone to her. "It's your grandpa's call." Bai Lian unbuttoned her lab coat and took the phone. "Grandpa? I've already told Xiao Jiang. I still need to stay in Xiangqing for another month." Ji Heng was smoking, his speech somewhat muffled. "Xiao Han will stay as well to record the process. How is your template drawing coming along?" As requested by the Xiangqing Culture and Tourism Bureau, Purist Street was also an ancient part of the city worth developing into Xiangqing Ancient Town. Knowing there was a group of embroideresses on Purist Street, the Bureau had invited these teachers to embroider a piece as both publicity and a representative item of the ancient town. It was said to involve 20 to 30 embroidery masters. "I sent it back yesterday." Bai Lian took the tea Jiang Fulai had poured for her. "Have Xiao Han bring it to you." After hanging up the phone, Bai Lian sipped her tea and slowly printed out the data. Jiang Fulai was still sitting in the chair, his finger on the mouse, looking at an untranslated paper. The sunlight through the window lazily shone on them both as he read every word, then suddenly said, "There's a 7-day holiday for National Day." Neither had really rested over the summer vacation. Bai Lian set down her teacup and turned to look at him. "I've bought the tickets." Jiang Fulai closed the paper on his screen and looked up. Bai Lian realized it was the tickets to the snowy mountains. National Day, the peak of the tourist season. The snowy mountains were on the border. On the evening of September 30th, Jiang Fulai pulled a suitcase and drove to Jiangjing Airport. At Shanghai apartment, Chen Beixian watched Jiang Fulai's black car drive away. She had one hand in her pocket, watched Ming Dongheng and asked, "Aren't you following young Master Jiang on his long journey?" The Jiang family felt relaxed. Ming Dongheng took out his car keys, glanced at Chen Beixian and said, "No need to worry." With Bai Lian there, what was there to worry about? Worry about others not living long enough? "All right then, where are you headed?" "Give me a lift." Chen Baixian's car was restricted today. She had come with Su Nanjing, who was upstairs discussing official matters with Ning Xiao. She opened the passenger side of Ming Dongheng's car. Xingyi Martial Arts School. Ming Dongheng put on sunglasses and started the car. Always so cool. He and Hall Master Jean had recently been teaching Yang Lin body conditioning techniques. It was their first time teaching a newcomer, and although Yang Lin was not very quick on the uptake, she was very enduring. Ming Dongheng and Hall Master Jean were very concerned about it. They put their hearts into it, showing off their best skills. Xingyi Martial Arts School. Chen Beixian lowered the car window, very interested in the Xingyi Martial Arts School. She went with Ming Dongheng. When they arrived at Xingyi Martial Arts School, Hall Master Jean was teaching Yang Lin how to stand firm. Chen Beixian recognized Yang Lin as Bai Lian's classmate from Jianghu University, a highly talented student. Just as she was about to ask Ming Dongheng how Yang Lin came to be here, she turned to see Hall Master Jean placing a large silver metallic block in the crouching Yang Lin's hands. Chen Beixian. Wasn't that iridium? After Yang Lin finished her half-hour session, Chen Beixian went over and tried to lift the 50-centimeter square block of iridium. She couldn't lift it. After a moment of silence, she began to ponder, Yang Lin shouldn't be at Jianghu University. She should be in a military academy. Of course, it would be even better if she were in her team. Jiangjing Airport. The elderly Jiang butler waited at the VIP entrance with 2 boarding passes in hand. From a distance, he saw 2 young people. The man was dressed in a white shirt with a subtle pattern, black casual pants, and wore a baseball cap, its brim pulled low to obscure his face. The woman beside him wore a beige linen long dress, her long hair simply tied up, her eyes looking downward as she spoke to someone next to her, relaxed yet warm. A smile appeared on the face of the butler. As the 2 approached, the butler handed over the boarding passes. "Young master, Miss Bai." Jiang Fulai lifted his head and introduced Bai Lian. "This is the Jiang butler." Bai Lian looked at the elderly man. He was wearing a black coat, with noticeable wrinkles around his eyes and forehead. "Hello." The butler saw the 2 of them off at the plane and again gently reiterated to Jiang Fulai the hotel and itinerary he had booked. Only when the backs of the 2 disappeared at the boarding gate did the butler withdraw his gaze. He took out his mobile phone, squinted his presbyopic eyes slightly, and called Gao Shu. "Director Gao," the butler said warmly and joyfully, "do you think it's time for me to start preparing for the young master and Miss Bai's wedding? These preparations will take a year or 2, especially Miss Bai's wedding gown. I need to make a trip to Xicheng." The marriage of the Jiang family's crown prince was bound to be opulent, and these preparations were anything but simple. There was the oldest weaving factory in Xicheng, and the butler planned to personally visit the owner to custom make and order a cloud brocade phoenix robe for Bai Lian. Such a timeline for the work would take at least a year. Gao Shu. "Butler Jiang, you might not need to worry about that. Alien's grandfather should have it prepared, but you can make a spare one. Mr. Ji is getting on in years, and you might also prepare some everyday clothes for Alien." That works too. The butler decided he needed to find time to go to Xicheng to have a phoenix robe custom-made for Bai Lian as a priority. He'll have someone contact the Xicheng weaving factory. National Day. Tourist season. Like all other travelers, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai took a car to the foot of the mountain to queue for cable car tickets. Jiang Fulai wore a black scarf, pulling it up to cover his jawline, revealing his prominent nose. He knocked on the window, waiting for the ticket seller to hand over the tickets. Not wearing a mask, his pale eyes seemed colder than the snow-capped mountains. The ticket seller dared not make eye contact, and her movements sped up significantly. Bai Lian stood next to him, wrapping a large beige scarf around her, her face strikingly beautiful. She adjusted her scarf downward and politely conversed with the ticket seller. "Could you give me another oxygen bottle, please?" Jiang Fulai was somewhat puzzled as to why she needed to carry oxygen. The 2 of them walked amidst the crowd, queuing to enter the cable car. A cable car could seat 4 people. Given it was the peak tourist season and there were many people, the couple across from Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai was also a young couple out for fun, appearing to be college-aged. They sat chirping, but as Jiang Fulai bent down to enter, his noble demeanor and distinguished air were visibly different from that of ordinary people. Even though he awkwardly carried an out-of-place red oxygen cylinder. The 2 simultaneously quieted their voices. Especially the young man, who stayed silent, pretending to look at the machinery outside with the girl beside him. In the confined cable car, where the temperature was already low, it seemed to drop another few degrees. Bai Lian sat next to Jiang Fulai, casually leaning back. This was her first time on a cable car, and she curiously watched the scenery below, moving quite fast. Jiang Fulai held the oxygen cylinder for her, another hand placed behind her. He wasn't watching the snow-capped mountains, for he was tired of them. His light eyes mostly rested on her, only lazily glancing at the mountains when she mentioned the scenery outside. The young woman across from them sneakily watched them, seemingly excited but too frightened to speak. She pinched the leg of the young man beside her. Upon reaching the mountain summit, they disembarked from the cable car. Seeing that the couple opposite hadn't moved, Bai Lian courteously smiled at them and led Jiang Fulai off the cable car first. After they had left, the young woman softly said to the young man beside her, "Did you see that young lady just now? Isn't she the one from Jiang University who was really popular last year?" Bai Lian's popularity was phenomenal, but in the era of intense media traffic, it had peaked for only a few days. It was soon overshadowed by other trending topics. The young woman still vaguely remembered Bai Lian, solely because Bai Lian's face was exceptionally striking. After getting off the cable car, they hadn't yet reached the mountain top. There was only a landmark check-in spot and a stretch of stairs to climb slowly for a sweeping view of the scenery below the mountain. But half of the people didn't continue climbing, choosing to check in at the landmark near the cable car instead. Fog blanketed overhead, and the sunlight was cold, with snowflakes drifting downwards. Jianghu Lai, wearing a black long down jacket provided by the hotel, took Bai Lian to climb the final stretch of stairs. That direction used to be the earliest laboratory, Jianghu Lai said, having climbed a few steps and pointing ahead. It's now restricted and pretty much gone, but if you want to see, it'll take you there by another route later. Bai Lian looked in that direction, seeing only a vast expanse of whiteness and occasionally some exposed rocks. The world was vast and boundless. She pulled up her scarf. Because they were walking slowly, snowflakes leisurely settled on her lazy brows, bringing a touch of chill. Bai Lian shook her cloak, scattering the snowflakes that had landed on the black fabric onto the ground. Being robust, she didn't wear the down jacket the hotel manager had prepared for her and wasn't cold even at the mountain summit. Stepping onto the last step at the peak, the thin oxygen began to affect even the young Lord Jiang. As Bai Lian walked towards the railing, she took the oxygen bottle from his hand, turned the valve open, and handed it to him. Jianghu Lai caught up with her and took it. Standing beside her, he quietly watched with her. Bai Lian leaned on the railing, looking around. The snow-covered mountains were perennially intact, majestic and solemn, stark yet sacred. Leaning against the railing, she glanced sideways at Jianghu Lai, who was leisurely breathing in oxygen, and smiled lazily. The snow mountains are indeed beautiful. She had traveled through the torrents of time to this world, intertwining and colliding with the modern era. This magnificent landscape, like a giant lying prone, had shone for 5,000 years, dimmed at times, but never faded away. The land was vast and beautiful. Chapter 901, 356 Extra 1, The Mysterious Apartment of the Gods. Shiqingji family winter break. Yiningmu discussed New Year's plans with Jiheng at Shanghai apartment, hoping Jiheng would stay in Jiangjing for the celebration this year. Jiheng squinted her eyes and slowly embroidered, shaking her head, no. Yining had anticipated this response, yet she proposed, then let's return on the third day of the new year. Last year she and Mu Zhao had gone back to Shangqing to celebrate the new year, so naturally, she planned to return this year too. The third day of the new year? Jiheng squinted, dropping a stitch. I might not be in Shangqing after the new year. As they spoke, Bai Lian returned outside. Yining put down her cup and stood up upon seeing the two guards following behind Bai Lian, clearly just coming from the laboratory. The guards were in plain clothes, but their demeanor was markedly different from that of ordinary people. Over 2 decades ago, Yining had seen this type of guard behind some of the elders in the Mu family. She did not expect to see them today by Bai Lian's side. Yining knew Bai Lian was involved in a project related to extracting uranium from seawater, but as for the other research that couldn't be disclosed publicly, she knew nothing about it, though she can imagine its importance based on how the institute was currently treating her. All the previous news about Bai Lian on the internet had been deleted, and the institute was also reducing the number of her public appearances. After confirming Bai Lian was home, the two guards did not stay long. Once they left, Jiheng inquired about Bai Lian's holiday plans for the new year. I haven't taken a day off in over 2 months, Bai Lian glanced at Jiang He in the glass room. The university is giving me a 7-day holiday, starting the day before New Year's Eve. With responsibilities now, Bai Lian's holidays were not as free as those of ordinary students, especially since she was now a core member of Jiang University and a spokesperson for the new generation. Wherever she went, 2 guards would always be with her for protection. Fortunately, due to the concentration of talent, Shanghai apartment had upgraded its security personnel, including guards and even janitors, to military management. The guards felt relieved after safely escorting Bai Lian back home. Of course, because of this, now anyone wanting to rent or buy an apartment in Shanghai apartment had to go through a political check of 3 generations. Dean Jian had already purchased the first floor next door, and Shen Yu was also looking at a suite in the neighboring building. Planning to formally retire and join Ji Heng's fishing team. Entry to Shanghai apartment was restricted to either PhDs or professors, making access increasingly complicated. Lance was stopped at the gate last time. Because he was a foreigner. It was only after Jiang Fulai wrote a note for him that the guards at the gate, armed with guns, let him in. In the past 6 months, due to various changes, Shanghai apartment had become a sanctuary of the gods within the circle. Some people in the circle knew who lived in buildings number 5 and number 6, and they were sharpening their heads, trying to move in. They wanted to be neighbors with leading figures in various fields. However, buying an apartment in Shanghai now was no easy task. Those who could afford a place here now were influential figures in Jianghu. 7 days? Ji Heng was surprised, not expecting Bai Lian to get such a long holiday now. I need to go back to Xiqing after the New Year's Day. He was unsure if Bai Lian might be called back by the organization then. He didn't plan to take Bai Lian with him. Xiqing. Bai Lian removed her coat and walked towards the courtyard, her bangs loosely falling over her forehead, quite casually. She didn't ask further, all right. She remembered Ning Xiao's project was located in the maritime area of Xiqing. This year, the Lunar New Year falls on the 30th. Ji Heng, as usual, returned to Shangqing 5 days early to prepare the New Year goods. And he brought Jiang He along. Mao Kuan and Xiaoqi also returned with them. Ming Dongheng stood under building number 5, watching the backs of Ji Heng and Jiang He, then turned to talk to Su Nanjing, quite puzzled. I don't need to follow young master anymore. Bai Lian, being in the laboratory, was escorted out by 2 laboratory guards. Accompanied by a driver as well. It seemed Ming Dongheng was out of a job for a time, just usually protecting Ji Heng and Jiang He. Now, even protecting Jiang He had been taken over by Mao Kuan. Su Nanjing returned his gaze. Don't you still have to teach Miss Yang? Right, Sister Yang, Ming Dongheng cheered himself up. They were just about to head back. Not far away, a car from the Physics Institute drove up, and Su Nanjing recognized that it was Dean Huang's car. He stopped to greet him. Young Su, Dean Huang, shiny-headed, was stepping down from the back seat when he saw Su Nanjing and raised his hand, just in time. Do you have any vacant places in building number 5? Of course, there weren't any left. Su Nanjing somewhat regretted not buying more units in this complex back then. Chapter 902, Spin-off 356, The Mysterious Apartment of Gods. Xiqing Ji family _2 Su Nanjing answered him. Dean Huang, you should head to building 6, Principal Shi and Dean Jian are also there, and you might still be able to get it approved. Dean Huang felt a sudden tightness in his heart. Dean Jian of Jiangyin? Could he still be harboring designs on Bai Lian? Is building 5 sold out? Dean Huang's heart tensed, and in a couple of days, he would need to mention to Shen Yu that he shouldn't let Dean Jian lead people astray. Su Nanjing fell silent for a moment. Dean Huang looked up, having visited building 5 many times himself. It wasn't to see Bai Lian or Ning Xiao, it was to see Yang Lin. Besides them, there were hardly any other comings and goings in that building. There should still be many empty rooms. Almost, Su Nanjing replied, the rest are in Jiang Ge's hands. You know who owns this property. Dean Huang, this damn rich man. This year, the Lunar New Year in Shangqing was livelier than ever. The number of people from out of town who came to Shangqing for the New Year had doubled from last year. Not only that, the number of people coming from elsewhere to settle in Shangqing was gradually increasing. And at the Ji Heng's courtyard, on New Year's Eve, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, Mao Kuan, Xiaoqi, and Xiaowu were all there, with Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing acting as the main chefs, while Ning Xiao, Ong Lin, and Mao Kuan served as their sous chefs. Jiang He was outside playing Go with Ji Heng. Jiang Fulai, meanwhile, was affixing couplets at the entrance of the courtyard under Bai Lian's direction. He had a tall and straight figure with distinct features, using his height to his advantage. He tilted his body to align with the couplets, his brows, like the cool moon lowering slightly as he methodically asked Bai Lian, who stood 2 meters away, how about this height? Bai Lian, dressed in a green gown, casually clasped her hands, standing on the bluestone path of the alley, a little lower on the left, move a little more to the left. Occasionally, tourists who went to Purist Street to worship the tree god got lost and wandered into the alley where fireworks and human life intertwined. In the lingering twilight, they only saw a pair of godly lovers, delicate in features and seemingly not of this world, affixing couplets. For a moment, the travelers thought they had entered another dimension. They only came to their senses when the woman in the green gown turned around. Hearing that the travelers were lost, Bai Lian smiled and pointed to the black lamp post at their side. Follow the lamp posts of this color, and you'll reach Purist Street. The travelers looked up and finally noticed the black lamp posts behind them, different from the silver railing lamp posts at other directions of the crossroads. Following the black lamp posts, they indeed quickly arrived at the main avenue of Purist Street. The travelers, looking at the crowded throng outside, felt suddenly bewildered, as though they had just experienced a fabled land of peace, and involuntarily took another glance back. At the Ren family. Usually boisterous, this year it was exceptionally quiet. I asked already, he's spending New Year's with his grandfather. Ren Jiawei entered the living room and saw Ren Qian, who had aged several more years, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. He's not coming back. She was talking about Xiaoqi. Ren Qian remained silent, showing little emotion towards what Ren Jiawei said. This proud man had spent his entire life, but now he was stuck in a dead end. He resented Zhou Jian, but couldn't bring himself to be close to Xiaoqi, his grandson who hadn't even finished junior high, nor could he face the fact that his granddaughter, whom he had raised by hand, had long known that she was not his biological kin. Is he continuing his studies? Outside the front gates, an elderly lady with a walking stick came in. Ren Jiawei treated the old lady with great politeness. Granny, as for him, it depends on his own wishes. Xiaorong and I have no right to control him. This lady was Ren Qian's sister, Ren Jiawei's grandaunt. Ren Jiawei had always called her Granny out of respect as a junior family member. The Ren family granny shook her head. But she didn't speak in front of Ren Jiawei, only waiting until Ren Jiawei walked away with a bag before she spoke to Ren Qian. I think you should really think it through, this can't go on like this. She paused, momentarily forgetting Xiaoqi's name. He can't be a delinquent for life, it would be better than. She stopped herself, realizing it wasn't appropriate to bring up Ren Wanxian given the circumstances. She didn't mention it further. After the new year, Xiaoqi needed to verify the matters of the Xiangqing suspended health clinic. Ji Heng was going to Xicheng. Bai Lian usually didn't inquire much into Ji Heng's private affairs, but Jiang Fulai asked him a couple more questions. Standing behind Bai Lian, watching Jiang He and Pu Shaohan play chess, he remembered something. The main base for seawater uranium extraction is in Xicheng. You and Ning Xiao also need to go over there. You still have to hand things over to Shida University. A confidential project. Bai Lian's hand slowly twirled her phone. Let's send a report that will go with Grandpa. She and Ning Xiao just happened to need to collect some data as well. Jiang Fulai watched as Pu Shaohan placed a white piece and, unable to bear looking directly, averted his gaze. Okay, I'll arrange it. Xicheng. A city close to the sea, with distinct seasons. The old district of the weaving factory, quaint and charming. In the manor house of the old city district, people in black clothes reported to the individuals in the tea room. Eldest lady, second master, second lady. The eldest son-in-law arrived at the airport at 1 o'clock. Holding Buddha beads, Ji family's second master remembered who the eldest son-in-law was and his expression turned cold. The Ji family's eldest lady set down her teacup and stood up. Have someone clean up Wangsen's room again. The Ji family's second lady looked puzzled at the second master. She married late and had never met Ji Wanxin, only having heard of this talented woman. Beside them, a young man also looked towards the second master. Grandfather, who is the eldest son-in-law? Your Aunt Wanxin, Ji family's second master said in silence, moved to Xiangqing after marrying a man from another place. He picked up his coat and headed out the door. The second lady watched his retreating figure. Aren't you waiting for the eldest son-in-law? Ji family's second master didn't speak, and just left. Well then, Grandma, the young man also left. I'm heading out too. There's an alumni association today, and I heard Master Pei is also attending. I'll go have a look. The second lady waved her hand, signaling him to go. Xicheng Airport. The Ji family's chauffeur was waiting for Jiheng. Jiheng was still dressed in an old-fashioned robe, holding a big smoking pipe, and was exceptionally silent. He didn't bring any luggage. Jianghu Lai was still inside the VIP room, communicating with people on the Xicheng side. His and Bai Lian's arrival took the people from Shida University and the seawater base by surprise. Bai Lian accompanied Jiheng to the drop-off point. The airport was crowded, and not far behind her, an undercover security officer who had been waiting at the airport followed. Eldest son-in-law, the Ji family's driver, confirmed Jiheng's identity over the phone, very polite, and his gaze then fell on Bai Lian at his side. And this lady is wearing a blue trench coat. Bai Lian seemed like a hazy blue moon in the sky. Peaceful and casual. She made the surrounding scenery seem like mere background. Granddaughter, Jiheng waved his hand, signaling Bai Lian to go back. No worries, well, go ahead. Jiheng's granddaughter? The Ji family's driver sat puzzled in the driver's seat. Eldest son-in-law, isn't your granddaughter coming along? Jiheng was silent for a moment. He didn't know what Bai Lian was up to, but he knew she had official business today. The guards had been waiting for her and Jianghu Lai in the waiting room since they landed. He imagined Bai Lian with 2 guards visiting the Ji family. The thought was too beautiful. She has things to do. Jiheng settled into his seat. Forget it. The identities of these kids were special now, and meeting them wasn't as easy as it used to be. Behind him, Bai Lian watched Jiheng's car leave, noting down the license plate number. On her way back, she received a call. It was Wang Su. It seemed noisy on his end, and he found a quieter place. The prefix was a bit long. Goddess of Fortune. I heard from Pei Su that Ning the genius told him you guys are in Xicheng. How come you're on our turf without telling me? Where are you guys now? Chapter 903, Outtake 357-2, The Big Shot Comes to Xicheng. A gift. Pei Qin and Wang Su were both from Xicheng. Both of them kept a low profile at Jianghu University, but their families were influential in Xicheng. Wang Zu's family was well educated. His uncle worked at the Jiangjing Research Institute, and his grandfather was the chancellor of Xicheng University. His grandmother was a professor at Jianghu University, and his enrollment in the physics department there was entirely due to family reasons. As for the Pei family, that went without saying. As soon as Ning Xiao mentioned that Bai Lian and her group had arrived in Xicheng, they couldn't sit still. Wang Su left behind the young gentry of the Xicheng circle and stepped outside to call Bai Lian. Airport, Bai Lian replied to him. You and Pei Qin find some time in the next 2 days. Now that he was in Xicheng, Bai Lian also planned to take the 2 of them to the base for a visit. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, Wang Su became excited. Good. He hung up the phone and returned to the private room. A group of people gathered together, greeting him with laughter. Brother Su. Wang Su smiled at them, and as he looked up, he saw Pei Qin, almost surrounded and seated in the center, on a single sofa. Despite the dim lighting of the spacious private room, Pei Qin, dressed in casual knitwear, legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine, exuded a sense of authority that seemed to seep out from every fiber of his being, even in casual attire. He was speaking to a young man on the sofa to his left. In an official tone. Zhua Jr., Wang Su greeted the young man, then leaned against the coffee table behind him, gesturing with his hand for someone nearby to pour him a glass of wine. You're right, Sister Lian and her group have really arrived. Get ready, free up the next 2 days. What? Tomorrow? Pei Qin, who had just been conversing in a tone of official propriety, sat upright with keen eyes. Wang Su took the glass of wine, thanked the woman, and raised his eyebrows. Pei Qin took out his phone, texted Ning Xiao, and then gestured to Wang Su, let's talk outside. I was asking Sister Lian. Wang Su noticed Ning Xiao's profile picture, shrugged, I really don't know how you communicate with Ning the scholar. Wang Su always felt that Bai Lian was the most approachable person, but as for the cold Ning Xiao, he found him too distant. Pei Qin gave him a glance. Ning Xiao was demonstrative with emotions, which compared to Bai Lian's inscrutability, even if she smiled at you, you couldn't guess what she was thinking, was truly frightening. He couldn't be bothered to explain to Wang Su. They stepped out. The rest exchanged glances, and someone braver asked, Brother Zhua, what are Wang and Pei discussing? Who is Sister Lian? They did not know the Lian. Upon reflection, there were no girls in their circle with that name. Additionally, there were few peers in Xiqing who could make Pei Qin and Wang Su address them as sister. Zhuiyang took out a cigarette, and someone immediately lit it for him. He slowly blew out a ring of smoke and pondered, the person in question is probably not from Xiqing. Everyone present could detect the respect in Pei Qin and Wang Zu's tones when they mentioned Ning the scholar and Sister Lian. Ji Yun listened quietly to the conversation among the others. Not until Wang Su and Pei Qin returned did everyone notice the joy on their faces, a happiness even Pei Qin, who was always composed, could not conceal. At night, at the Ji family. When Ji Yun returned, the Ji family's eldest grandma was still in the hall. He burst in, coat still on, eldest grandma, do you know who arrived in Xiqing from our side? He was tugging at his coat when he stopped mid-sentence. He noticed an elderly man in a gray robe seated next to the eldest grandma, someone Ji Yun had never seen before. Ji Yun realized this must be the great uncle he had heard about from his grandparents. He swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue, reined in his impulsive character, and politely greeted him. This is Ji Yun, the eldest grandma, now old, doted on Ji Wanxin, the family's only daughter back then. When Ji Wanxin died abroad, Ji Heng did not bring back her ashes, which the eldest grandma resented for many years. Now, she had become much more serene and introduced Ji Yun to Ji Heng, the eldest grandson of the second son's family. While introducing Ji Yun, the eldest grandma also briefed Ji Heng on the members of several branches of the family, ending with, and there's Olung, Ji Lang and his fiancée are discussing business and haven't returned yet. Ji Yun's second uncle became annoyed. He was the one most attached to Ji Wanxin as a child. When Ji Heng took Ji Wanxin away from Xiqing and she died without him seeing her one last time, this time Ji Heng came back, and he did not show Ji Heng kind eyes, even though Ji Heng was extremely respectful towards him and the eldest grandma. He put down his teacup and took Ji Yun away. Watching them leave, Ji Yun also excused himself from the eldest grandma and followed. Chapter 904, Spin-off 357 Episode 2, A VIP comes to Xiqing, bringing gifts _2 as the two of them stepped out of the courtyard, Ji Yun finally spoke, Grandfather, I went to Brother Zhua's today and saw the person from the Pei family and the Wang family. It seems like a high-profile individual has arrived in Xiqing today. As for how significant, Ji Yun didn't know. The second elder of the Ji family paused his steps, tilting his head to look at Ji Yun, a thought crossing his mind. Is it the business deal that Ji Lang and the rest were talking about? Ji Lang was from the third branch, and although the Ji family's weaving and textile business wasn't as booming as before, it was still recognized as an intangible cultural heritage, with an unrivaled cultural depth. The family might not be extremely wealthy, but their heritage was undoubtedly rich. For many years, it had been managed by the eldest grandmother. In recent years, however, she had shown intentions of letting go. Ji Lang and Ji Yun had been openly and secretly contending for control, and recently, Ji Lang seemed to be in contact with a group regarding a business deal. It was not a huge deal, but the other party seemed to have quite an influential background. The Ji family's second elder also wished to get involved but, unfortunately, couldn't find the connections. He didn't even know who was looking to order what type of clothing from the Ji family. Uncle Meng from the eldest grandmother's side escorted Ji Heng back to Ji Wangxin's former room. Miss Wangxin's room has always been kept, he said as he opened the door, showing Ji Heng the well-maintained but antiquated facilities inside. The pearwood couch was impeccable. You'll stay here tonight. Ji Heng stood outside the door, feeling as if everything was surreal after 40 years, clutching his smoking pipe, his voice deep, thank you. Uncle Meng glanced at Ji Heng then closed the door and left. Ji Heng stood still for a long time, then step by step, he moved to the couch, running his fingers over the mahogany, his hands withered, and gradually sat down on the couch without saying a word for a long time. Meanwhile, at the eldest grandmother of the Ji family's place. After Uncle Meng returned, the eldest grandmother's parlor was now occupied by a young couple. The eldest grandmother was speaking to the young woman with a gentle voice and a smiling face, clearly pleased with the pair. Uncle Meng also bowed, respectfully greeting, "Second young master, Missen." "Uncle Meng, where have you come from?" Ji Lang asked with a smile. "From your aunt's husband, that is, your grandmother's husband from her side of the family," the eldest grandmother sighed. "After 40 years, he has finally returned." "Aunt's husband?" Ji Lang and his fiancée looked at each other, surprised. They had never heard of him. It was only when Uncle Meng was escorting them out that Ji Lang cautiously inquired about his grandmother's husband. Uncle Meng mentioned only a few details. Having been out of touch for many years, what he knew came out of Ji Heng's own mouth today. "He's been living in Xiangqing all along, no wonder we never received any news from them. I heard there's also a grandson and a granddaughter from outside the family." It was only in the past 2 years that Xiangqing started to develop. A grandson and a granddaughter from outside the family? Ji Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, inconspicuously asking for more details. "I heard his granddaughter came with him to Xicheng and is currently at a friend's house. She didn't return with him." Beyond that, Uncle Meng was not sure. Ji Lang made a mental note of the matter. After Uncle Meng had escorted them to the door and left, Missen beside Ji Lang spoke up, "Cloud brocade phoenix robe. This matter still requires your eldest grandmother to take action." The two of them quickly put the matter concerning Ji Heng out of their minds. "I know," Ji Lang was aware of the importance of the issue. "We can't let Ji Yun and the others find out about this." Ji Yun went to the Zhuo family's gathering today. Missen adjusted her dark green coat. "I heard a high-profile individual is expected in our Xicheng. Do you think it might be that butler?" After the Zhuo family's gathering dispersed, the attitudes of Wang Su and Pei Qin were no longer a secret. "Impossible," Ji Lang shook his head, intoning solemnly, "You should know to whom that butler belongs. How could the Wang family and the Pei family possibly be related to them?" Nevertheless, he would have to investigate who those two families were referring to. The next day, in the northern part of Xicheng, a lane was exclusively separated from a coastal area. Wang Su drove his flashy amber sports car, looking up when he reached the grand entrance with barriers on both sides, and the solemn and serious words, "Seawater Purification Scientific Research Base," emblazoned above. He fell silent for a moment, scratching his head and asking Pei Qin beside him, "Did I pick the wrong car to drive today?" Bai Lian had sent the location directly to the two of them, but since the research base had only recently been built, it wasn't displayed on satellite images. When Wang Su first clicked on it, he thought this place was just a deserted beach. He chose a car suitable for the beach, but who could have guessed upon arrival that it would be a research base? Driving such a flashy car here, Wang Su felt like he was committing a crime. Sheepishly getting out of the driver's seat, he called Bai Lian. Seeing that Wang Su was calling Bai Lian again, Pei Qin opened her mouth, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Chapter 905, Extra Story 357 Part 2, The VIP Visiting Xicheng, Gifting _3 Jingjing waited at the door. 3 minutes later, a slender figure emerged, dressed in a black trench coat, with one hand tucked into his coat pocket, standing a few meters away, calmly looking at them. Wang Su and Pei Qin suddenly felt a tingle on their scalps. Both of them stood up straight and obediently greeted, "Mr. Jiang." "Come in," Jiang Fulai said indifferently, turning around. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were examining machines, both wearing white lab coats, walking in the operation room under the silver dome where some machines were running. Wang Su and Pei Qin wore temporary badges and looked around in amazement. The group spent the entire day there with Bai Lian and Ning Xiao calculating data and occasionally asking Wang Su and Pei Qin questions about the model. It wasn't until evening, after Bai Lian took a phone call, that the group finally left. Ning Xiao continued to stay for research while Bai Lian was off to see the medicinal herb producers in Xicheng where Xiaoqi had earned his first batch of capital. She was in Xicheng with Jiang Fulai, driven by a security guard from Xicheng. 2 security guards followed them from start to finish, never too far or too close. After reporting his data, Xian Kong presented Bai Lian with items transported over from Xiangqing. Miss Bai, these are for you, sent by Mr. Xiaoqi. They were several gift boxes prepared by Ji Heng for the Ji family. The 2 security guards behind Bai Lian neatly took them all. After seeing Bai Lian and her party off and ensuring they had left, the bodyguard next to him asked the Xiqing manager of Xian Kong, puzzled, "Is Miss Bai really one of ours from Xian Kong?" "Of course," replied the Xian Kong manager. "Manager, let's renew our contract for another 10 years, the bodyguard said, visibly more spirited. "Manager. You weren't this easy to talk to when I hired you." Ordinary people wouldn't notice, but as a former soldier, the bodyguard could tell that the 2 men who followed Bai Lian had bulges at their waists, most likely guns. These days, those who dare to carry guns on the street, the Ji family. Ji Heng sat beneath the willow tree next to Ji Wengxin's room, quietly looking at the emerald green stone pond. Until Bai Lian's call came through, telling him the gifts had arrived. Back in Xicheng, Ji Heng had prepared New Year gifts for his grandmother and the others in the family, some tobacco bought from Lisheng, and some special products from Xiangqing. Since the tobacco hadn't arrived yesterday, Xiaoqi had mentioned that it would be convenient to bring it along with the Xian Kong delivery today. Ji Heng was not yet ready for Bai Lian to visit the Ji family. After all, her situation was quite special. He went to greet his grandmother and mentioned that he had to take care of some matters outside. "It's that old butler," Ji Lang said something quietly to the grandmother, and upon seeing Ji Heng approach, he lowered his eyes and quickly changed the subject. Knowing they deliberately shifted the topic, Ji Heng didn't mind. He just told his grandmother that he needed to go out. The grandmother didn't stop him. "You haven't been back to Xicheng for a long time, and Xicheng has changed a lot. Let old Meng accompany you out. Uncle Meng could drive." And take Ji Heng to meet Bai Lian. On the road, Ji Heng received a call from Ren Xian. Ren Xian wanted to give Ji Heng his New Year greetings since they hadn't met in person, just a phone call for the New Year wishes. After the call, he casually mentioned Xiaoqi. The 2 then discussed going back to school for a bit longer. Ji Heng had no objections to Xiaoqi's decision not to continue junior high school. Ren Xian, even if unconcerned about Xiaoqi, was somewhat annoyed at Ji Heng's indulgence. After the call ended, Uncle Meng looked at the back seat in astonishment. "Talking about your grandson? Is he going to school, junior high?" "He can attend school in Xicheng. You don't have to worry about the school registration, with young Master Lang and Miss in here." "No need." Ji Heng hung up the phone and shook his head. "He's 18 now. Going back to junior high isn't right." "What? 18? Uncle Meng was taken aback. He had thought that Ji Heng's grandson was around the age of 13 or 14, appropriate for attending junior high school. He hadn't anticipated that at 18, there was still a dilemma about going to junior high. He had intended to ask Ji Heng about his granddaughter as well, but now didn't dare to ask. It wasn't long before they arrived at the tea house on Old Street. Uncle Meng parked the car, followed Ji Heng out and looked around at the ancient charm of Old Street. "Which place are you looking for, sir?" "Alien." Ji Heng took up his pipe, headed in a certain direction. "My granddaughter." "His granddaughter?" Uncle Meng looked surprised for a moment and followed. Chapter 906, Extra 358-3, a meeting. Grandpa's demeanor. It was still January, and the Old Street was crowded. The tea house was at the end of the road, a solitary courtyard all by itself. Meng Shu had heard about this tea room. The person backing it was no minor figure, and it only entertained a limited number of guests each day, in a quiet atmosphere. The first time Meng Shu came here, as soon as he pushed the door open and entered, he saw the lacquered wooden square tables in the hall, and several old men speaking in low voices in the courtyard. Once the courtyard door closed again, it shut out the noise from the outside. Following the carved wooden staircase next to him, he went up to the private rooms on the upper floor. Ji Heng gave the number of the private room, and someone led him towards the back. The room was at the very end of the second floor. Outside the room stood 2 men in black casual wear, their eyes sharp and imposing, looking rather formidable. They weren't Jiangjing's guards, and Ji Heng didn't recognize them. He stopped, just about to clarify his identity to the two guards. The man on the left then lifted the bamboo curtain, letting Ji Heng in. Meng Shu was surprised to see the two men standing outside the private room, noting that they seemed to be bodyguards. He stayed outside, but in the instant the curtain was lifted, he thought he caught sight of two people sitting at the wooden square table. Inside the private room, the environment was somewhat enclosed. Bai Lian sat leisurely by the window, watching the small bridge and flowing water below. A small boat drifted slowly under the arch bridge, with red lanterns hanging on both sides of the bank, flanking a cobbled path and white walls topped with green tiles. A scene like a tranquil ink painting, subdued and serene. She withdrew her gaze, crossing her arms as she assessed Ji Heng's mental state, noting he seemed quite relaxed recently. It seemed the Ji family held significant emotional value for him. Jiang Fulai picked up the teapot to pour tea for Ji Heng sitting opposite, the fragrance of tea enveloping them. Next to it was the gift box Ji Heng had requested. Ji Heng picked up his teacup, slowly sipping from it as he spoke to the two. It would be enough to have someone send it over to me. Jiang Fulai set down the teapot leisurely, drawling, "No rush, we're on a break for the next couple of days." Meng Shu was still waiting outside, and without lingering, Ji Heng finished the pot of tea and left with a bunch of gift boxes. Jiang Fulai bowed slightly, lifting the curtain to see him out. He said his goodbyes to Ji Heng in a low voice. With cold and downcast eyes, he spoke lazily with emphasis, exuding an air of distinguished pride. Meng Shu instinctively lowered his gaze, inwardly startled. If Ji Heng was his granddaughter, who then was this person with such an extraordinary presence? After leaving the tea house, Meng Shu stepped out of the small courtyard and back into the bustling street. "Young Master Ji," Meng Shu said, looking at the boxes in Ji Heng's hands, "let me help you with those." Back door of the tea house. An official car slowly stopped at the entrance. A middle-aged man hurried down and walked briskly inside. "Pei Qin really should have told me about such an important matter earlier." He straightened his suit as he walked in. Upon reaching the second floor, seeing the two guards at the door, he took a deep breath and adjusted his clothes. The two guards clearly recognized the middle-aged man and nodded slightly, greeting him, "Mr. Pei." Pei Qin's father nodded politely back at them before reaching out to lift the curtain and go in. "Miss Bai, hello." He was Pei Qin's father and also the man behind the tea house. Pei Qin had just called him to inform him that Bai Lian was at the tea house. "I am Pei Yuanfu, Pei Qin's father." "Hello." Bai Lian stood up and shook hands with Pei Qin's father. Meanwhile, Jiang Fulai was on the phone with the butler, giving Pei Qin's father a slight nod as a greeting. Pei Qin's father felt a tightness in his heart and dared not look further. He quietly thanked Bai Lian. Not only had Bai Lian looked after Pei Qin and other members from Xiqing after college, but during the senior year training camp, Pei Qin's father had heard from his son about this promising candidate. And now it went without saying, with Xiqing's largest scientific research project of the past decade, Bai Lian was also one of the initiators. Remembering Pei Qin's reminder, Pei Yuanfu dared not engage in too much conversation with Bai Lian and the other. After a few quiet words, he turned to leave. Jiang Fulai swirled his teacup, inquiring politely, "Do you not have any of the old Banjiang tea?" Pei Yuanfu owned the tea house and was an enthusiast of tea culture. Naturally, he had vast knowledge about tea. Hearing Jiang Fulai mentioning it, he promptly responded, "They'll have someone send it over right away." The tea house had Banjiang tea of a younger vintage before, but in the last 2 years, as Banjiang tea became particularly popular and exceptionally expensive, Pei Yuanfu's tea house could no longer supply it. Pei Yuanfu had also procured 2 small jars through connections, keeping them at home as a treasure, hardly daring to drink them. After leaving, he immediately made a call, urging that it be sent over post-haste. Chapter 907, Extra 358-3, A Meeting, Grandpa's Demeanor, 2 in the private room. Jiang Fulai opened the window a crack and spoke to Bai Lian. "The butler will be here soon to show you the design." Bai Lian brewed another pot of tea. "What design?" Jiang Fulai did not reply. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Soon, the butler arrived with a brocade box, opened it, and showed Bai Lian the embroidery inside. "Miss Bai, take a look. Do you like this embroidery?" Bai Lian stood up and leaned over to examine the embroidery closely. Butterflies threading through flowers, the stitches tight and precise. Having seen Ji Heng's embroidery often, Bai Lian could discern some skills. This piece was acceptable, but not as good as Ji Heng's craftsmanship, who was still considered an amateur. "It's all right," she nodded. However, the butler could tell that her approval was not very high. Especially. The butler looked at the vibrant poppies on Bai Lian's collar. He did not understand much about embroidery, but even with a simple glance, he could see that, while not lavish, those simple poppies had more artistic depth than the butterfly pattern. At the Ji family home, Ji Lang received a message. He ended the call, stood up, and spoke to his parents. The person in charge didn't like the work. "He'll have to go to Grand Aunt." Originally, Ji Lang wanted the people from his branch of the family to make this embroidery, reluctant to let Grand Aunt's people get involved. Since no one saw the embroidery from his branch, Ji Lang had no choice but to consult Grand Aunt. "Embroidery? Alung, you mean?" Ji Lang nodded. "Grand Aunt, opportunity knocks but once." Naturally, Grand Aunt knew how to prioritize, and ordered someone to fetch a piece that she had won a prize for 2 years ago. Since it's a cloud brocade phoenix robe, this lady must intend it as a wedding dress. She can't be very old. When Ji Heng returned, Grand Aunt and Ji Lang were examining her award-winning embroidery. It depicted red plum blossoms on snow, red and white, creating a picturesque scene. Ji Heng glanced at it and nodded silently to himself. Upon seeing Ji Heng, Grand Aunt let go and greeted him. Uncle Meng set down some gift boxes. "Grand Aunt, these are New Year's gifts Master and Second Master and Third Master brought for you." The decoration on the gift boxes was quite exquisite. Ji Lang glanced casually at the gift boxes, didn't pay much attention, and hurriedly left with Grand Aunt's work. Grand Aunt sat down again, having heard that Ji Heng was going to see his granddaughter. "Why didn't you bring her back with you?" "She's been a bit busy lately," Ji Heng simply made an excuse. He might also bring a bodyguard when he returned. Of course, he was also concerned that the circumstances at the Ji family might affect Bai Lian's development. She rarely visited the Mu family, maintaining only a slightly better relationship with the Su family. Given her unique status, Ji Heng did not want to put her in a difficult position. Grand Aunt looked quizzically at Ji Heng. "So busy during winter break?" However, Ji Heng was always reticent, sank into thought for a moment before asking about his last few decades. "You haven't been back, and we couldn't get any news about you. I'm sorry." Ji Heng was very apologetic but did not elaborate further. Ji Heng was well aware of his unusual status. Ji Mulan had left the Ji family but still frequently encountered trouble. During that time, he stayed in Xiangqing incognito. He did not want to impact the Ji family either. Now, due to that issue involving Bai Lian, a significant number of people had been purged domestically, leading Ji Heng to decide to return this year. After Ji Heng left, Grand Aunt had Ji Heng's gifts distributed to the second and third branches of the family, then asked Uncle Meng about Ji Heng's circumstances. That Miss Bai seems quite extraordinary, but Uncle Meng hesitated for a while before mentioning Xiaoqi's situation. "Didn't finish junior high?" Grand Aunt was somewhat shocked, stunned into sitting down. She remembered when Ji Wanxin was admitted to Jianghu University. She traveled alone to Jianghu to study. Her talents made her the most famous talented woman in Xicheng, coveted by many. She couldn't bear to see her descendants like this. Grand Aunt sat for a moment longer, then lifted her hand and sighed. "Find an international junior high school, and have Alung pay more attention too. Find a time to speak with his father-in-law, we can't delay the child." Ji Lang's fiancé's family was in the education sector. It was indeed right to contact them. At the residence of Ji family's second master. After he and Ji Yun returned, the second madam showed him the gifts that had been sent over. "Isn't this perfect? Don't you like to smoke?" She showed the second master a box of rolled tobacco placed beside, stored in an exquisite wooden box. along with 2 cans of tea and an embroidery piece. The second master originally did not want to see the gifts from Jianghu. When he saw the embroidery, he paused for a moment and then, with slightly trembling fingers, caressed the embroidered orchids on it. It was clear that the embroidery was new. Chapter 908, 358 Extra 3, Meeting, Grandpa's Grand Entrance _3 But the nature of the needlework, the spirituality, Ji family's second master could see, this was Ji Wangxin's style. But Ji Wanxin had been dead for many years, it shouldn't have been her embroidery, so it could only have been Jianghu. To have learned and carried forward Ji Wangxin's embroidery skills, Ji family's second master knew Jianghu had spent some time on it. If you don't want it, I will take it back and give it to my cousin. Second grandma glanced at the second grandpa, speaking slowly. Bring it to my study. Ji family's second master turned around. Second grandma looked at his back, and what about the tea and tobacco? I see you don't like them much, take them all. After he left, second grandma then looked at Ji Yun, your grandfather, he's just Sundara. Third branch. Ji family's third master had always been very ambitious, starting from paving the way with Ji Lang's fiancée. The Yin family was a family of scholars in Xicheng, with the old Mr. Yin being from Xicheng Education Bureau, and both An's father and mother were professors at Shida University. Their family of old scholars had a wide network across Xicheng's education circles. Ji Lang was the linchpin of the third branch. He returned at 10 at night after delivering the embroidery of the head lady of the family. Uncle Meng respectfully brought over the gifts Jianghu had sent for them and mentioned the matter of the school to the third branch. The third branch had no embroidery, only specialties from Shangcheng, together with beautifully packaged tea and tobacco. The tea and tobacco were meticulously packaged by Xiaoqi, looking very appealing. After Uncle Meng left, Ji family's third master casually tossed the tea and tobacco aside, not bothering with them. Grandfather, Ji Lang frowned, the school they mentioned, no need to worry about it. Jianghu had been following Uncle Meng these past few days, revisiting places Ji Wanxin used to frequent. But it had been decades. Some places had been renovated, while others had been rebuilt. Only near the municipal government were there still old Western-style buildings and old buildings, but most were not open to the public. Before, Miss Wanxin wrote speeches right around here. Uncle Meng took Jianghu to watch from across the street. Young master, there are guards here, we can't get too close. Jianghu nodded, all right. From a distance, one could see the municipal center building, guarded at the main entrance. Entry required an ID. Jianghu picked up his phone wanting to take a photo to print out and bring back to Shangcheng for Ji Wanxin to see. Previously, he had done the same when viewing scenery. Uncle Meng was startled. Young master, we can't take photos here. Sorry. Jianghu put away his phone. As they spoke, from a distance, they saw 3 young men coming out of the municipal center, accompanied by a person dressed in an administrative jacket seeing them off. Young master, let's step aside for a bit. Uncle Meng led Jianghu to walk backward. Jianghu's gaze still lingered on the plane trees beside the building. Ahead, while the 3 young men were about to get into a car, the middle one saw something and suddenly walked to the side. The middle-aged man in the administrative jacket followed him out. Seeing this, Uncle Meng quickly whispered again, young master, let's head the other way for now, we can come back to view it later. Jianghu vaguely retracted his gaze, nodded, and left with Uncle Meng. Lit up a tobacco pipe. Behind him, Ning Xiao saw Jianghu leaving and quickly called out to him, grandfather. He and Tang Ming had always addressed him following Bai Lian's example. Jianghu, disconnecting from his emotions, turned around, seeing it was Ning Xiao, stopped, little Ning. Ning Xiao was there for a project exchange that day. He approached quickly, grandfather, what are you doing here? Came to look at the municipal building. Jianghu still held his phone. Ning Xiao, always a man of few words, succinctly introduced to the other 2, Bai Lian's grandfather. Hearing he was Bai Lian's grandfather, Pei Qin and Wang Su immediately perked up. Pei Su bowed to Jianghu, introducing himself with courtesy, grandfather, hello, I am Pei Qin, previously in a group with Bai Lian. Wang Su even bowed at 90 degrees. Grandfather, welcome to Xicheng. My name is Wang Su, you can call me Little Wang. Grandfather, are you here to see the municipal building? I can take you inside for a tour. Bai Lian's grandfather called Ning Xiao Little Ning, so he called him Little Wang. Rounding up, he was as formidable as Ning Xiao. Chapter 909, Extra 358/4. Sister Lian visits the Ji family. Ji Heng fell silent for a moment. Has the municipal building changed much? This was where Wang Su was out of his depth. He scratched his head and looked at Pei Qin. Pei Qin's family was involved in politics, with basically the entire family working there, and he had often been brought in and out of the place since elementary school. There hasn't been much change. Are you going in? Xicheng was an ancient city, preserving many historical sites. The municipal building was also a relic left over from the Republic era, so it hadn't been rebuilt or renovated. It was maintained and repaired on a regular basis every year. Ji Heng's gaze shifted to the phoenix tree beside him, and he lowered his eyes. I've troubled you. It's no trouble. Hearing that Ji Heng wanted to go in, Pei Qin walked them toward the entrance while taking out his phone to make a call. He whispered a few words to the person on the other end of the line. He needed a few pass cards. The middle-aged man in a jacket saw that Pei Qin and his group hadn't left, so he waited for them at the entrance of the building. Ah, Su, who are these two gentlemen? Seeing Wang Su following behind Ji Heng, the middle-aged man was surprised. Uncle Chang, Wang Su introduced Ji Heng. This is the grandfather of a Jianghu University classmate of mine. He's been visiting Xicheng for a few days and wants to go inside the municipal building for a visit. One could tell the attitude of these three young people, Wang Su, Ning Xiao, and Pei Qin, toward the old man. Uncle Chang extended his hand. Hello, welcome to Xicheng. Hello. The two shook hands. Pei Qin stood a few steps away on the phone, then looked up at Ji Heng's group. Grandpa, does your uncle also want to go together with you? Meng Shu saw Pei Qin's gaze fall on the person beside him, and he instinctively looked up. His gaze was somewhat blank as he looked at Pei Qin and the middle-aged man in front of him. Meng Shu had heard the introductions to Wang Su and Pei Qin just now. The Pei family of Xicheng, and the young master Pei Qin, were well known. Even Meng Shu had heard of him. Of course, that was aside from whether this Pei Qin was indeed that young master Pei. And as for the man in the administrative jacket, the one who often appeared on the news. How could Meng Shu not recognize him? Those who could address this Uncle Chang, one with the surname Wang and the other Pei, which household these two young masters came from, was there any need to guess? His reaction was slow, so by the time Pei Qin looked at him, Meng Shu hadn't managed to respond. Together, said Ji Heng. Pei Qin nodded, spoke a few more words into the phone, then hung up. Within less than 10 minutes, a staff member came out with 2 more temporary access cards and handed them to Ji Heng and Meng Shu. Meng Shu lowered his head, gazing at the card in his hand. The center featured an image of the entire municipal building. The top left corner bore the emblem of Xicheng and the name of the municipal building, and on the right was a stamped signature, Pei Yuanfu. The municipal building was grand and majestic. In front of the meeting room were several rows of dark wooden chairs on a red gold carpet, luxurious and solemn. Further inside, one could still see old equipment. Ji Heng stood at the end of the 3rd floor, looking at a wooden door that was locked at the very back. This place bore no sign. Seeing Ji Heng standing there without moving, Pei Qin looked back at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took a step forward and introduced to Ji Heng, Mr. Ji, this used to be an office for special intelligence gathering. Later, Xicheng ceased to have this department, and it's been kept this way ever since. You may enter to have a look. With that, he asked someone to bring the keys. Soon after, someone arrived with keys to unlock the door. Inside, all that met the eye were old items, most covered with dust sheets, layered with dust. It had been a long time since anyone had come in, and the dust was thick. Sunlight poured in through the windows, clearly revealing the shape of the beams. The light's final resting place was on a pet computer in the corner. A computer over 40 years old, it was rare, integrating the main body, keyboard, and screen into one unit, like a miniature sofa. This was the first time Wang Su and the others had seen such an antique computer, and they were naturally curious. Ji Heng walked to the corner and slowly wiped the dust from the computer screen. Briefly thereafter, Ji Heng thanked Pei Qin and his group before leaving. Pei Qin and Ning Xiao saw him out. No sooner had they reached the downstairs than Ji Heng suggested they attend to their own matters, and then he headed to the parking lot with Meng Shu. Upon reaching the parking spot, Meng Shu held the car keys but forgot to unlock the car. A gust of cold wind blew, and he came to his senses. "My lord, those two." Ji Heng didn't rush him to open the car door. Instead, he lowered his head, cupping a sparkler in one hand and lighting it. He gently exhaled a ring of smoke. "Alien's friends." Alien. Meng Shu knew this was Ji Heng's granddaughter. The research base. Bai Lian and Tang Ming were busy creating a model. When they finished and came out, Ning Xiao still hadn't returned. Chapter 9-10, Side Story 358-4. Sister Lian comes to Ji family _2 Jianghu Lai was waiting outside, holding a wooden box in his hand. Upon seeing Bai Lian return, he put down the wooden box, slightly turned his head aside, and said, "The butler Jiang just had someone send this over, have a look." Bai Lian, while removing her white lab coat, walked over. She reached out and casually lifted the lid of the wooden box. At first glance, she saw the embroidery inside. Snow plum. Compared to the last time, the snow plum embroidered this time was obviously of much higher quality. Especially. Bai Lian reached out to touch the embroidery, and turned her head towards Jianghu Lai. "Do you not think the stitches of this snow plum look remarkably familiar?" Jianghu Lai, "Don't they all look the same?" Bai Lian, she had forgotten that he didn't have an artistic bone in his body. After a moment of silence, she took out her phone, took a photo and sent it to Ji Heng. The stitches were somewhat like Ji Heng's technique, but they were more skillful than his. The reply from Ji Heng came back very quickly, "A master's work." Bai Lian, "I think so too." After talking about the snow plum picture, Ji Heng also mentioned Pei Qin and Wang Su, saying he had taken him around the government building that afternoon and even let him take pictures. Jianghu Lai stood to the left of Bai Lian, watching her conversation with Ji Heng. Then his gaze lowered once again to the snow plum. Feeling downcast for a long while, he sent a message to butler Jiang, confirming this picture of snow plum. Ji family. When Ji Heng returned, Ji Lang was in the hall chatting amiably with Missen. They were all smiles. It was apparent they had encountered something delightful. "Madam, this cloud brocade phoenix robe is going to cost you." Yu Guang, upon seeing Uncle Meng bringing Ji Heng home, saw Ji Lang lower his gaze and take a sip of tea, swallowing down the rest of the sentence he was about to say. Ji Heng had come to greet his elder sister-in-law. The matters in Xiqing were almost settled. He was planning to go back to Xiangqing. Ji Wanxin previously had the best relationship with her sister-in-law. Ji Heng showed her great respect as well. "Won't you stay a few more days?" the elder sister-in-law exclaimed in surprise. "I was just talking to Alung about getting in touch with some middle schools." Middle schools? Ji Heng remembered Xiaoqi. Even without considering the Ji family's influence, the bond between Bai Lian and Xiaoqi was unparalleled. If he wanted to continue his education, there would be no shortage of schools fighting to admit him. After all, everyone who came from Bai Lian's side was exceptional. He knew Xiaoqi just didn't want to waste any more time in school. "Madam, if he doesn't want to study, let him be." Ji Heng shook his head. "When he decides he wants to, then we'll talk about it." Listening to Ji Heng's words, the elder sister-in-law looked completely bewildered. With such a solemn expression on Ji Heng's face, it was hard to believe he would indulge the younger generation to this extent. The child said he didn't want to go to school, and he actually didn't press the issue? Having spoken with the elder sister-in-law, Ji Heng then departed. He noticed Ji Lang was deliberately avoiding him and didn't inquire further, simply leaving. Off to the side, Uncle Meng glanced at Ji Heng's retreating back and then to Ji Lang, who looked indifferent. He opened his mouth as if to say something but eventually chose to remain silent. It was only after Ji Lang left that he quietly relayed to the elder sister-in-law the events of the day. The Pei family? The Wang family? The elder sister-in-law looked shocked. It then occurred to her that she still didn't know the names of Ji Heng's granddaughter and grandson. All she knew was one was called Alien and the other, Xiaoqi. His granddaughter also got into Jianghu University, just like Wanxin, the elder sister-in-law realized afterward. If the two of them claimed to be Bai Lian's classmates, they could only be university classmates. The young masters from the Pei and Wang families were students of Jianghu University. Certainly, Uncle Meng squinted his eyes. He thought to himself that it was probably far more than just that. The respectful attitude that Master Pei and young Master Wang from the Wang family had just now towards Ji Heng was almost reverential. A day later, Ji Heng was set to leave Xicheng and return to Xiangcheng. There was still work to be done at the Bai Lian base, and she had to take Pei Qin and Wang Su with her. So Bai Lian left Pei Qin and Wang Su in the care of Jiang Fulai for the time being. Xiaoqi had just arrived in Xicheng today. Bai Lian went to find Xiaoqi and, along the way, pick up Ji Heng for the airport. She made a phone call to Ji Heng, saying she would come to pick him up. Ji Heng didn't have much to pack, just a black briefcase containing a few old items that Ji Wanxin had cherished. Uncle Meng and Grandma both came to see Ji Heng off. Ji Heng packed an oil paper wrapped package and, tilting his head, said to Uncle Meng, "No need to see me off, Alien will take a detour to pick me up." Grandma and Uncle Meng had become very sensitive to the name Alien these past couple of days. Upon hearing Ji Heng's words, Grandma stood up. "Wangxin's granddaughter? She's coming? Has she arrived? Have her come inside and take a look around." Ever since Uncle Meng speculated that Bai Lian might be a student at Jianghu University, Grandma had been unable to calm down. When she married into the Ji family, Ji Wanxin was only in middle school, and the two had a very close relationship. Especially after hearing that she attended the same university as Ji Wanxin, she was even more eager to meet the alien that Ji Heng mentioned. She had hinted at it a few times, but Ji Heng had not responded to her queries. "She'll be here soon," Ji Heng said as he opened a drawer and took out another wooden windmill, pondering for a moment. She might not come in. This was a toy that Ji Wanxin had played with as a child. Grandma could no longer care about that and was about to head out to wait for Bai Lian. Uncle Meng hurriedly took her arm. "Grandma, you shouldn't go out into the cold. I'll go wait for Miss Alien." "All right." Grandma also realized she had been too anxious and sat down again, but her eyes still lingered towards the door. "You go quickly." Outside the Ji family's main gate, Uncle Meng ran over, huffing and puffing. He looked towards the end of the road and saw a car slowly approaching in less than 10 minutes. It had a local Jiangjing license plate. The car stopped right outside the Ji family's main gate. Uncle Meng straightened up immediately and saw the passenger side door open, and a casually dressed person step out. He recognized one of them as someone he had just met at the tea house a few days ago. Uncle Meng confirmed that this was indeed the car of Ji Heng's granddaughter. At the same time, the person in the back seat also opened the door and bent over to step out. In a white hoodie and beige casual pants and lifting their head against the light, long fingers played with a cell phone, squinting in the direction of the main gate. Uncle Meng had been in Jiangjing for many years and had seen his share of exceptionally beautiful people. Xicheng had always been home to beauties, and Ji Wanxin herself was once the ravishing beauty of Xicheng. The Ji family's young masters and young ladies were all quite attractive, but none could hold a candle to the girl in front of him. Uncle Meng was taken aback for a moment before he finally came to his senses and walked forward. "Are you Miss Alien?" "Yes, hello." Bai Lian nodded slightly towards him. "The master is still packing, it's cold outside. Let me take you inside to wait for him, have a cup of hot tea." Uncle Meng gestured, inviting Bai Lian in. Bai Lian gave him a glance, considered briefly, and then stepped onto the elevator. The casually dressed person behind her kept a distance of a few meters, following neither too far nor too close. The Ji family's house was a Chinese-style courtyard, not too large. Upon entering, one could see someone cleaning up trash, with green trash bins filled to the brim. Bai Lian initially glanced casually, but the next second, something on the trash bin caught her eye, making her squint and pause to take a closer look. Uncle Meng noticed Bai Lian had stopped and saw that she was looking casually at the trash bin to the left, her expression unreadable. He also looked over and saw a familiar corner of a gift box protruding from the left-hand bin. Feeling uneasy, he watched as Bai Lian reached out, not minding the grime, and pulled the entire gift box out. The brand new, unopened gift box, she recognized it. It was the one Xiaoqi had carefully packaged for the tea leaves. Bai Lian looked down with an indifferent expression, gently brushed a leaf off the elegant gift box, and looked at it before tilting her head slightly. Where did this come from? Chapter 911, Extra Episode 360 Chapter 5. The dominance of Bai Lian. The gift boxes Xiaoqi packaged were all under the guidance of Sun Chun, and both had quite the aesthetic. Both the wooden boxes and their decorations had a charming appeal. At the time, Uncle Meng also helped bring them back, and he had a deep impression of these boxes and recognized them at a glance. Which family would carelessly throw this gift box out as trash? Uncle Meng's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the next second, the cleaning staff politely said, "This is from the third master's yard." Third master? Bai Lian didn't know who he was but thanked the person anyway. "Thank you." She held the gift box in her hand and continued walking inside with Uncle Meng, looking at him with the same casual and loose expression as before. Seeing Uncle Meng looking over, she gave him a polite smile. It seemed she wasn't bothered by the gift box from the trash bin. Despite her gentle expression, Uncle Meng felt somewhat uneasy for reasons unknown. By the time Bai Lian arrived, Jianghu had almost finished packing his things. Ji family's second master stood in the middle of the hall, ready to return to Xiangqing with Jianghu. He held a hand-rolled cigarette and looked towards the left at the embroidery frame. "If you're not bringing her back, you should at least let me pay my respects to her. It's been 40 years. Ji family's second master actually knew that when Wanxin was at home, she often contacted the municipal people. Later, after getting into Jianghu University and getting together with Mu Heng, the two of them vanished from public view, with no news and no way to trace them. Back then, Ji family's second master guessed that Wanxin and Mu Heng might already be people of the state. He couldn't really blame Mu Heng. Even without him, Wanxin would have made the same choice. What he couldn't let go of was that Jianghu hadn't contacted them for so long and hadn't brought Wanxin back either. Jianghu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Now it's possible." Great Aunt stood aside, quietly sighing. The Ji family was now in a state of heated rivalry. Compared to the hastily ambitious third branch, Great Aunt preferred the composed second branch. Recently, though, the third branch had delivered frequent successes, especially with securing a cooperation in Jianghu. This cooperation was still a mystery to Great Aunt. For Ji family's second master, leaving at this juncture was more disadvantageous than beneficial. She knew she couldn't dissuade Ji family's second master. She sighed and saw two people walking through the door. In the dead of winter, the girl wore a white sweatshirt, looking quite frail. She stepped over the threshold and gracefully entered. The dimly lit room became bright instantly because of her arrival. Great Aunt's gaze shifted towards her, and without needing Uncle Meng to introduce her, she knew this must be alien that Jianghu had mentioned, such was her distinctive flair. This seemed to surprise Ji family's second master somewhat. Bai Lian entered, greeting politely. Her eyes unobtrusively surveyed the room's furnishings, somewhat guessing what her grandmother did. Actually, there was no need to guess. The Mu family had nothing to do with embroidery, and Jianghu's embroidery skills obviously came from someone else. "This is my granddaughter, Bai Lian." Seeing Bai Lian, Jianghu's expression softened considerably, chin slightly lifted as he introduced her to the room. It was clear how proud he was. As for the gift box in Bai Lian's hands, Jianghu glanced at it and then averted his gaze, seemingly guessing where it came from. And not really caring much about it. Jianghu needed to catch a flight and didn't stay long. Great Aunt saw them out and as they were leaving, left Bai Lian, "Good child, do you want to stay at Ji family for a few days? Let your grandparents go back first." "Thank you, but I have other things to attend to," Bai Lian politely declined. After the car drove away, Great Aunt then walked back, remarking to Uncle Meng about Bai Lian, Jianghu University, still so well behaved. Truly a descendant of Wanxin. She carries her grace. Back in the courtyard, Great Aunt remembered the gift box Bai Lian had brought. In Great Aunt's room, there were 2 similar boxes. It's from the third master's room, Uncle Meng honestly spoke. The third master might not have noticed and accidentally threw away the box. Miss Bai picked it up from the trash bin. Great Aunt was shocked. Even if they didn't like it, they could have just set it aside, not thrown it into the trash bin. What kind of manners was that? She had someone look for Ji family's third master. Although Ji family's third master didn't care for the gift, he wouldn't have discarded it. It might have been placed in a corner with some refuse last night and got cleared out by the servants by mistake, he explained. Call them later and explain the situation, Great Aunt sighed. Ji family's third master responded, changing the topic. The Che family also sent some embroidery, but in the end, we were slightly better off. In a few days, I'm planning to invite that butler for a meal. Chapter 912, Extra Episode 360 Chapter 5, The Dominance of Bai Lian _2. After he said these things, he turned around and left the courtyard gate. Of course, as for making a phone call to explain the gift as big sister-in-law had said, he seemed to have forgotten about it. Where is my second brother? He asked the person next to him. Having heard that second Master Ji had gone to Xiangqing, third Master Ji shook his head. Why would he go there? In the past 2 years, third Master Ji had also heard many people talk about Xiangqing, especially young people who loved to check in at Xiangqing. But the fact that it was previously impoverished was also true. No matter how popular it was, third Master Ji didn't think such an 18th-tier small city could change much. However, it was good that he went to Xiangqing. Third Master Ji planned to use this time to finalize the Phoenix robe matter. Second Master Ji accompanied Jiheng to Xiangqing. They bought plane tickets directly. After getting off the plane, he saw the newly built Xiangqing airport, not very large, but very distinctive, and not as shabby as second Master Ji had imagined. He followed Jiheng off the plane. Passing the newly constructed 6-lane roads, he looked at the tourist ring road, the various shopping malls, and the residential areas under construction. All sorts of large corporations were settling in Xiangqing. This level of investment was already comparable to a new first-tier city. How much did those at the top value Xiangqing? Second Master Ji was shocked beyond belief. They arrived at Purist Street. Seeing Purist Street's large crowd, he was astonished for a long while. You live here? This must be a popular tourist spot, right? Jiheng lives here? How could it be completely different from what he had imagined? Second Master Ji was shocked inwardly, but outwardly he calmly followed Jiheng to his residence. Tomorrow morning I'll take you there to pay homage, Jiheng said as he walked into the courtyard, speaking to Second Master Ji. It should be closed by now at this hour. A mausoleum? Second Master Ji thought it was normal for the mausoleum to be closed. He followed Jiheng to the front of the courtyard, observing the clean courtyard, and saw 2 elderly men playing chess next door. Jiheng's courtyard gate was locked. He took out his keys to unlock it. The elderly neighbor, who was deeply engrossed in his chess game, heard the noise, stood up, and greeted Jiheng. Old Ji, you're finally back. Perfect timing, Manager Jian was looking for you. Saying that, he promptly took his chess set and went back to his own house, leaving Manager Jian to Jiheng. Jiheng, while unlocking the door, asked in surprise, what brings you here? I came to Xiangqing to join the excitement and to look for classmate Bai Lian, said Manager Jian as he slowly walked over, not feeling the slightest bit guilty about bullying the old gentleman next door. She's been busy for several months, and Yan Lu hasn't released a new song in half a year. Jiheng couldn't answer for Bai Lian regarding these matters, and simply opened the courtyard gate. He then introduced Manager Jian to Second Master Ji. Mr. Ji, it's good to meet you, said Manager Jian as he offered a friendly handshake to Second Master Ji. Second Master Ji took in Manager Jian's attire and demeanor, realizing that this man was not simple, but of course, he was not aware of what Manager Jian meant by any songs. But he knew of the big star Yan Lu. After all, Yan Lu was a rising sun of fame, and Second Master Ji had even seen the drama Great Yong. Jiheng and the others actually knew Yan Lu. Not only did they know her, but it also sounded like they were quite close. Especially since Ji Heng said that this person was even Bai Lian's sworn sibling. After shaking hands, Manager Jian continued to seek out Ji Heng. You should also push classmate Bai Lian a little, she is too lazy. This won't do. Look, Yan Lu has even finished filming a movie. Ji Heng went to the kitchen to boil water and make tea for them. He acted as if he hadn't heard. In the courtyard, Second Master Ji exchanged a look with Manager, expressing his astonishment. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Ji Heng took Second Master Ji to pay homage to Ji Wanxin. Second Master Ji had always thought that Ji Wanxin was in the mausoleum, but to his surprise, Ji Heng took him straight to a tourist spot. The site was obviously quite popular. There were people all along the way. Are you sure it's here? Second Master Ji was struggling as he climbed the mountain, panting heavily. Yet seeing Ji Heng continue to climb with ease, as if walking on flat ground, he was too embarrassed to ask for a rest. He also muttered under his breath about Ji Heng's surprisingly good physical condition. Ji Heng turned onto a smaller path, where the number of people dwindled significantly. They only encountered a few scattered tourists. Taking another small path, they finally saw several tall tombstones. Ji Heng stood beside one for a while before saying, "This is it." He took out incense and, as usual, a pot of wine. Second Master Ji was truly shocked now. Looking at Ji Wangxin's tombstone for a long time, he couldn't react, thinking, aren't the tombstones in such tourist spots usually memorials for great heroes and public figures? His mind in disarray, he took out incense candles and paid homage to Ji Wanxin. Next to him, Ji Heng poured wine in front of the other two tombstones, then silently burned paper money. Chapter 913, Extra Episode 360 Chapter 5, The Dominance of Bai Lian _3 The atmosphere was oppressive. As they descended the mountain, Ji Heng slowly started talking to Ji's second master. Previously, when I was abroad, I sent messages to the homeland. The enemy was watching closely. Wanxin, posing as a pregnant woman, visited me and passed the messages on. Eventually, she was discovered. Ji Heng told Ji's second master whatever he could. He was giving an account. I have always been guarding Shangcheng. Ji Heng placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the sunlight above. It's only in the past 2 years when the spotlight has lessened that I found a chance to return to the Ji family. Ji's second master stayed in Shangcheng for 2 days. He went to visit the bustling Wallow Street, as well as the Calligraphy Association and the Martial Arts Center. He went there with Director Jian. Director Jian enjoyed browsing the Calligraphy Association, and there he encountered a middle-aged woman in a suit. Ji's second master observed Director Jian chatting with this woman for quite some time. He stood aside, observing the artworks hanging on the walls of the Calligraphy Association, without uttering a word. He simply thought she was an acquaintance of Director Jian. However, upon hearing the middle-aged woman address Jian Zhongyo as director, and seeing the respect on her face, Ji's second master was surprised. A director? What kind of director? Director Jian and the middle-aged woman walked towards the outdoor stage. Watching the crowd of tourists outside, Ji's second master followed behind them, overhearing the staff outside addressing the woman as Director Sunday. Who is she? Ji's second master was once again taken aback and asked the person beside him. Are you talking about Director Sun? The young person beside him chuckled. She's the head of the Shangcheng Culture and Tourism Bureau. She's approachable and young people really like her. The head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau? Ji's second master's gaze shifted back to Director Jian. This head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau held such respect for Jian Zhongyo. So who exactly is this Director Jian? That was enough for now. Ji Heng did mention that Director Jian and Bai Lian were old friends despite the age difference. Shicheng. The butler came to confirm the size and preferred patterns with Bai Lian. Bai Lian glanced at the adjacent snow plum, recalling the incident at the Ji family, until the butler mentioned that he was making clothes for her. She inquired further about whom the butler had collaborated with. Having visited the Ji family, Bai Lian knew the Ji family had a heritage. The butler naturally did not conceal anything from Bai Lian and explained about the Ji family. The Ji family? Bai Lian stretched out her arms to let the embroideress take her measurements, pondering slightly. Send me that person's information later. The butler nodded. All right. After staying in Xiangqing for 2 days, Ji's second master hurriedly returned to Xiqing to prepare for work. He also brought along some new clothes made by Ji Heng for Bai Lian. Bai Lian had arranged to meet him at a tea house on the ancient street. Before entering, his phone rang in his pocket. He frowned upon seeing the caller and stepped outside to answer. The caller was Ji third master. Haven't you arrived yet? Ji third master spoke in a tone not respectful but rather condescending and commanding. Didn't I ask you to bring me that coat? The Ji family had a meeting, and it was almost certain that Ji third master would get the cooperation deal with Jianghu. His manner of speaking was naturally different from before. Something came up. Ji's second master did not mention Bai Lian, having learned from Uncle Meng that Bai Lian was affiliated with Jianghu University, and with Director Jian in the background, Ji's second master had realized that Bai Lian was not as he had imagined. Not to mention the 2 plainclothes agents just outside. Ji third master was very dissatisfied and coldly hung up the phone. In the vicinity, Ji's second master's confidant expressed worry. Second master, it said that third master is meeting an important guest today, and the visitor is from Jiangjing. I know, Ji's second master continued to head upwards. He reached the private room Bai Lian had mentioned. Ji's second master immediately saw the 2 plainclothes guards standing outside the box. He paused for a moment, then lifted the curtain and entered with the paper bag prepared by Ji Heng. Bai Lian was sitting by the window, leisurely making tea. She held the purple clay teapot, gently nodding 3 times, filling the teacups halfway. The fragrance of the tea permeated the entire private room. Ji's second master sniffed. It seemed like the tea Ji Heng had given him. This is what your grandfather asked me to bring you. Ji's second master handed a package of clothes to Bai Lian. Thank you. Bai Lian placed one hand on the table, the other holding the teacup, slowly savoring it as her gaze dropped. The confidant waited anxiously outside, knocked on the door, urging Ji's second master to attend the meeting. Having delivered the items and courteously sipped the tea, Ji's second master stood to leave, ready to rush back. Wait a moment. Bai Lian put down the teacup, took out her phone, and showed Ji's second master a photo. Is this one of your family's embroidery pieces? He recognized it as snow plum embroidery by his elder sister-in-law. After pondering for a moment, Ji's second master replied, It's my sister-in-law's award-winning piece. Bai Lian poured herself more tea, as she had anticipated. After filling her cup, she placed the teapot down, pressing her finger on the lid and tapping it slowly, pondering for a moment before lifting her head. Your sister-in-law's work, but it's your youngest uncle who discussed the cooperation? Ji's second master was a bit taken aback. His youngest brother had kept the matter extremely confidential, and he knew little about it, not even knowing who the cooperation partner was. It was his youngest uncle, however, who had been very prominent at the weaving factory because of this matter over the past 2 days. He did not know how Bai Lian had uncovered this matter. Yes, my brother handled this. Bai Lian looked up, glanced at him, then pulled out her phone and dialed a number briefly. Come to the tea house. Bai Lian tossed her phone onto the table, crossed her arms, and leaned back, her demeanor exuding an innate wildness. I have some complaints about your Ji family's third master. Either change the person negotiating with me, or this partnership ends here. Chapter 914, Extra Story 361-6. Not an ordinary person. Boss Mao Xiaoqi. The Xiqing weaving factory has occupied an important position since ancient times. In the early years, the Ji family also belonged to the management class of the weaving factory, acting as the eyes and ears of the emperor, which was the heyday of the Xiqing weaving factory. Now, the factory doesn't wield the same influence, but its people still hold public office. But now, the entire weaving factory has become a state-owned enterprise. The eldest aunt of the Ji family is one of the most powerful heritage craftsmen in the weaving factory today. Ji Iri and Ji Sanya are close behind, and now Ji Sanya is connecting to a business deal that is very beneficial to the weaving factory, promoting its influence. This matter had been news a few months ago and was also a major project that the weaving factory had been preparing to follow up on this year. Ji Iri looked at Bai Lian and didn't react for a while. Until the phone rang again. This time, it was the eldest aunt's call. She was in the weaving conference hall, asking Ji Eri. The director said that the person in charge of the cooperating party will also come. Lao San and several from the Chow family have been waiting for a long time. Why haven't you arrived yet? Ji Eri sat opposite Bai Lian and took quite a while to react before whispering, I have some matters here and can't return for the time being. Outside the private room, someone knocked on the door. 3 people entered, one of them an old man in a black robe, holding a cane in his left hand, slowly walking inside. This elder was someone Ji Eri had never seen before. The middle-aged man by the elder's side was holding the door curtain, letting the elder in first. After the elderly man entered, the middle-aged man followed a step behind, walking in. Following them, there was a young man in a black cotton-padded jacket. The male's face was youthful. Ji Eri's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man beside him before he clearly saw his face. Surprised, he quickly stood up from his chair and called out, Mr. Pei. Pei Yuanfu, hearing the voice, looked at Ji Eri, but he did not recognize him. However, seeing him sitting opposite Bai Lian, he also nodded politely. Then he turned to Bai Lian, both politely and respectfully, Miss Bai, how's the tea today? Quite good, Bai Lian responded. Glad you're enjoying it, Pei Yuanfu sighed in relief. Ji Eri listened to their conversation and didn't dare to speak. After speaking a few words with Pei Yuanfu, Bai Lian then introduced the other 2 men to Ji Eri, Xiaoqi, my cousin. Xiaoqi? Ji Eri's thoughts stirred, recalling what Ji Heng had just mentioned a few days ago, Mao Xiaoqi, his grandson who hadn't completed middle school. He looked at Xiaoqi, sitting in the chair. The young man was wearing a black cotton-padded jacket. Because it was warm in the tea house, the zipper was not up, and his fringe fell forward onto his forehead, giving him a refined and elegant appearance, like an artist holding a paintbrush. Indeed, he resembled Bai Lian quite a bit. If Ji Heng hadn't mentioned Xiaoqi, Ji Eri wouldn't have guessed that he hadn't finished middle school. Nice to meet you, Xiaoqi greeted Ji Eri politely. Bai Lian continued to introduce Ji Eri to the butler by her side. This is Butler Jiang. Regarding matters of the weaving factory, you can talk to him. Hearing Bai Lian's words, Pei Yuanfu silently sat in the last empty seat, thoughtfully glancing at Ji Eri. 20 minutes later. Ji Eri, holding a signed contract, looked at the signature on the last page and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Bai Lian was to return to the seawater desalination base, taking with her the clothes Ji Heng had brought for her as she went downstairs. Butler Jiang and Pei Yuanfu went down the stairs together to see her off. Xiaoqi followed the group at a suitable distance, emanating a clear and graceful air. 2 plainclothes security guards followed behind her, also keeping a suitable distance. As Bai Lian was about to get into the car, Ji Eri suddenly remembered Director Jian and hurriedly called out to Bai Lian. Director Jian asked when you would bring out your guzheng. It's been half a year. After hearing that, Bai Lian got into the car and waved towards Ji Eri cavalierly. She didn't give an answer. As the car drove away, Pei Yuanfu sent Butler Jiang off in a car, then turned to Ji Eri, took out his phone, and very friendly invited him to dinner. Ji Eri was flattered. Mr. Xiaoqi, Pei Yuanfu then invited Mao Xiaoqi, who was a step behind them, would you like to join us? Standing aside, Ji Eri could clearly see that Pei Yuanfu's attitude towards Xiaoqi was like that towards an equal. Although it wasn't as reverent as towards Bai Lian, it was still very cautious. After finishing their meal and on the way back, Pei Yuanfu naturally included Butler Jiang in the conversation. Ji Eri took out his own phone, a little fancifully, exchanged phone numbers, and added Pei Yuanfu on WeChat. On the side, his confidant saw that both Pei Yuanfu and Xiaoqi had left. Only then did he look at Ji Eri in surprise. Second master, why did Mr. Pei eat with you? And who is this Mr. Xiaoqi? Chapter 915, Extra Story 361-6. Not an ordinary person, Boss Mao Xiaoqi _2, Xiaoqi, is the grandson of my elder aunt, and as for Mr. Pei, Second Master Ji exhaled, he is a guest of my elder aunt's granddaughter. Evening. When Second Master Ji returned home, most of the Ji family had also come back. The eldest sister-in-law sat in the living room, with third Master Ji beside her, and Ji Lang and Ji Yun among a few others. The atmosphere was quite silent. Seeing second Master Ji, the eldest sister-in-law looked up and inquired why he had returned at such a time. Second Master Ji was still thinking about Bai Lian. Hearing this, he looked up. I was just bringing something to Wangsun's granddaughter. Ji Wangsun's granddaughter? Third Master Ji, who was holding a teacup, looked up at second Master Ji, hintingly said, Second brother, today the director and several managers from the weaving factory were there, everyone except you. Second Master Ji cast his eyes down and did not respond. When Ji Lang and the others were about to leave, the eldest sister-in-law remembered something and asked Ji Lang, Alung, how are you preparing for Wangsun's grandson's school registration? She was talking about Xiaoqi. Ji Lang had not taken Ji Heng's family to heart at all and had long forgotten about it. He replied calmly, Anan told me that these few days, the management from Xiankang headquarters have come to Xicheng. I am currently liaising with them about this matter. Registering for school isn't something that can be done in a short time, especially for someone who has been out of school for several years. How popular Xiankang had been lately was known even to the eldest sister-in-law, who was deeply engaged in embroidery. Because she sat on the embroidery stool year-round, she had developed chronic ailments in her hands and back. She had even queued for a card at Xiankang before, and it was thanks to the acupuncture and massage from Zhuangkang's doctors that she was still able to hold an embroidery needle. This matter is indeed very important, the eldest sister-in-law showed understanding but still urged, school is about to start, try to get it done when you have time. Ji Lang smiled and gave no answer. Second Master Ji was still holding a file bag in his hand. He silently sat aside and had Uncle Meng pour him a cup of tea. Hearing this, he glanced at Third Master Ji. It was not until Third Master Ji and Ji Lang had left that the eldest sister-in-law sighed, I see that Alung doesn't really want to help with the school registration, so you should also keep an eye on it. Second Master Ji picked up the teacup and took a sip. He had heard about Xiaoqi from Uncle Meng, Ji Heng's grandson, who did not finish middle school and did not wish to continue his education. Second Master Ji had also thought Ji Heng was being foolish before. But after meeting Xiaoqi today, Second Master Ji felt that Xiaoqi was different from what he had imagined. Seeing Pei Yuanfa's attitude towards Xiaoqi and Bai Lian, wasn't getting a school registration just a matter of a few words? Okay, I'll ask around tomorrow. Second Master Ji finished speaking but then remembered the Jiang family butler, pausing slightly. Did you see that person at the weaving factory today with the third brother? Hearing this, the eldest sister-in-law shook her head. No, only people from the weaving factory came over. It was said that they were busy with something, and we still don't know what the situation is. Second Master Ji wasn't surprised. After the eldest sister-in-law finished speaking, he placed the file in front of her. Take a look at this. What is this? The eldest sister-in-law looked at the file on the table with surprise, then opened it and asked Uncle Meng to bring her reading glasses. As soon as she put them on, she saw the text on the first page of the agreement. She quickly sat up straight and read down the page. Then she flipped to the last page. The last two lines of signatures, with Ji Lang's name in front, and the last line, signature, Jiang Shiju's seal, Zhongxing Group, this is. Today he didn't go to the weaving factory because he went to the tea house. Second Master Ji's gaze was also rather complex. The one who ordered the custom-made cloud brocade phoenix robe was a member of the Jiang family. The one I spoke with today was the Jiang family butler. And this phoenix robe, it's made for Wangsun's granddaughter. What? The eldest sister-in-law stood up in shock, almost knocking over the teacup near her. Second Master Ji nodded towards her. The eldest sister-in-law took a while to react, sitting dazedly in the chair. Only after she recovered did Second Master Ji ask about other things, mainly about Bai Lian's last words. What's the deal between the third brother and her? Even though Third Master Ji was not concerned about Xiaoqi's school registration, Bai Lian did not know about this either. Hearing Second Master Ji's question, the eldest sister-in-law's gaze shifted towards the door. It must have been the gift. He threw Xiaoming's gift into the trash can, and that day, it was seen by Wangsun's granddaughter. It didn't take many days for the news about Second Master Ji's collaboration with the Jiang family butler and obtaining the Zhongxing Group's agreement to reach Third Master Ji. How could this be? Third Master Ji overturned the tea table, throwing a fit in his living quarters. But he couldn't find out any additional details. Chapter 916, Extra Story 361-6, Not an Ordinary Person, Boss Mao, Mao Xiaoqi 3. The focus of the Ji family and the weaving factory had already shifted towards Ji's third grandfather. Even Ji Lang had been scolded mercilessly by him. Grandfather, Ji Lang pursed his lips, waiting for his grandfather's rage to subside before he spoke. Tonight, the Xiqing Chamber of Commerce is hosting a dinner for the people from the Xiankang Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Will you be attending? The Xiqing Chamber of Commerce used to be led by the weaving factory. Now, the president had changed to the wealthiest man in Xiqing. Upon hearing this, Ji's third grandfather slightly subdued his anger and had Ji Lang prepare to accompany him in the evening. The evening banquet of the Xiqing Chamber of Commerce was held in the Grand Auditorium, with many celebrities gathered and several municipal leaders also present. The banquet started at 7, but Ji's third grandfather arrived early, not even 6 o'clock yet. He networked with various significant business owners at the venue, exchanging business cards. Ji Lang and his fiancée both followed behind Ji's third grandfather. As it neared 7 o'clock, a stir went through the main entrance, marking the president of the Xiqing Chamber of Commerce's arrival. The crowd surged towards the entrance. Ji's third grandfather and Ji Lang exchanged glances, picking up their wine glasses and following the crowd toward the entrance. The two finally squeezed in and saw the chamber's president, who was accompanied by a young man in a suit. Judging by his somewhat tender face, he seemed to be no older than 20. President. Ji's third grandfather finally found an opportunity and, holding up his wine glass, toasted the president and the young man. I am from the weaving factory, and this is my grandson Ji Lang. The president of the Xiqing Chamber of Commerce nodded. He seemed to have met Ji Lang before. Young Ji is promising. And this is Director Mao from the Xiankang headquarters, managing director, just like young Ji, both with great prospects. Ji's third grandfather had been waiting for just that moment and hurriedly raised his wine glass. Director Mao, hello. Mao Xiaoqi held his wine glass and slightly raised it toward Ji's third grandfather. Ji's third grandfather only managed to exchange a few words with Mao Xiaoqi and didn't even have the chance to introduce himself before being pushed aside by other corporate bosses. The Ji family honestly didn't count for much in this circle. But fortunately, Ji's third grandfather managed to get Director Mao's business card. Standing in a corner, he spoke to Ji Lang nearby. Once the crowd thins, go and introduce yourselves. Then he asked, did my second brother not come? Second grandfather is at the weaving factory. He's coming late, Ji Lang replied. Ji's third grandfather nodded and said no more, instead introducing Ji Lang to other people at the chamber again. Second grandfather of Ji arrived hurriedly at 7:30. Ji's third grandfather spotted him from afar but did not greet him. Nearby, Ji Lang's fiancée recognized Ji's third grandfather and asked in a low voice, shall we invite them over? Second grandfather Ji had always been immersed in studying embroidery techniques and knew few people. His presence today was due to his rising position in the weaving factory, which brought him along. Not as well connected as Ji's third grandfather. With a champagne glass in hand, Ji's third grandfather remained silent, but upon seeing the president and Director Mao, he quickly approached with a smile. I've long heard of the great reputation of Xiankang. Meeting Director Mao today, truly, a hero is younger than he seems. He raised his glass, exchanging pleasantries with the president and Director Mao. Mao Xiaoqi politely smiled, having heard too many similar remarks tonight. He politely raised his glass to Ji's third grandfather, then looking up, his eyes met with those of second grandfather Ji. Second grandfather Ji, along with the director of the weaving factory, was discussing matters about the Xiankang headquarters and was caught off guard by Mao Xiaoqi's gaze. He then approached with his wine glass. Somewhat puzzled, Mao Xiaoqi. Everyone at the venue who had received Mao Xiaoqi's business card knew his name, Mao Xiaoqi. Hearing second grandfather Ji directly call Director Mao by his name, Ji's third grandfather's expression subtly changed, thinking it bold to address Director Mao by his name, considering his societal status was higher than that of the Ji family despite his younger age. When second grandfather Ji approached, Jis third grandfather pulled him by the sleeve and quietly warned, "That's Director Mao." As he spoke, he looked up and, with a smile, explained to Mao Xiaoqi and the president, "Director Mao, my second brother was calling for my grandson Xiaoming, who is conveniently the seventh in our family." Yet, just as he finished speaking, Mao Xiaoqi looked at second grandfather Ji and politely called out, "Second grandfather." Chapter 917, 362 Number 7. The scariest one. The surroundings were quite peaceful. Ever since Xiaoqi arrived in Xicheng, there weren't many who could genuinely connect with him. Even the people from the Xicheng Business Association tried their best to bring Xiankang into the Xicheng Business Association. Tonight's grand display at the association was solely for Xiankang. Yet despite the entire Xicheng Business Association being mobilized, Xiaoqi barely revealed any of his thoughts and didn't seem close to anyone. Now that they saw him calling someone second grandpa, people around were secretly having others inquire about second grandpa Jis news. Second grandpa Ji was also surprised. He had recognized that the man beside Xiaoqi was the president of the Xicheng Business Association, and everyone around was revolving around Xiaoqi, associating this with the banquet held today in honor of the general manager from the Xiankang headquarters. Throughout the banquet, aside from Xiaoqi, second grandpa Ji was also someone whose acquaintances sought to become familiar with. Some had even found their way to third grandpa Ji to inquire about the exact relationship between Xiaoqi and second grandpa Ji. Another group, holding their wine glasses, chatted up third grandpa Ji, all because of Xiaoqi and second grandpa Ji. With a rigid smile on his face, third grandpa Ji saw this group off. By his side, Ji Lang looked towards the center, where second grandpa Ji was surrounded by influential individuals of the Xicheng circle, and opened his mouth. "Second grandpa is." Third grandpa Ji pursed his lips and shook his head. He knew nothing. He just felt that everything changed after second grandpa Ji returned from a trip to Xiangcheng. The orders from the weaving factory were reassigned, and now even General Mao from Xiankang was acquainted with him. How did second grandpa Ji find such connections out of the blue? After the reception ended, Xiaoqi left first, and the president personally saw second grandpa Ji out. It was then that third grandpa Ji found an opportunity to speak with second grandpa Ji and asked about Xiaoqi. In fact, second grandpa Ji himself had not fully recovered from his astonishment. Hearing the query, he tilted his head and looked at third grandpa Ji. "You're asking about Xiaoqi?" Third grandpa Ji and Ji Lang, among others, all halted and held their breath, waiting for his response. "You know him." Second grandpa Ji looked at him. "He is Wangxin's grandson." "What did you say?" Third grandpa Ji was stunned upon hearing that. Ji Wangxin's grandson? Wasn't it said by the eldest grandmother that he hadn't even finished middle school? And they had even been arranging Ji Lang to sort out his school registration? How did he suddenly become the general manager of Xiankang headquarters? In fact, not just third grandpa Ji. Even second grandpa Ji himself could hardly believe it. During their last encounter, he had guessed that Bai Lian and Zioki's identities were no simple matter, given Bai Lian cared about the butler of the Zhongxing group. And the Pei family was so polite to Xiaoqi. Yet, even with all the guessing, second grandpa Ji had never imagined that Xiaoqi was in fact the general manager of Xiankang headquarters. Second grandpa Ji departed. Ji Lang, third grandpa Ji, and others were still standing in the original spot. A chill wind blew through. Third grandpa Ji shivered and turned back to look at Ji Lang. "How is your school registration going? The Xicheng Sea water purification project." Most of the research staff had already been assembled. Ning Xiao, with his computer in tow, attended the meeting, bringing Pei Qin and Wang Su along. Pei and Wang were merely ordinary sophomores at Jianghu University, lacking the extraordinary capabilities of Ning Xiao and Bai Lian. They could barely keep up with the pace. During their time at the base, the two of them barely slept 3 hours a day. At the start of the semester, the project had already officially begun research, and Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were all set to return to school. Back at Jianghu, both the laboratory and the Tongfeng class had a bunch of things waiting for them. When they came to Xicheng, it was only a few people like Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. But when they returned to Jianghu, the group had grown significantly. Second Grandpa Ji had successfully negotiated the project and formally entered the circle of the Xiqing Business Association. This year, the Xiqing Business Association was sending him to negotiate with the Jianghu Business Association. The eldest grandmother saw him off, and they had not contacted Bai Lian since. However, he had spoken with Xiaoqi a few times. "What do you think?" Second Grandpa Ji asked the eldest grandmother as he waited for the car, tilting his head. "Who exactly are Wangxin's family members? Especially his grandson, that's Xian Kong, after all." One Bai Lian had gotten into Jianghu University and knew the Jiang family butler. One Xiaoqi, not yet 20 years old, a corporate giant of Xian Kong. He had some real talent. This Xiaoqi was even more terrifying than Bai Lian. The eldest grandmother didn't know either. This time when Second Grandpa Ji went to Jianghu, he took his grandson Ji Yun with him. Before boarding the plane, he also called Ji Heng to let him know he was heading to Jianghu and that he had brought specialties and gifts from Xiqing for Bai Lian and the rest. Jianghu. The Jiang family's plane touched down at Jianghu Airport, where a small section was reserved for private planes, and Jianghu had plenty who could afford their own aircraft. Chapter 918, 362 Number 7, the scariest 1_2 However, only the Jiang family had set aside a separate area, parking 3 airplanes. Jiang Fulai slowly landed behind Bai Lian, holding a cell phone, answering Gao Shu's call leisurely, yet his gaze fell ahead. Ahead, Bai Lian's left hand held a document behind her back as she turned her head to explain the topic to Wang Su and Pei Qin, the black of her eyes reflecting the airport scenery. In Jianghu, it was still winter, and the airport was windy. She was wearing only a white knitted sweater. She did not feel cold. Jiang Fulai watched her silhouette, leisurely pulling up his black scarf to cover his cold, hard jawline. "The butler has already made the wedding dress," Gao Shu urged Jiang Fulai over the phone. "When are you planning to get married?" Jiang Fulai's icy fingertips touched the phone, his usual cold expression in his eyes, but his voice was gentle. "What's the rush? She's just in her sophomore year." Such a craftsmanship on the phoenix robe would also take a year of manual work. Gao Shu had already started working, having just finished a meeting at the theater. "Am I the only one in a hurry?" Jiang Fulai paused briefly and hummed in affirmation. Gao Shu didn't expose him, only raising an eyebrow. "Okay, are you coming back today?" This new year, she hadn't seen Bai Lian yet. Now that they were coming back, Gao Shu was ready to go to the Shanghai apartment with some items. Ahead, Bai Lian was still discussing the topic with the two. "It's N is the N torsion subgroup of the able group A. What you get is a long exact sequence, naturally leading to an injection." She spoke methodically, detailing each step meticulously, unlike Jiang Fulai, who found it too simple and would typically skip over. Nor would she spare them a disdainful, "huh." Tang Ming and Ning Xiao's improvement in grades had much to do with her. Having finished, she also gave them time to reflect. Meanwhile, she called Ji Heng to tell him that she had safely arrived in Jianghu. Ji Heng still had to stay in Xiangqing for a while, not coming back just yet. Upon receiving Bai Lian's call, he was at Purist Street, worshipping the tree god with a group of tourists, praying while telling Bai Lian that Ji grand-uncle had also arrived in Jianghu and had brought her clothes. "The clothes the great lady made for you," Ji Heng, following the crowd, finished worshipping the tree god and then slowly told Bai Lian, "When I went back to Xiqing, she had already asked for your measurements to make them. She finished making it yesterday. Great lattice craftsmanship is superb, she even taught your grandmother. I'll have it sent directly to the Shanghai apartment." Bai Lian had already seen the car sent by the Research Institute. "Okay, I'll make a trip to the Research Institute first, I'll return by 5. The driver was the previous driver of Academician Ma, and the co-driver was a previously plainclothed security officer. Jiang Fulai was picked up by a car from the Jiang family. He hadn't gone home all year and was now rushing back for the Jiang family's annual meeting. Wang Su and Pei Qin, not daring to join Jiang Fulai, got into the car that came for Bai Lian. After 3 in the afternoon, Ji grand-uncle arrived in Jianghu with Ji Yun. The two were received by members of the Jianghu Chamber of Commerce and stayed at the Yunshao building. It was not a busy time, and Chang'an district was not far away. Seeing the address Ji Heng had sent, they headed to Shanghai apartment. When they reached near Shanghai apartment, they realized it was close to Jianghu University. Both had been to Jiangjing before, Ji Yun having visited for tourism several times, even entering Jianghu University. Now, standing in front of its understated and rhythmic gate, he looked up at the words, Jiangjing University, and couldn't help but feel ambition surge again. Remembering Ji Heng, Ji Yun exclaimed to Ji Granduncle, "I didn't expect, the matriarch's granddaughter is studying here." This was Jiangjing University, after all, where only a handful from Xiqing got admitted each year. Ji Yun had yet to meet this granddaughter of the matriarch and was very curious about what she looked like. With the school term at Jianghu University in session, there were many people at the entrance. Ji Granduncle wanted to look inside Jianghu University, as it was a place where Wanxin had once been, but Ji Yun hadn't managed to get the QR code to enter, only securing one for 3 days later. "Let's come back in a couple of days," Ji Yun put away his phone, holding the bag in his hand, and said to him, "It's almost time. Let's head to Shanghai apartment first." Ji Yun was eager. It turned out their relative could actually get into Jianghu University. His curiosity about Ji Heng's granddaughter reached its peak. They arrived at the gate of Shanghai apartment soon. This road was rather quiet, and upon seeing the gate of Shanghai apartment, Ji Granduncle walked towards it. "Didn't the matriarch say to call our cousin in advance? Also, aren't there too few people here?" Ji Yun followed Ji Granduncle, puzzled by the sparseness of people on the road and the sparse crowd at the gate of Shanghai apartment. The location occupied by Shanghai apartment was unexpectedly uncrowded. "It's just a few steps away, we can walk there." Grandpa Ji had not intended for Bai Lian to come and pick them up. The two of them arrived at the entrance of Shanghai apartment. Before they could state their purpose, they saw plainclothes guards standing on both sides of the gate. With bulging pockets, Ji Yun immediately spotted the exposed gun handle and quickly pulled his grandfather back a step. "Grandpa, I think we better make a phone call." He saw it, and naturally, Grandpa Ji saw it too. What kind of setup is this complex? Even the security guards at the gate are armed? Not really. The two grandsons exchanged glances, and Grandpa Ji immediately took out his cell phone to call Ji Heng, telling him that they had reached the entrance of the complex. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man came out from the complex to meet Grandpa Ji and Ji Yun. "Are you relatives of Bai Lian?" Grandpa Ji, looking at the other's shiny bald head, quickly responded, "Yes. I'm Bai Lian's senior, surnamed Huang." Dean Huang led Grandpa Ji and Ji Yun inside, smiling warmly. "She's still busy, let me first take you to 103. Grandpa Ji and Ji Yun looked at Dean Huang in surprise. Such a big age difference, and he's Bai Lian's senior? The two followed Dean Huang into the complex. Grandpa Ji and Dean Huang struck up a conversation. Since Dean Huang claimed to be Bai Lian's senior and was easygoing, he appeared less formal. They chatted about Bai Lian. Until they turned a corner, a young man walking his dog saw Dean Huang and hurried to greet him excitedly. "Dean Huang, hello, I'm from the Institute of Nuclear Power, and you an academician, you are my idols." Dean Huang nodded at him amiably. The dog walker eagerly looked behind Dean Huang. "Where's God Jian?" Bai Jian is the faith of the younger generation. "Dean Huang, what happened to me being your idol?" The little junior sister is still busy. But Dean Huang also understood these young people's mindset. As an era they witnessed firsthand, becoming fans of Bai Lian wasn't surprising at all. After parting with the young man, Dean Huang took Grandpa Ji and Ji Yun to 103. Then he leisurely returned to the adjacent building to tidy up his newly moved belongings. The hall of 103. Grandpa Ji escorted Dean Huang out and waited for him to walk away before returning to the hall. "Another dean? What kind of dean exactly?" And the academician, previously mentioned in the conversation, that little junior sister, in Dean Huang's mouth must be Bai Lian, right? How come Bai Lian doesn't seem like an ordinary college student? 450. Outside Shanghai apartment. Zhang Xiais and Yan Lu had also arrived today. Yan Lu, wearing a black mask and fisherman's hat, got out of the car in a black coat. Her tall figure was accentuated by the black coat, making her look very stylish. Sister Xian got out of the passenger seat, looked ahead at Zhang Xi's with his hands in his pockets, then whispered to Yan Lu about her recent variety show ventures. Yan Lu hadn't taken any variety shows since Perfect Day. The investors asked me to ask you, Sister Xian said, pausing, if you could please bring your composing maestro on board? Ah Huang, trailing behind, removed Yan Lu's scarf. Hearing this, he quickly stared intently at Yan Lu. Bringing him out would probably blow up the entertainment industry, right? Of course, if Sister Xian knew what Ah Huang was thinking, she would have told him, it's not just the entertainment industry that would explode. Chapter 919, 363 Extra 8, The Emperor of Vines. Yan Lu pressed her hat down without speaking, just gazing at Xinjie. Xinjie shrugged. Director Su asked me to inquire. Director Su had worked with Yan Lu before she became popular, so they shared some rapport, which is why they could invite the now famous Yan Lu for this variety show. I'll talk to Director Su later, Yan Lu said as she took the scarf handed to her by Ah Huang. After the security in the residential complex was changed, not many cars could enter, so Yan Lu's nanny car had to be parked outside temporarily these past few times. Okay, Xinjie escorted Yan Lu into the complex, and before entering, she carefully reminded, be careful not to be photographed when you go out with Xiao Zhang and the others. The security recognized Zhang Xi's and Yan Lu and opened the access gate for them. Ah Huang stood next to Xinjie as the iron gate closed again. He was startled to see Yan Lu removing her fisherman's hat and mask. Xinjie, isn't it risky for Lu to just walk in like that? What could possibly happen in this complex? Xinjie yawned and slowly returned to the car. Anyone you randomly meet inside could outshine Yan Lu. 103. Zhang Xi's and Yan Lu entered first, moving the flowers kept by Jianghu. By 7 o'clock during the New Year's, the flowers were all tended to by Su Nanjing. The two walked right in, causing Ji Yun and Grandpa Ji to sit uneasily upon hearing the password being entered. They quickly stood up and cautiously looked toward the door. The entrants were not Bai Lian, but a man and a woman. The man at the front wore a shell jacket zipped all the way up, exposing only his tall nose and a pair of starry eyes. The woman had no makeup on, yet her face was striking even in its bare state. Ji Yun froze. Yan Lu? Ji Yun and Grandpa Ji both recognized her as the currently highly popular Yan Lu. However, Grandpa Ji had already known back in Xiangqing that Bai Lian knew Yan Lu. Grandpa Ji, hello, I am Bai Lian's classmate, Zhang Xi's. Zhang Xi's had already heard from Bai Lian about the Ji family's visit and wasn't surprised, introducing himself to Grandpa Ji. Meanwhile, he took off his coat and opened the door to the courtyard to water the plants. Since Ji Heng and others hadn't been back for a while, the plants had been looked after by Su Nanjing. Yan Lu adeptly went to the kitchen, boiled a pot of hot water, and made tea for the two of them. Ji Yun sat nervously on the sofa, holding the tea Yan Lu had poured for him, lost in a daze. 5 o'clock. Bai Lian, along with Pei Qin and Wang Su, led a few people to Building 5. They didn't immediately go to 103 but first took them to 303 to let them sit in the hall and study some data before heading down to 103. In 103, Ji Yun sat upright on the sofa as Zhang Xi's brought out some fruits and seeds he had brought back, hosting them. Sister Lian will be back soon. Thank you, Ji Yun said cautiously. The two exchanged words. The door to 103 made a noise again. Zhang Xi's and Yan Lu both rose and walked toward the door. It should be Sister Lian returning. Sister Lian? Was it the grandaunt's granddaughter Grandpa always talked about? Ji Yun instinctively stood up and took a couple of steps forward, quietly looking on. The one entering through the door was a girl dressed in a pure white linen dress, slightly long, with a slender green willow leaf embroidered only around the neckline, her black hair held up at the back by a plain wooden hairpin. She held a cell phone in her hand. Looking up, she revealed a stunningly clear face. Upon seeing Ji Yun, she nodded slightly, hello. Ji Yun took a moment before responding, hello, I'm Ji Yun. Bai Lian calmly closed the door to 103, talking with Grandpa Ji. who then brought out the clothes made for Bai Lian by the great-grandmother during this period. The materials were all treasured collections of the great-grandmother, fit to be family heirlooms. All were cloud brocade. As she talked with Grandpa Ji Yun kept glancing at Yen Lu. Yen Lu, aware that this was Bai Lian's relative, was also very friendly to him, proactively asking if he needed anything. When he learned Ji Yun wanted an autographed picture, Yen Lu quietly asked Zhang Xiais if they still had any photos of her on hand, then immediately explained, "My girlfriend is your fan. Sister Lian has some," Zhang Xiais recalled. Xiaohan collected a bunch. The two informed Bai Lian and took Ji Yun upstairs to get the photo. 303, Wang Su and Pei Qin were still discussing data at the round table. Seeing someone coming back, both of them couldn't help but stand up. Wang Su and the others were quite familiar with Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, but they had only met Zhang Xiais twice, though they recognized him, and they greeted each other amicably. Ji Yun was startled when he saw Wang Su and Pei Qin, young Master Wang, young Master Pei. Unexpectedly, there were still people at Bai Lian's place who called themselves young Master Wang, young Master Pei. Wang Su and Pei Qin both looked at Ji Yun. Their memories were good, and they remembered seeing Ji Yun at their office. But they didn't know Ji Yun's name. The social butterfly Wang Su quickly asked warmly about Ji Yun's news. "Young Master Wang, I am Ji Yun from the Ji family of Shicheng." Ji Yun quickly introduced himself. "I'm a friend of Yang Kai, and this time I came with my second grandfather." He introduced himself, and said his second grandfather was here to see Bai Lian. Hearing the latter part, Wang Su realized that this was a relative of Bai Lian's. His brow twitched, and he quickly embraced Ji Yun's shoulders. "We're all brothers. Calling me young Master Wang is too distant, Ji bro. From now on just call me and brother Pei by our names." Pei Qin slowly stood up from his seat, always taciturn, right. In just a brief encounter, they were already addressing each other as brothers with the heirs of two major families of Shicheng. Ji Yun sat in a chair, holding an autographed photo given to him by Yen Lu. He knew that Wang Su and Pei Qin's suddenly amiable attitude toward him was entirely because of Bai Lian. At night, Bai Lian saw Ji Yun and his second grandfather out of the apartment complex. Wang Su and Pei Qin also came down to see them off with her, and added Ji Yun on WeChat as well. Bai Lian stood by the steps, dressed in white thread clothes and black pants, listening to the second grandfather say they were en route today, originally wanting to visit Jianghu University, but they hadn't made a reservation. Couldn't make a reservation? Bai Lian turned sideways. Return to school period, banning entry from non-school members, Ji Yun explained to Bai Lian. Bai Lian nodded slightly, her gaze landing on an elderly person throwing away trash in the neighboring building. "Happy New Year, Principal Shi." Shiyu leisurely threw the black trash bag into the bin. Seeing Bai Lian addressing him, he walked over in 2 steps. "When did you come back?" "Just returned this afternoon." Bai Lian mentioned a few words with Shiyu, then remembered the second grandfather. "Is the school no longer open for visits?" Shiyu saw the second grandfather and Ji Yun, and guessed something. "For the student safety, visits are temporarily closed, but if your relatives want to go in, just mention my name." After he finished throwing out the trash, he didn't leave but inquired about Bai Lian's recent project instead. The second grandfather and Ji Yun didn't interrupt and left the entrance of Shanghai apartment first. Only after they got out of Shanghai apartment and headed toward Jianghu University, did Ji Yun ask his grandfather, "Grandpa, did you ask Uncle about who exactly this cousin of mine is?" "I don't know." The second grandfather shook his head. The two walked to Jianghu University. The security guard originally didn't let people in, but upon hearing the second grandfather and Ji Yun mention Shiyu's name, he opened the gate without any questions, letting the two in. The second grandfather and Ji Yun looked at each other. Once inside, they didn't immediately rush to Celebrity Square. Ji Yun curiously turned around to inquire about the identity of Shiyu from the security guard. The security guard pulled out 2 cigarettes from his pocket, handed them to the second grandfather and Ji Yun, and upon hearing their question was also surprised. "That's our principal, Principal Shi. You didn't know?" Ji Yun and the second grandfather, after a moment of silence, they first approached Celebrity Square. Upon arrival, they saw the brightly lit celebrity square, Yang Zuan's bronze statue standing gently at the forefront, the square still crowded with people, and besides Liang Zuan's statue, the Wall of Fame also had many people gathered. Some were holding professional books, raising them above their heads, worshipping the fame, muttering words. Having been there once before, Ji Yun naturally knew Celebrity Square, where Liang Zuan and his disciples were the hottest figures. Today was really a surprise. He and the second grandfather prayed to Liang Zuan, then approached the fame. Knowing that this was the place of the most well-known alumni of Jianghu University in recent history, there weren't many people. He saw the crowd all standing to the left, reciting a name, and couldn't help looking over. He immediately saw the two names most recently engraved, Ning Xiao, Bai Lian. Combining everything he saw today, Ji Yun sharply turned around. "Grandpa, what did uncle say his granddaughter's name was?" The second grandfather also stared blankly at the last name. "Bai Lian, her name is Bai Lian, Lian like in the emperor's vine." Chapter 920, Extra 364 Number 9, Big Boss Friend, The Mysterious Woman Yang Lin, Part 2, Jianghu Biotechnology Company, Limited. Yang Lin stood opposite the company, watching a bus drive away. She made a phone call. "Xiaolin, I still have work unfinished, so I can't go have dinner with you today. Wish your friend a happy birthday." On the other end of the line, Yong Shu apologized. Yang Lin's voice was calm. "All right." She hung up the phone and opened Yong Shu's WeChat on her cell phone. Yang Lin usually disliked messaging on WeChat and making phone calls. At 4 o'clock, she had asked him what time he would get off work. He did not reply, so she had called Yong Shu. She put away her phone. In front of her, a fiery red sports car stopped, and the man driving took off his sunglasses and looked at her with raised eyebrows. "Are you really here? Get in, Alien has asked me to pick you up." It was Su Nanjing. When Yang Lin heard it was about Bai Lian, she didn't bother with formalities and sat in the passenger seat. Su Nanjing waited for her to buckle up before slowly driving. He asked, "Didn't you say your good friend was coming today too?" "He has to work overtime." Yang Lin replied succinctly, her hair fluttering in the breeze. Neither spoke after that. Su Nanjing didn't say much either, only changed through a few Guzheng tracks on the sound system. Yang Lin's phone lit up a few times. It was Alice from Jianghu Biotechnology's team. "Yang Lin, be careful, I just saw Yong Shu and Yao Xintian working overtime together." Yang Lin had already secured a place for postgraduate studies under Xia Zhuyu. Since last year, she had been having projects with Xia Zhuyu. This summer, Xia Zhuyu had completely forbidden her from part-time work and pushed her into Jianghu Biotechnology team as an intern to familiarize her with basic processes. Alice was also one of the team's interns. As for Yong Shu, he was an accountant in the finance department. Yong Shu was the son of a friend of Yang Lin's aunt. After graduating from Jianghu University of Finance and Economics, when Yang Lin returned to her grandmother's house, she grew closer to her aunt. Knowing she was studying in Jianghu, her aunt specially entrusted her to her friend's son, Yong Shu, for care. Out of consideration for her grandparents' peace of mind, Yang Lin didn't reject this. But she wasn't particularly concerned about it. Yong Shu was very caring towards her, but Yang Lin was always cold-hearted. Their relationship changed that night when, after a feverish shift, she fainted on the street and woke up on the bed in her rented room with Yong Shu holding a cup of water beside her. She also tried to accept Yong Shu. Today, on Bai Lian's birthday, she had wanted to bring Yong Shu along to introduce him to Bai Lian and her friends. But it seemed she had thought too much about it. Given the rare opportunity to be close to Yao Xintian, Yong Shu probably wouldn't pass up the chance. Yao Xintian, a new intern during the summer, different from Yang Lin and Alice, came in a Porsche, and there were rumors in the intern group about her family being wealthy tycoons. The fiery red sports car suddenly sped up. Ahead was a curve. Su Nanjing shifted the car's weight to the left tire, and even as they nearly crashed into the guardrail, he didn't slow down. Yang Lin couldn't help but close her eyes, gripping her seatbelt tightly as the centrifugal force pulled at her. Her heart had never beat so fast. The entire process took a minute before the car calmly came to a stop. Su Nanjing rested his hand on the steering wheel, his lips slowly moving as he raised his eyebrows at her. Exciting, right? Alien really wants to learn this move from me. Yang Lin opened her eyes, her brain still tingling with excitement, her brows and eyes unusually relaxed. However, as she was always restrained, she said nothing. Sieging Club. When Yang Lin arrived, the entire club was closed today, serving only their group of people. It was still on the top floor. As soon as Su Nanjing entered, he greeted Jiang Fulai and others. Bai Lian was busy posing for photos with Pu Xiaohan, while Zhang Xiais was still earnestly reviewing a case. He was almost a junior. Shi Yundai took up some small cases for him during the summer break to give him some practice. A financial case? Tang Ming brought a glass of wine for Zhang Xiais, looking at the complicated cases he was reviewing, and expressed deep respect. Zhang Xiais looked up, took the wine from Tang Ming, and slowly crossed his legs. After taking a sip of wine, he suddenly chuckled. What's up? Tang Ming scratched his head. Is my look weird? Not really. Zhang Xiais put down his wine glass and, under the box room's lighting, showed Tang Ming the case in his hand. It's just. When I think that someone like me is actually a lawyer, going to court tomorrow, and these big bosses actually trust me a lot, it makes me want to laugh. Zhang Xiais couldn't even imagine himself sitting at the defense table, looking all prim and proper. Tang Ming deeply agreed, thinking how I just published another paper in Nature the day before yesterday, and President Huang wants to focus on developing my project. I want to laugh too. Next to them, Chen Beixian was speechless. She totally couldn't continue working. On the right, Pu Xiaohan saw Yang Lin and quickly waved. Yang Lin, come over here and take a photo with Alien. You'll be the material for my next video. Pu Xiaohan was shooting a series of videos titled, What My High School Classmates Are Up to Now. Yang Lin walked over to take the photo. Today, Bai Lian wore a diagonally buttoned blouse with light-colored bamboo leaves embroidered on it, revealing a slender section of her arm. Taking photos with Yang Lin, and following Pu Xiaohan's words, she lazily struck a pose and asked, Where's your friend? Yang Lin was supposed to bring a friend, and Bai Lian knew about it. She was very concerned about Yang Lin's situation and was happy to hear she had made a friend. Something came up. Yang Lin looked up casually as Pu Xiaohan removed her glasses. As soon as the glasses were removed, those dark, beautiful eyes were revealed. Bai Lian crossed her arms and glanced at her thoughtfully. After taking the photo, Pu Xiaohan, holding the camera, said to Yang Lin, Yan Lu reserved VIP seats for us all. Alien is busy going to Xiqing and can't make it. Yang Lin, will you join me instead? Sure. Yan Lu is now mainly in movies and TV dramas, and reluctantly organized 2 concerts this year due to strong fan demand. There was 1 concert in each of the 4 major cities and in Jianghu. As soon as the news hit, it crashed the internet. Yong Shu didn't go to Bai Lian's birthday party. Afterwards, Yang Lin never brought it up again, and both maintained a mutual understanding, not contacting each other since Bai Lian's birthday. Yong Shu had changed his WeChat profile picture too. The original picture was of lily flowers, Yang Lin's favorite. Knowing this, he had planted a pot in his company dormitory and sent her pictures every day. Now, it had changed to a cute and sprightly short-tailed cat. Yao Xintian liked cats, and had brought her cat to work before, but she stopped after the manager intervened. During lunch, Alice, clattering her food tray, indignantly told Yang Lin, Men are just assholes. Yang Lin silently handed her the chicken drumstick from her bowl, her voice calm and detached as usual, Eat the drumstick. Alice took a big bite of the drumstick and mumbled, Yang Lin, why don't you ever cuss a bit? Finishing her last bite of rice, Yang Lin simply commented, It's human nature. Alice, looking worried, said, This is why people take advantage of you. Anyway, did you know our list for permanent positions is coming out this weekend? Both of them were still interns. Is that so? Yang Lin was surprised. How come you're never concerned about anything? Alice poked at her food, looking at Yang Lin across the table. Sometimes, I really think you're a mysterious woman. After finishing their meal, they returned to their office desks. Just as they got off the elevator, they saw two people coming out of the neighboring elevator. It was Yao Xintian and Yong Shu. Yao Xintian was holding a Porsche key and 2 tickets. Standing beside her, Yong Shu looked handsome and tall. The financial university's heartthrob indeed had his charms. When she saw Yang Lin, Yao Xintian gave her a meaningful glance. Turning around, she handed the 2 concert tickets to Yong Shu. I heard your sister is a fan of Yan Lu. Here are the tickets for her concert in Jianghu's B zone. Take care of them. Chapter 921, 365 Side Story 10, All Grandmasters. Ticket for Zone A. Yan Lu wasn't a professional singer, but with 2 trump cards in her hand, her position in the Chinese music scene was in a league of its own. At the strong request of fans, Time Entertainment had also discussed this matter with Yan Lu several times. It wasn't until this year that Yan Lu relented and held 6 concerts, including 1 special concert in Xiangcheng. How popular was Yan Lu now? Put it this way, out of 10 people on the street, 9 were casual fans of Yan Lu, and the other one was a die-hard fan. Great Yong was also exceedingly popular overseas, having been translated into more than a dozen languages and broadcast internationally. Moreover, Yan Lu's sci-fi movie from last year was also screened abroad. For her concerts, it wasn't just the young people scrambling for tickets. The middle-aged and elderly fans were also a major force, yet the largest sports venue in Jianghu could only accommodate 100,000 people. With fans both domestically and internationally, there were only 100,000 tickets available. At this time, those who could get their hands on the tickets were no ordinary people, let alone those with tickets to B zone. Next to Yang Lin, Alice looked at the tickets in Yong Shu and Yao Xintian's hands with great surprise, as their office was basically full of Yan Lu fans. After the 2 left, Alice followed Yang Lin back to the office, with B zone tickets to Yan Lu's concert. Yong Shu has really snagged a rich woman, I'm so envious. Then, remembering Yang Lin beside her, Alice quickly corrected herself, but it's just 2 tickets. Yang Lin walked to her seat and picked up her water bottle to go to the break room to get water. The break room. Yong Shu stood by the water dispenser with 2 tickets in hand, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, tall and trim with a very delicate profile. His popularity had always been high in the company. Yang Lin unscrewed the lid, standing beside him to get water. A pair of glossy black eyes hidden behind spectacle lenses made it impossible to discern her expression. She just stood there, silent and quiet, so quiet that one could easily overlook her presence at any time. Yong Shu stood beside her, looking down at her with a complex gaze. Yong Qi comes to Jianghu tonight, and I hope you won't say anything you shouldn't. They were going together to Yan Lu's concert the next weekend. Yong Qi was Yong Shu's sister, a high school student in Xiangcheng and a fan of Yang Lin and her friends, with whom she had a good relationship. Yang Lin turned off the water and looked back at Yong Shu. She clearly understood what Yong Shu meant. He still hoped she could maintain a good image in front of his family. Yong Shu, Yang Lin's gaze was serene, those eyes through the glasses reflecting the window's reflection, excessively beautiful as she spoke softly. You're overthinking, we never had much of a relationship to begin with. Having said that, Yang Lin took her water bottle and left. She was always so aloof, as if she could remain composed regardless of the sky falling down. Yong Shu watched her retreating figure, his fingers twitched slightly, and only when Yang Lin pulled open the break room door, he whispered an apology, sorry. Yang Lin did not respond and simply walked away. The office. The news of Miss Xiao donating Yan Lu concert tickets to Yong Shu had already spread throughout the floor. Although the company didn't have an explicit policy, office romances were mostly frowned upon by most people, but these 2 seemed to have no intention of discretion. That afternoon, a department meeting was held. Yong Shu reported on the recent financial issues. Manager Wang of the finance department, unusually, praised Yong Shu. It was a situation that had never occurred before. Yong Shu, imperturbable, responded graciously to the compliment. Everyone was wondering what kind of wealthy family Miss Yao belonged to. After the meeting, Yao Xintian waited in the company hallway with her car keys, talking and laughing with people from her internship team. I'm waiting to go pick up his sister with my senior. When Yong Shu arrived, she linked her arm through his and they left together. Both were graduates of Jianghu University of Finance and Economics. Yong Shu, a charismatic figure even during his school days, gentle and polite, pressed the elevator button and shielded the door for her, entering the elevator behind her. Co-workers who saw them were mostly envious, thinking he was extremely lucky. Only Alice knew that before this, Yong Shu used to wait every day for Yang Lin to get off work together, and she bitterly said, "Unreliable, not at all reliable. He once brought you medicine at midnight. Indeed, no man can be trusted." Yang Lin thought for a moment and then told Alice, "There are some who can be relied on." "Who? Are you talking about my god Mei?" As they exited the elevator, Alice asked. "No," Yang Lin thought of Zhang Xi's and the others and smiled for once, "it's my friends." A colleague from the internship group beside her stared at Yang Lin, then hesitated before suggesting, "Yang Lin, you should smile more." Alice nodded in agreement. They arrived at the company's ground floor. Chapter 922, 365 Side Story 10, All Grandmasters. Ticket for Zone A_2 Yao Xinchen's Porsche pulled away, and the teams in turns all watched the car with the Jianghu license plate drive off. It wasn't their first time seeing Yao Xinchen's car. Being able to intern at Jianghu Biotech right after graduating from university and driving such a nice car, it went without saying that her family was powerful. In Jianghu, that license plate number is probably worth almost as much as her car, someone remarked as the Porsche's tailpipe faded into the distance. "Which young miss is Ms. Yao the daughter of exactly?" "Heard she's the daughter of one of our company's shareholders." There were many speculations about Yao Xintian, and based on the attitude of the finance department towards Yong Shu today, most people were convinced of Yao Xinchen's identity. Yang Lin took out her bus card and headed diagonally across the street. Alice walked with her. Neither of them were from Jianghu. Today was Friday. Alice was heading back to her shared apartment, and Yang Lin was going back to Jianghu University. Back to the lab, and also Ji Heng had asked her to come over for dinner in the evening. On the way, Alice exclaimed, "Tickets for Yen Lu and B-Zone. If the world had one more rich person like me, what difference would it make?" Yang Lin patted Alice on the shoulder, informing her that they had reached Jianghu University and that she needed to get off the bus first. Alice waved goodbye to her. Shanghai apartment. Yang Lin, wearing a long-sleeved traditional-style shirt and carrying a canvas bag, was on the phone with Xia Zhuyu. Xia Zhuyu was still at a conference abroad. "Still very concerned about this air. How do you find the company?" "Overall it's okay," Yang Lin replied honestly, "but I can't get used to the atmosphere." Xia Zhuyu wasn't good at socializing either. "You don't have to deal with interpersonal relations. I'll be back at the end of the month. Just get used to it, and send me your paper this week. I'll find time to revise it over the weekend." "Thank you, Professor." Yang Lin walked into the residential complex. The security guards had already recognized her and opened the access gate as they saw her approaching. There were still a lot of people in apartment 103. Bai Lian's birthday had just passed, and most of the guests who came to Jianghu hadn't left yet. By the time Yang Lin arrived, Lance was playing chess. Their group never seemed to get tired of playing Go. Seeing Yang Lin, he quickly got up from the chessboard. "Come here." Yang Lin saw Jiang He sitting opposite with a straight posture. How was she supposed to play? Bracing herself, she made a few moves in Jiang He's hands and quickly fell behind. Pu Xiaohan came in with a camera, spotted Jiang He, and immediately started teasing the youngster. "Brother Bird, I'm going to tell Bai Lian you've been bullying her later." In the entire Shanghai apartment, besides Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai, probably only Yu Xinjing could beat Jiang He. Jiang he silently retracted a piece in his hand. Ji Heng and Mr. Chen were cooking in the kitchen, while Shen Qing was dedicated to washing fruits and making milk tea. Ming Dongheng drove back and saw Shen Qing skillfully pouring the tea leaves into a canister, now able to face it calmly. Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai came back from the research institute, speaking softly about matters concerning the institute. In her hand, Bai Lian held several tickets, lightly pressed in the palm. She was wearing a long t-shirt similar to Yang Lin's. Her long hair casually fell on her forehead, appearing relaxed and indolent. Zhang Fulai followed a step behind Bai Lian, leisurely keeping pace with her. Seeing her and Jiang Fulai, Pu Xiaohan was the first to rush over to Bai Lian, looping an arm around hers. Bai Lian. Bai Lian. Are these my tickets? Bai Lian handed a stack of tickets over to Pu Xiaohan. Yan Lu had left a bunch of tickets for Bai Lian and the others, including their own VIP seats and a few extras that their manager had arranged for their friends. Leave 2 for me, and the rest of you can divide them amongst yourselves, Bai Lian said, with her hands folded in front of her chest, leaning back against the table very relaxedly, turning her head to look at Shenqing and Jiang Fulai, while Jiang Fulai was watching Shenqing make milk tea. Jiang Fulai reached out to take the strainer, his eyelids lowered, fingers slightly curved, methodically filtering the brewed tea leaves. Then he added sugar. Shenqing stood next to him, continuously praising him. Having filtered the milk tea, Jiang Fulai looked up nonchalantly at Bai Lian, arching an eyebrow. The milk tea was just about done, and Jiang Fulai poured a glass for Bai Lian and handed it to her. Bai Lian took a sip with her eyes downcast, her expression unchanged. It's good. Shenqing was serving milk tea to others. They had all asked their manager in advance for a certain number of tickets, and Pu Xiaohan pulled out 4. Okay, here are 3 for my roommate, and 1 more for Bebe, who is coming next week. After taking out 4 tickets, she kissed each one of them affectionately. Yang Lin also got 2 tickets. She had prearranged them with the manager, and now she held the tickets, unsure what to do next, and simply slipped them into her pocket. Chapter 923, 365 Side Story 10, All Grandmasters, ticket for Zone A_3. Shenqing handed out the milk tea to each of them. Xiaohan Pu sat next to Yang Lin, and both of them took their milk tea and took a sip. Yang Lin showed no expression. Xiaohan Pu couldn't resist, lifted her head to look at the composed Yang Lin, then glanced at Jiang He, who also had a poker face, and dared not speak. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao had just arrived, coming straight from Dean Huang's office, their heads covered in sweat. The summit is on Monday. Ning Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke to Bai Lian. Dean Huang wants you to represent and give a speech. This task, when handled by Bai Lian, always carried an air of commanding authority. Even Dean Huang couldn't match it. Bai Lian nodded. Okay, I'll prepare the speech later. Seeing the children so hot, Shenqing handed them milk tea with ice cubes. Ning Xiao took a sip, then finished it expressionlessly. Tang Ming took a sip, grimaced, and said, Aunt, did your hands shake today? You added so much sugar, it's a bit. From the side, Xiaohan Pu said softly, Brother Jiang added the sugar. Jiang Fulai stood at the kitchen doorway, the bygone aristocrat still holding Tang Ming's unpublished paper, leisurely tilting his head and casting a cold glance at Tang Ming. It's kind of tasty. Tang Ming got startled and finished the milk tea in one gulp. Sunday. By the gate of Jiang University, Yong Shu was on call with Yao Xintian, staring at the Jiangjing University sign and the armed police lined up outside, feeling an indescribable yearning. The person on the phone said something, he responded, then hung up and turned to the girl beside him. There's a summit at Jiang University lately, Miss Yao can't get in either. After saying that, Yong Shu looked up at the banner outside Jiang University's gate. 7th Asian Physics Summit. The summit would last 7 days, with armed police stationed at the school entrance. Even Jiangjing's own students needed a special pass to enter during this period. During this time, Jiang University gathered the most outstanding minds in physics from the past decades. If anything were to happen to them, Asian physics would be set back by decades. Therefore, both Jiang University and Jiangjing placed high emphasis on security for this summit. It being summer vacation, control was strict inside and outside the campus. Not even a fly could get in without scrutiny. They ensured there were no lapses in security whatsoever. Yong Qi glanced at him, then took out her phone to call Yang Lin. I'll call Sister Yang. She's a student here, she definitely has a way. Yong Shu wanted to tell her not to contact Yang Lin so frequently, but knowing that Yong Qi was beyond his control, he shook his head. It's a summit, even she can't help, she can't even get in herself now. Yong Qi didn't look at him, just made the call. Yang Lin asked her to wait at the gate for a while. 10 minutes later, Yong Shu was somewhat surprised to see Yang Lin coming out from inside Jianghu University. Yong Qi excitedly looked at Yang Lin, Sister Yang. As Yang Lin approached, a gray pass hung around her neck and she held a plastic bag in her hand, handing it to Yong Qi. Milk tea? Yong Qi took it, discovering it was an unmarked milk tea, and was even happier. Thank you, sister. Toward Yong Qi, the young underclass woman from Shangcheng, Yang Lin was always very patient, inquiring why she came to Jianghu University. She wanted to check in at Celebrity Square and visit the physics department, Yong Shu explained from the side, but we knew we couldn't get in. Sister Yang, it's okay, I just called to see if you were around, wanting to see you. Yong Qi took a sip of the milk tea. It's just right, where did you buy it from, sister? Yang Lin tilted her head to look at Yong Qi, her expression unusually warm, and made it, wait here for me a moment. She walked aside to make a call. Meanwhile, Yong Shu watched Yang Lin's retreating figure, greatly surprised, setting aside where this aunt of Yang Lin's came from. How could Yang Lin still freely move in and out of Jianghu University? 5 minutes later, a young man walked out from the campus. Seeing Yang Lin, he jogged over and handed her a temporary pass in his hand. Sister Yang, this is from Jianghu for you. Thank you. Yang Lin took it. Because of Bai Lian, these people were all very familiar with each other. Why are you being polite with me? Just try to avoid Mr. Lance and Dean Huang later, they are both looking for you. Wang Su raised his eyebrows, his hand casually in his pocket. Mr. Lance had heard from Dean Huang that Yang Lin was working on a growth serum for him, and he was very interested. Yang Lin had a headache. Wang Su smiled, saw Yong Shu and Yong Qi next to Yang Lin and waved to greet them. Hello, I'm Wang Su. If you need anything while visiting Jianghu University, just contact me, I'll be around for the next few days. After saying that, he waved goodbye to Yang Lin. Wang Su was from a leading family in Xicheng, and the clothes he wore were all branded. Yong Shu looked at the watch on Wang Zu's wrist. He had heard from Yao Xintian before that it was a Patek Philippe brand. It was a collector's level watch, worth at least $1 million and up. Is he a classmate of Yang Lin? Also, does Yang Lin have an aunt? How come he had never heard Yang Lin's aunt mention it? Monday. Yang Lin went to Xinjiang Biotechnology Company. She was involved in the biotechnology project related to growth serums, and as an intern, she had always been diligent in following the entire project. Yang Lin, the project manager, handed a document to Yang Lin, looking at her with admiration. There's an evaluation at the end of the month, you definitely have to stay, I believe in you. This summer internship, Yang Lin had always far surpassed others. She was distinguished in her capabilities. Yang Lin looked at the project manager. She hadn't told the project manager, she was just. In the afternoon, some leaders came to inspect the 17th floor, and the project manager asked everyone to be very spirited to greet the leaders. The leading executive, in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a suit with a leather collar, was quite imposing. All the employees on this floor stood up to greet him, and the manager of the 17th floor followed this leader, always speaking to him in a low and respectful voice, calling him President Yao. Everyone on the 17th floor stood up to greet President Yao. In the next office, Yao Xintian came out from her workstation, and in the hallway, many people heard her call this President Yao Dad. In the small groups of various departments on the 17th floor, the news went viral. Without exception, they were all talking about finally seeing the living heiress. Alice looked at the messages in the group chat, exchanged glances with a few other interns next to her, and dared not speak. Until the end of the day, the people on the 17th floor were still discussing Yao Xintian's matter. In the elevator, colleagues on the same floor were gossiping. No wonder she could be so generous, directly giving away 2 concert tickets for Bizone. Those are tickets for Yan Lu's first concert. Yang Lin was looking down at her cell phone. She looked very serious. Alice glanced and noticed Yang Lin reading something in English. She didn't understand what it was, only recognizing a few complex biological terms. The elevator doors opened, and Yang Lin walked out. Alice followed her to the bus stop, then she scratched her head. Are you okay? Yang Lin looked up, her eyes behind the glasses were extremely calm. she looked at Alice and said, "There is something." "Oh." Alice was startled. Yang Lin pulled out 2 tickets from her canvas bag and passed them over. Alice took them. She looked down and saw they were 2 Yen Lu tickets, seats A15 and A16 in Zone A. Chapter 924, Extra Episode 366. The End. Yen Lu's concerts are rare occasions. This time, after it ends, no one knows when the next one will be, and it's not just the A-zone tickets that are difficult to come by, even regular tickets are scarce. It's summertime, nearing 6 o'clock, and the sun hasn't fully set yet. Alice stares at the lingering sunlight, her gaze drifting down to the tickets in her hand. Yen Lu's concert tickets? A-zone ones at that? Yeah. Yang Lin is reviewing Xia Ziya's suggestions for her paper. These 2 tickets were originally prepared for Yong Qi and Alice, but now that Yong Shu had received tickets from Yao Xintian, Yang Lin gave both to Alice. She's a loner by nature, with only a few friends. Besides Alice, if anyone else wanted Yen Lu's tickets, it would only take a word. The public bus arrives, and Yang Lin, carrying her canvas bag, gets on. Alice follows behind her, as if floating on a cloud of cotton onto the bus. Alice really wants to ask where Yang Lin got these tickets from, but with the bus so crowded at the end of the workday, she can't find the right opportunity to speak up. In the end, she just frantically messages Yang Lin on her phone. Evening. Alice posts a message to her social circle. "Alice, this splendor has finally come my way." Image, the picture is of 2 Yen Lu A-zone concert tickets. She didn't exclude anyone. In less than a minute, people in Project Team 2's group at the company started mentioning Alice. At Alice? Yen Lu's tickets? A-zone? At Alice, I'm calling you sis now, I bet you're missing a little sister to carry your bags. A-zone seats are sold to the public and closest to the stage, nearly half as many as B-zone but priced at more than double. Before this, Yao Xintian had given Yong Shu 2 B-zone tickets for the whole company. Word about Alice's 2 tickets spread like wildfire across the company's various groups. At the moment, Yong Shu is still working overtime, checking the reports the manager sent him one by one. Ever since CEO Yao's last visit to the company, Yong Shu has been well regarded by the supervisors. Just as he finishes going through the reports, a message pops up on his WeChat. It's from his coworker, with a screenshot. "Alice, it's the tickets that Yang Lin gave me." Coworker, Yang Lin gave Alice the Yen Lu A-zone tickets? Coworker, even the young miss didn't get A-zone tickets, right? Seeing this message, Yong Shu pauses. He checks the groups on his phone, and indeed, they are discussing Alice's 2 A-zone tickets. Yong Shu zooms in and confirms they are Yen Lu concert A-zone tickets, but how could Yang Lin have them? He remembers Yao Xintian only had 1 B-zone ticket herself. Yong Shu spends the entire evening pondering over this issue with Yang Lin. The next day at the company, the topic of conversation among his co-workers is no longer about Miss Yao and Yong Shu, but about Alice's A-zone tickets, drawing curiosity from people in other departments who come over to see the tickets in Alice's hands. In the break room, a co-worker asks Yong Shu, could it be that Yang Lin is also the daughter of some rich family? Not possible, Yong Shu says with certainty as his cup nearly overflows. She isn't. No one knows Yang Lin's background better than him. The co-worker blinks, then nods. True, you and she are from the same hometown. Yong Shu secures his cup and heads back to his desk composedly. End of August. The summer internships are drawing to a close, and the outcomes for each department are about to be announced. The entire biotech company is undergoing a major cleanup. In addition, security guards have been assigned to the entrance and various intersections. With her meal in hand, Alice talks to Yang Lin about the company's cleaning efforts. I heard a big shot is coming to the company this afternoon. Seeing how secretive they're being and how many security guards they've prepared, is it the richest man in Jianghu who's visiting us? Yang Lin, never one for many words, quietly listens to Alice talk. The whole building is abuzz with speculation about the matter. After lunch, the announcement for the intern's official employment is released. Alice and Yao Xintian are both outstanding interns and are successfully hired. However, Alice doesn't pay much attention to her own official employment document, instead carefully studying the company's announcement. No way, how could you not be included? She checks again and again. There's no mention of Yang Lin's name. Shocked, she looks toward Yang Lin. Was there a mistake with the official document? I'll go talk to the manager. Don't, says Yang Lin, lifting her gaze from the paper and reaching out to stop Alice. Her tone as calm as always. It's okay, I wasn't planning on staying here anyway. Despite Yang Lin's slender frame, when she reaches out her hand, Alice feels as if immobilized by an iron chain, unable to move. Not planning on staying here? Alice stops. Is it because of those two? Yang Lin pats her arm, unhurried. No, my coming here was never about the internship. Chapter 925, Extra Episode 366. The End _2 Alice was stopped by Yang Lin and failed to inquire at the manager's office. But as soon as the internship list was released, all these interns noticed the issue with Yang Lin. Yang Lin had indeed performed excellently at her workstation, and everyone recognized her merits, yet she had not appeared on the list for permanent employment, inevitably linking this issue to Yao Xintian. For a time, there was excessive sympathy for Yang Lin. Even Yong Shu, unusually, sent Yang Lin a message on WeChat. Yong Shu, you should intern at another company. Yong Shu, I am thinking of your best interests. As Yang Lin looked at these two messages, her finger hovered over Yong Shu's name, recalling their past meetings when he was young and full of ambition, and how he had been passed over for promotions twice in 2 years. Yong Shu was also anxious. No one is content with mediocrity. Yang Lin calmly pressed the delete button. Afternoon. 2 rows of bodyguards were stationed at the company's main entrance, with the chairman, shareholders, and senior managers from various departments all standing on the first floor, waiting to receive someone. This scene set the company's internal chat groups abuzz. Some were constantly monitoring the activity on the first floor. Employees on the 17th floor gathered in groups, discussing animatedly as Alice, invigorated, stood next to Yang Lin, updating her with the latest developments. An eyewitness said, "It's a middle-aged man, but the chairman has banned taking photos." Yang Lin was still dealing with her work. On hearing this, she nodded slightly. 20 minutes later, colleagues from the corridor excitedly ran in. "Everyone get ready, he's here. The chairman is bringing him up to the 17th floor for inspection." A large group emerged from 2 elevators. All the 17th floor employees were gathered by their manager in the open rest area outside the corridor. Leading them was a middle-aged man who looked silent. Accompanying him were 2 plainclothed individuals, not ordinary bodyguards, as their waists bulged, possibly concealing guns. Escorting him was none other than their company chairman, and to the left, several shareholders. The other senior managers followed behind them, hardly able to contain their excitement. The 17th floor's employees stood together, falling silent and holding their breath as they spoke. Everyone guessed who this carefully guarded individual by the chairman and several major shareholders might be. Yao Xintian and Yong Shu walked beside President Yao, who introduced them to the middle-aged man. "Dean Xia, this is my daughter Yao Xintian, who will be responsible for the growth serum selling project." The man nodded slightly in acknowledgement to Yao Xintian. The rest of the staff on the 17th floor observed Yao Xintian and Yong Shu, having already guessed at Yao Xintian's identity, so this introduction didn't come as a surprise. Xia Zhuyu listened quietly as they described the project before speaking as he prepared to leave. "This visit to the biotechnology sector mainly concerns the growth serum." The chairman quickly stopped, bowing. "Dean Xia, please speak." "The main person in charge of the growth serum project is not me, but my direct disciple, so she will be fully responsible for this matter. If there are any issues, feel free to contact me." Xia Zhu's gaze scanned the crowd, settling on Yang Lin at the very back. "Yang Lin, come and meet Director Lin." The movements in the crowd abruptly ceased. From top to bottom on the 17th floor, and even the chairman, all eyes pierced through several people, resting on the silent young woman. Yang Lin had faced countless grand events. Wasn't the audience under her speeches for top scholarships far greater than these people? She walked out of the crowd with composure, as the crowd naturally parted ways for her. Director Lin saw Yang Lin and hurried forward, extending both hands to shake hers. I have long heard about the exceptional protege of Dean Xia, famous for quite some time, and today I finally get to meet you. Director Lin, hello, Yang Lin responded, returning the handshake. Director Lin smiled warmly at Yang Lin, repeating, calling me Director Lin is so formal, just call me Uncle Lin. Xia Zhuiyu, the pinnacle of biology in the country, his hand-picked students were not something just anyone could meet, so naturally, Director Lin seized the opportunity to get close to Yang Lin. Let's go. Xia Zhuiyu arrived mainly to pick up Yang Lin. An academician of life sciences is waiting for you. Yang Lin nodded, grabbed her canvas bag from her station, and left with Xia Zhuiyu. Everyone on the 17th floor was watching Yang Lin's departing figure. Xia Zhuiyu's 2 government-assigned bodyguards followed right behind them. People on the 17th floor had never seen such a spectacle. Only when the elevator doors closed did someone let out a long breath and ask Alice, who was close to Yang Lin, "My God, Alice, was Yang Lin here on a secret visit? Can someone tell me who she really is?" Alice was surrounded by a crowd of people, but truthfully, how could she know the depths of Yang Lin's background? Of course, there are no secrets in the company. Within less than 2 hours, someone dug up the glory of Xia Zhuiyu. They didn't even need to dig. His recent conference had already made news. As for his hand-picked student, was that even in question? A big shot in the biology world? Did Jianghu University build a whole building for him? Does our company survive on Dean Xia's management? Someone in the group inhaled sharply. Yang Lin is an honorary alumna of Jianghu University? Already has several SCI and Nature papers before she even finished her senior year. What kind of deity had we been working with for 2 months? Everyone was astounded. A future star in the field of biology, a nationally protected figure, compared to them, mere employees of a small company, the gap was immense. In her days, Alice realized why Yang Lin wasn't on the probation conversion list. However, Alice glanced out of the corner of her eye toward Yong Shu in the break room, still getting water. His face wasn't visible, but the water cup was overfilling, the scalding water spilling over onto his hand, seemingly without him realizing. Alice looked away, shrugging. It is for the best these two parted ways, letting Yang Lin stand out on her own. Later, Yang Lin would occasionally visit the company to communicate with the project team. As for Yong Shu's situation, she didn't ask again. Yong Shu tried to reconnect with Yang Lin, but she did not respond. That afternoon, after Yang Lin visited the company, she went downstairs with Alice. Yong Shu saw his chance to speak with her. But before he could get a word out, a fiery red sports car stopped at the entrance, with Sun Nanjing tapping his fingers carelessly on the steering wheel. Everyone at the company's entrance was drawn to the eye-catching car. But, more than the car itself, its ostentatious license plate featuring a string of 8s caught everyone's attention. "Today is Grandpa's birthday, Alien asked me to pick you up," Sun Nanjing said, removing his sunglasses and smiling politely. Yang Lin nodded and told Alice she was getting into the car. She sat in the passenger seat, serenely watching the passing scenery. Yong Shu's situation didn't impact her much, it merely fueled her passion for scientific research even further.